We have seen within the last 2 hours a wave of Apache helicopters heading north, an artillery barrage to our northeast on a sort of a major landmark hill on the border. And now, as I say, we're hearing a very, very strong artillery barrage just starting up.
John, are you able to tell us, in a general sense, where you are right now?
In a general sense, I'm in northern Kuwait, just a little bit short of the border.
And we understand not far over the border are 3 or 4 oil fields on fire. The Pentagon confirming that a shade over an hour ago. Any signs of that from your vantage point?
Yes, we're told the whole schedule of things has been accelerated. Everything is speeded up because of these reports of destruction of the infrastructure. We're getting reports of the oil fields. We don't know whether it's anything else, whether it might be bridges or roads. But it's resulted in a speed up of the schedule. The Marines here that I'm with are digging sleeping holes, and they've been told to sleep in their chemical suits with their boots on.
We just spoke with Bob Franken, who is at a U.S. air base someplace near the Iraqi border, and he said they had been in and out of code red for the last several hours. Just describe to us what you have been through as you've been embedded there in northern Kuwait.
Jesus, they are really hammering. I really sort of need to get outside and look at this. They moved 20,000 Marines overnight in convoys up here into an advanced headquarters position, and it's sort of digging in here. We've had 4 or 5 either chemical drills or chemical scares, however you want to put it, putting on our masks, and at one point going to a full Mach 4. I think that was after the attack on Camp Commando further south of here, which is the big Marine headquarters of the MEF. So we went to a full Mach 4, which is everything: mask, chemical suit, these rubber boots that are extremely hard to put on over your hiking or combat boots, and gloves. And as I say, there's a very, very heavy artillery barrage cranking up now.
All right. If you feel like you need to move for your safety, let us know. Are you able to answer one more question, John?
Sure.
You mentioned going into a full Mach 4. I know this is something the troops have trained for repeatedly. We have heard from other reporters embedded that going into code red over the last 18 hours or so was a bit of a surprise because the campaign they did not expect to happen for several days to come. Can you talk about timing for a second and whether there was any surprise among the troops you are embedded with?
Well, things have been speeding up for the last 2 days. These Marines were scheduled for a regular, sort of a full dress exercise this week, right about this time. That was jumped up for a couple of days, and then it was pretty clear that what was scheduled to be an exercise was going to turn out not to be an exercise, but the real thing.
John Kiffner, we're going to leave it there. I know it must be daunting to hear what you're hearing and seeing what you're seeing. John Kiffner of the New York Times, who will be reporting from time to time for us here on CNN. Now we get to introduce you to a new face today, at least, a face familiar to many of you, Wolf Blitzer, who now is joining our shift from Kuwait City. Good morning, Wolf, or afternoon now.
Good morning.
7 minutes afternoon
good
here
evening.
on the East Coast.
Actually, it's already just after 8 p.m. here in Kuwait City. It's already dark. It's dark in this part of the world. That's a time when a lot of people anticipate military action, and clearly some sort of military action is going up in the northern part of Kuwait along the border with Iraq. But I want to go to Baghdad right now. CNN's Nick Robertson is in Baghdad. He's joining us on the phone. We are hearing from Iraqi television, Nick, as you well know, that Saddam Hussein has been meeting with his top military commanders? What do you hear precisely?
Wolf, what we heard was a television announcer break into the regular programming here to bring an announcement and read a statement saying that President Saddam Hussein chaired a meeting with the Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, the general in charge of Iraqi forces, the Minister of Military Industrialization, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Information, and the Foreign Minister. The statement said that they were studying the war. They were making a political and military assessment and preparing how to respond. The statement also went on to say that they will have victory. Often we read about these statements from Iraq's news agency, INA. Perhaps that service not working as well as normal. We do not have access to it as we normally would. Also, when these announcements often come on Iraqi television, we normally see pictures of the president in these meetings. So far this evening, we have not seen accompanying pictures of this meeting, but a statement saying that that meeting has taken place. The leadership of Iraq meeting together and deciding how to respond at this time. Wolf?
So just to be precise, Nick, unlike yesterday, unlike earlier when Saddam Hussein was seen on television, or at least someone that most people thought was Saddam Hussein, the Defense Secretary of the United States, Donald Rumsfeld, suggesting only within the past hour, they don't know if it was really Saddam Hussein. They're continuing to check the authenticity of that videotape. This latest broadcast had a news reader reporting this meeting. We did not see Saddam Hussein on TV, either on videotape or live. Is that right?
That is correct. At this time, no picture of that meeting. Possibly it will come later in the news broadcast that normally happens here in about 50 minutes' time. But so far, the unusual that they would break into regular programming just for a statement such as this to be read, but at a time when Iraq's leadership here trying to show that they are unified, that there are no cracks in the leadership at this time, and that they are all together. That statement there for the Iraqi people, Wolf.
And is there any additional assessment in Baghdad itself about that earlier videotape that was shown shortly after the U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles struck Baghdad, about the authenticity, whether or not that was in fact Saddam Hussein, his voice, his appearance, his demeanor? Any additional assessment that you're getting there?
No additional assessment, Wolf, but from the Iraqi officials that we talked to, there's absolutely no doubt in their mind that this was President Saddam Hussein appearing on television. That Iraq's officials telling us that the statement obviously calling for support, calling for the Iraqis to pick up their swords and pick up their guns, that they will be victorious, that the aggression is unjust, and also laying out the strategy. A strategy, it seems to be, to undermine the will of U.S. forces to fight in Iraq.
All right, Nick Robertson in Baghdad. We'll be checking back with you. Thanks very much for your good reporting. I want to go to Judy Woodruff in Washington. Judy?
Thanks, Wolf. Just a few moments ago, we heard from the New York Times reporter John Kiffner. He was with a Marine unit in northern Iraq, and he was describing a lot of activity where he was in that area. And he described the military action being moved up to take place sooner than had been expected. We have another reporter we want to go to, CNN's own Art Harris. Art is with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, also in northern Kuwait. Art, what are you seeing and hearing there? Art Harris, are you there with us? We did have a connection with Art Harris. I could hear his voice in my earpiece just a moment ago. So Art Harris, we're going to try one more time to get you on stream.
Hello, this is Lisa.
All right. Instead of Art, with us is Lisa Rose Weaver, another one of our reporters embedded. She's with the Army 5th Corps 32nd Air Missile Defense Group. Lisa Rose, tell us about what's going on where you are.
Okay, well, just to correct briefly, I'm actually with the 52nd Air Defense Artillery Brigade, but similar function, Patriot missiles designed to intercept Scuds. Now, what I'm seeing at the moment doesn't directly involve Scud missiles. Looking north toward Iraq, I see relatively faint light flashes, but very, very loud booms, what appears to be a heavy artillery attack on that part of the border, or rather on the Iraqi side of the border. This began about 10 minutes ago. Earlier, about an hour and a half ago, while it was still light here, I saw a couple of multi-launcher rocket system missiles crossing the sky from west to east, basically across the northern tip of Kuwait. But then really nothing from that time until now, where again, starting 10 to 15 minutes ago, I saw quite bright flashes of light and very prominent sound, apparently heavy artillery.
Lisa, describe for us, if you can, how far away from your position, from the position of this core missile group that you're with, the Patriot missile group, how far away this is from where you are?
Well, suffice to say, we are in northern Kuwait. It wouldn't do, there are security reasons for not saying exactly where we are. As you might understand, we are close enough to the border to see, not in great detail again, but on the horizon, these flashes of light and hearing these loud booms, just, not terribly far from where we are at the moment.
Lisa, we heard John Kiffner, New York Times reporter, tell us just a few minutes ago that what he was picking up was that the schedule had been, quote, speeded up because of the Iraqi destruction of the infrastructure. He referred to oil wells, perhaps bridges, perhaps roadways. Are you picking up any information of that sort?
Well, not from any official sources. The Patriot battery missile unit hasn't got any official word that things started early. However, a lot of the people in the military here were taken by surprise that it started when it did. People saying, hey, we thought we were going to have another day before this began, or at least several more hours.
And Lisa, how are the men and women in your section? How are they holding up?
Well, they're amazingly calm, actually. A few hours ago, we had a chemical attack alert. No traces of chemical were found in the atmosphere, but the men and the women here, as well as myself, had to put on part of the chemical suit. As always, we are wearing the gas mask around our waist. That alert has since been lifted, and many of the people are now not wearing the chemical suits. Some are, but despite that, people here who I've talked to seem to want to get this started. They want to participate in some way. Again, this is a Patriot missile battery, so the way that it would participate would be to intercept incoming Scud missiles. Other Patriot batteries have done so, but so far, not this one today. Spirits are amazingly high. There's not a sense of panic or doom. People are going about their work. I mean, obviously, we are still under a form of alert. The Patriots here are scanning the skies, looking for anything headed in our direction. So far, that hasn't happened. In any case, no missiles have been fired as yet from our location.
All right, Lisa Rose Weaver expressing a sentiment we've heard elsewhere among the troops, and that is they want to get this thing underway. They want to get on with it. Lisa Rose Weaver, just once again with the Army 5th Corps 52nd Air Missile Defense Patriot Missile Battery or Missile Unit. Paula, so there is clearly action in northern Kuwait.
There certainly is. Thanks, Judy. Now we're going to take you to Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq, where we understand as many as 200,000 ethnic Kurds are on the move to try to reach rural areas in the fear of some, obviously, increased military action there. That's exactly where we find our own Ben Wiedemann, keeping watch from one of the world's oldest continually settled towns, Erbil. Ben, describe to us what you're seeing now and what you might have seen earlier in the day.
Yes, Paula, regarding that movement of Kurds in the north, we've seen that over the last few days as people have really moved away from the front lines, moved out of the cities. There is a real palpable fear among Kurds that the Iraqis will use chemical weapons upon them. That goes back to the 1988 attack on Halabja, the Kurdish town where 5,000 civilians were killed in a chemical weapons attack. So that exodus continues. Here in Erbil, streets relatively quiet. Most shops are closed. As far as the actual northern front goes, it is relatively quiet. There was no American bombing of Iraqi targets in the front lines not far from here. We spent most of the night and much of the morning in a Kurdish fortress that faces the Iraqi front lines. There was some sporadic gunfire. We did at one point have to scramble for cover, but by and large the Kurdish officers are just keeping a very close eye on those Iraqi lines, waiting for possible hostile action, or as many of them expect, a sudden surrender by Iraqi soldiers who don't appear to be in the highest of morale. Now, despite this quiet, this could all change very dramatically and very soon now that the Turkish parliament has approved American overflights into northern Iraq. At the moment, the American presence is very modest indeed. There's a very small and very camera-shy group of American special forces here, but according to Kurdish officials, they're expecting as many as 5,000 American troops to fly in here fairly soon, in fact. Now, they would be supplementing about 70,000 lightly armed but very enthusiastic Kurdish fighters. The Americans, we're told, their goal in the north will be to secure the oil fields around the major Sadaam Hussein controlled cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. Now, of course, there's one new complication here, and that is that when the Turkish parliament approved the overflights, they also approved the entry of Turkish forces into northern Iraq. Now, the Turks want to avoid a flow of refugees into Turkey that occurred, for instance, after the 1991 Gulf War. But the Kurds have said they will not welcome any Turkish presence here. They've said that they are willing to take up arms against the Turks if they do enter. And we have seen in recent days a movement of Kurdish troops towards the Turkish border. Now, one small footnote: today is New Year's Eve for the Kurds. Tomorrow is Nowruz. It is a holiday that the Kurds mark in history, saying that that was the day that they overthrew a bloody tyrant. Paula?
Well, I guess that remains to be seen. We clearly know, Ben Wiedemann, from what Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld told us, there is a lot more to come. He said that what we will see unfold is unlike anything we've ever seen before. Some breaking news out of Kuwait City now. Let's go back to Wolf.
Thanks very much, Paula. The head of the Arab League says last night's attack on Iraq marked, in his words, a very sad day for all Arabs. But strongly divided Arab governments have also come under criticism for failing to do more to avert war. Joining us now from Cairo is the Arab League Secretary General Amr Moussa. Mr. Moussa previously served as Egypt's foreign minister and his country's representative to the United Nations. Ambassador Moussa, thanks very much for joining us. How deeply divided, how deeply split is the Arab world right now?
Well, it's not a question of being divided. Of being all concerned about the events and the unfolding confrontation, much that we can avoid the repercussions of war and bloodshed. The very much is at stake, and we wish that our region be rid of the serious consequences of a prolonged war or even a confrontation between the U.S. and Iraq, or especially in the light of the extreme anger and agitation prevailing in the region, as you know very much.
Ambassador Moussa, you have seen Sadaam Hussein on television many times. You've heard him. You obviously are a native Arabic speaker. The videotape that we saw an hour and a half or so after the U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles struck Baghdad, was that, in your opinion, Sadaam Hussein?
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't seen that. I heard it over the news, about it over the news, but I have not, therefore I cannot judge.
The possibility, as the King of Bahrain proposed only 24 hours ago, even at this late moment, for Sadaam Hussein to seek exile, to receive exile in Bahrain or somewhere else perhaps in the Arab world, is that at all realistic given what you know right now?
I believe right now we have moved from a phase to another, and therefore the should really concentrate on stopping the war and ceasing fire and going back to our business under Security Council resolution. And all of us, the message has reached everybody, and we have to work together in order to fully implement Security Council resolutions. Give us time. I believe we can give ourselves peace.
So are you calling on behalf of the Arab League, calling on President Bush to stop this looming war?
I really, and not only myself, but all Arabs would vote in favor of putting an end, immediate end to the military option, and giving Security Council time, and nations of this region time, and all nations around the world work together in order to achieve goals that have been underlined in Security Council resolutions, in Security Council debates, in the all other organizations debates, including the Arab League, including the European Union. War is a very, very serious proposition. The repercussions are uncontrollable, especially in a region like the Middle East, where things are already going from bad to worse, bearing in mind the situation in the occupied territories and the deterioration in the Arab-Israeli conflict. This is a very, very serious proposition. Don't minimize at all the psychology of the Palestinian, of the failure on the Palestinian issue, and the abysmal failure on the Palestinian issue. So,
Amr Moussa,
war
the
is a
Secretary
very dangerous
General.
proposition. I'm sorry. Okay,
Yes, I was
right.
going to say, Mr. Secretary General, the Secretary General of the Arab League, Amr Moussa, the former representative to the United Nations. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there. I want to apologize a little bit. We had some technical problems, but certainly the main points of what you had to say got through to our viewers in the United States, indeed around the world. Amr Moussa, thank you very much. Judy, back to you in Washington.
Thanks, Wolf. As we're watching these Nightscope live pictures of Baghdad, we want to quickly actually go back to Kuwait, to northern Kuwait. Just a few minutes ago, we were hearing from a New York Times reporter, John Kiffner, describing a very heavy artillery barrage over his position with the Marine group in northern Kuwait. We want to go to one of CNN's reporters, Art Harris, who is with the Marine, 2nd Marines, 3rd Battalion. Art, we tried to go to you a little while ago. We were worried when we lost you. We're glad you're back. Tell us what's going on.
I have been watching for the last 25 minutes bombs falling on the Iraqi side of the border in northern Kuwait with the 2nd Marines. Relentless bombing attack appeared fairly close to the border, and you could feel it, see the flashing lights, the explosions. You could hear them falling, bombs falling for a solid 10 minutes, and then slowly moving to the west and to the north. When you could not see the planes coming in, but you could see initially chaff, possible chaff that they dropped to confuse enemy radar, floating down before the bombs started falling, and then all of a sudden the horizon was lit up. Judy?
Art, I also want to tell our viewers we're waiting for a White House briefing that's due to begin at the bottom of the hour in about 3 or 4 minutes from now. Art, what about any artillery coming back in your direction from Iraq toward Kuwait? Art Harris, are you still with us? Okay, it sounds like we've lost Art Harris, but again, he was describing pretty much what we've heard now from several reporters, and that is heavy artillery barrage going from the Kuwait side of the border into Iraq. It's been going on for 10, 15, 20 minutes at a time, and clearly this military action is underway in northern Kuwait and into Iraq. Paula.
Yeah, it's interesting. In his first live hit with us, Judy, he just characterized it as 8 missiles being fired over his position. And then, as you mentioned, later on described hearing bombs fall. So we'll try to clarify all of that with him when he comes back. In the meantime, let's check in with Bob Franken, who is at an air base near Iraq. Bob, we should make clear that you've been in and out of Code Red a number of times with the people you are accompanying. Tell us what's going on right now, and are you seeing anything of what John Kiffner and Art Harris have described?
Well, first of all, as you can see, we're not in a code red. When you're in a code red, you're in all of your chem bio paraphernalia, and you have your gas masks on, of course, everything, and you head for cover. And that's happened a half dozen times today. Each of them has been a false alarm, and it's probably a reflection of the tension that is very high here, tension that is matched by the magnitude of the force that comes from this particular base. As you pointed out, it is near the border with Iraq. It is the main launching point for the FA-18s and the F-16s, which are fighters but also bombers, and a variety of other planes and other missions, search and rescue, anti-tank planes, that type of thing. And as a matter of fact, they were part of the attacking force last night. But what was so interesting about it, we're told, is that the actual number of planes that come from here went down last night. This has been the air base that has been a major launching point for Operation Southern Sky. Now, I'm using these military terms because I just want you to hear them. Southern Sky was the one that enforced the no-fly zone ban for so many years. It switched to Operation Iraq Freedom at 9 o'clock local time last night, and that was 1 a.m. Eastern time. Now the United States is waiting to make its major launch. This will be a major launching point, but at the moment, nobody seems to have gotten the word. At least they haven't told us about it. We'll probably be among the last to know. Certainly, we're going to have to wait until the actual launching occurs. The planes will be taking off from the flight area, which is just in back of me, and the people here are prepared for it to happen at any time and prepared for more code reds. Paula?
Bob Franken, we are still awaiting a White House news briefing. Let's go back to Washington, where Judy Woodruff and I are both waiting that. Judy?
We're waiting, Paula, and we've been looking at those pictures, those night scope pictures of Baghdad. Let's go quickly to Nick Robertson on the phone with us again. Nick.
Judy, earlier on we'd been reporting that there had been a news broadcast, an announcement talking about a meeting between President Saddam Hussein and other officials. We have now seen pictures of that meeting. We have seen sitting at a table with President Saddam Hussein in his military uniform. We have seen the Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, Minister of Information Mohammed Al-Sahaf, Foreign Minister Naji Sabri, along with the Minister of Military Industrialization, the General in charge of Iraqi forces, all of them sitting around a table. Now, the statement that was read over these pictures, a statement that this top-level meeting to decide how to respond at this time to the war as it's unfolding, making a political and military assessment, and the statement also saying that they expect to have victory. But this first pictures of the leadership of Iraq since this war began, sitting down, holding a meeting together, an indication perhaps that there are no divisions at the top, or at least they're all alive and sitting at the table. Judy?
Nick, still pictures or video, and any way to tell if these are new, fresh pictures from today?
Judy, these were moving pictures. These were video pictures we were looking at. We often see pictures of President Saddam Hussein sitting down, meeting with his top officials. So one looks at it to see what's different. What was different about it today, the table a little smaller, the ministers sitting closer together. Also, one of the people who would normally sit at that table is Ibrahim, Vice Chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council, often described as the second most powerful man in Iraq, perhaps the third most after President Saddam Hussein's younger son, Qusay Saddam Hussein. Ibrahim, we know in the last few days, has been tasked with
a call from his national security advisor providing him with an overnight update on events in Iraq. President arrived at the Oval Office at 6:55. Upon arrival, he later had his intelligence briefing, followed by an FBI briefing. He met with the Secretary of Defense. As we speak, he is having lunch with the Vice President. He will convene a cabinet meeting later today, at which the President will welcome the pool. The President, at the cabinet meeting, will discuss the developments in Iraq, remind the cabinet of the importance of this mission of disarming Saddam Hussein, and he will also, on the domestic front, remind cabinet secretaries of the importance of pushing ahead with a busy and important domestic agenda, even in the middle of international events. Tonight, the President will meet with the President of Cameroon in the Oval Office, and he will dinner with the President of Cameroon. Before I take your questions, there's one item I would like to point out to you. The President would like to thank the growing number of nations that are joining the coalition of the willing to disarm Saddam Hussein. As of today, there are more than 35 countries currently committed to the coalition, and that number is growing. Contributions from nations include direct military participation, logistical, intelligence, and political support, specialized chemical and biological, response teams, overflight rights, and humanitarian and other aid. Nations include, this is just a partial list, Australia, Bulgaria, Hungary, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Spain, Turkey, United Kingdom. Turkey, of course, today in their parliament voted to grant overflight rights to the United States and to the coalition. It's no accident that many members of this coalition recently escaped from tyranny and oppression, and they understand what is at stake in bringing freedom and liberation to the Iraqi people as the mission of disarmament continues. All told, the population of the coalition of the willing is approximately 1.18 billion people around the world. The coalition countries have a combined GDP of approximately $21.7 trillion. Every major race, religion, and ethnic group in the world is represented. The coalition includes nations from every continent on the globe, and for this the President is grateful. And I'm happy to take your questions. Ron?
Has Saddam Hussein or any of his leadership been killed or captured?
Any questions dealing with anything operational will, as was the routine in 1991, has been made clear on many occasions, be addressed by the Pentagon, not by the White House. Helen?
Is there any indication that Saddam Hussein will accept exile, and is that offer still on the table?
We continue to hope that Saddam Hussein will leave Iraq. We continue to hope that Iraqi generals will not follow orders. It is not too late for them to do that. It is very important that the President has said that Iraqi generals and Iraqi troops lay down their arms and not engage in combat. This is not their battle. This is not their war. This is a war to disarm the Iraqi regime from its weapons of mass destruction. It would be a welcome event if Saddam Hussein were still to flee.
Was the mission a success in general terms?
Ron, here in the very early days, the earliest hours of the disarmament mission, I'm not going to provide a play-by-play coverage of it. The President has every confidence, as the American people do, in the men and women of our military to achieve their objective, which is to disarm the Iraqi regime. He has every confidence that will be done, but I'm just not, as a general matter of principle, going to provide daily, minutely tick-tock like that. But when I say the President has every confidence, it's for good reason. Bill?
You've emphasized the support that the coalition is getting, but there's been substantial criticism as well, particularly from President Putin of Russia. What's your response?
Well, again, the President is very gratified by the growing list of nations that support the coalition's efforts. The differences that the President has had and the United States has with a few other nations are well known. There's nothing new to that. The President understands and respects the opinions of leaders like President Putin. Nevertheless, that will not deter the United States and the coalition of the willing from disarming the Iraqi regime.
Are you going to damage U.S.-Russian relations?
I think that in the many conversations that President Bush has had with President Putin, the two of them have stressed that while on this issue they disagree about whether the use of force is appropriate to disarm Saddam Hussein, relations between the United States and Russia are too important for anybody to let them be damaged. The President doesn't believe they will be. No. Campbell?
All right, you noted that Turkey had granted overflight rights. What did we offer Turkey in exchange for overflight rights? And Turkish troops are now moving into northern Iraq. Are they working with U.S. forces in northern Iraq?
In terms of Turkey, this was a vote put to their parliament. Their parliament voted for it. Turkey, of course, is a NATO country and a NATO ally. Previously, there had been discussion of a package of aid for Turkey that was contingent on Turkey's acceptance of a total cooperation package. That did not develop, and that package is not on the table, and that package will not be on the table. So we appreciate Turkey's acting as they have. I have nothing for you on the second part of your question.
Can I just ask on a different subject? With the war having begun, you've said that this is essentially in the hands of the military planners, that most of the day-to-day stuff you'll refer to the Department of Defense. But to what extent is the President involved in decision-making on operational issues?
Well, the President has given the military the broad parameters and, of course, the definition of the mission. And the mission is the disarmament of Saddam Hussein. The President then delegates to the Department of Defense the operational details of how best to accomplish that mission. The President monitors it very closely. The President speaks, as you know, repeatedly throughout the day in the private meetings that I mentioned with Secretary Rumsfeld. He receives updates from the National Security Advisor throughout the day as well to ascertain whatever facts are the latest. He asks questions to verify what progress is being made, and that's the President's role.
But the military no longer would require a final go-ahead from the President now that things have begun.
No, there's a war plan that has been developed over a considerable period of time that the President was involved with the stages of the development of it, the approval of it throughout those stages, and now that plan is being implemented. Terry?
What's the current assessment of the White House about that videotape shown in Baghdad shortly after the strike of Saddam Hussein, or someone looking very much like him, speaking to the Iraqi people?
We have reached no conclusions about that videotape as to whether that is or is not Saddam Hussein, or what time that may or may not have been pre-recorded. We've reached no conclusions.
So there's a doubt as to whether or not that's even Saddam.
Well, obviously there are two issues in play. Is it Saddam Hussein or not? We've reached no conclusions. Was it pre-taped, pre-canned? We've reached no conclusions.
Okay. And then on Turkey, did you just tell Campbell that Turkish forces may be entering in Iraq?
Campbell said to me that Turkish forces were entering Iraq. I said to her, I have nothing on that.
Thank you. Is part of the agreement with Turkey that they will be under the unified command structure of the coalition?
Nothing has changed from any of our previous conversations on it. Steve?
Walk us through the executive order last night, Ari.
Let me back up one step. I've been getting many questions from the press, as is appropriate at a time like this, for what the press calls TikTok, or what people understand as tell us everything that happened and every step along the way, how decisions were made, which of course is an issue of very important historical value. As you can imagine, the military planners, Secretary Rumsfeld, Dr. Rice, the Vice President, the people who are in the room with the President for these meetings are focused on other things right now. They're focused on winning a war. That's their first mission, and that's where their time is being spent. I have confidence that at the appropriate time we will have sufficient information to pass along more of a TikTok-y nature that is appropriate and is important in this White House determination to try to provide it. But at this point I'm very constrained in how much details I can get into as a result of what the principals are spending their time on. So, Dick?
Does the President have any second thoughts about whether by launching a limited opportunistic strike last night against the Iraqi leadership, he gave up any of the element of surprise of the main attack or complicated its execution in any way?
I believe your words were limited opportunistic strike. The President's words were the opening phase of disarmament. And that's how the President views this. This was the opening phase, the early stages of disarmament as part of a broad mission whose goal is the disarmament of the Iraqi regime. And in that mission, the President has every confidence that it will be achieved. So the answer is no.
Okay. Both the President and Secretary Rumsfeld over the last few days have warned the Iraqis against sabotaging, destroying oil wells. Secretary Rumsfeld suggested this morning that that, in fact, was happening. To what degree do you have concerns that that would complicate your ability to finance reconstruction efforts there? And more generally, what efforts are you making to reach out to other countries at this point to pay for any reconstruction there?
Okay. Let me make several points on the question of the situation involving energy and this action that we have seen. We have received reports from our forces that a small number of oil wells in southern Iraq are on fire. We have no additional details or no information on the extent of the damage, and the exact nature of the extent of the damage is a terribly important thing when it comes to actually determining if this is a serious event or not a serious event. The United States and its international partners anticipated that Saddam Hussein's regime might attempt acts of sabotage against oil wells. By doing so, Saddam Hussein is trying to destroy the wealth of his own people and once again showing the world that he lies, because if you recall in a recent interview that Saddam Hussein did with CBS News, he was asked if he would take this step, and he said he would not, that the Iraqi regime does not burn its own oil wells. Clearly, we have some evidence already this morning in a small number of cases to the contrary, which is a reminder of what this war is about, the very fact that Saddam Hussein will lie. And the issue is his lies about his possession of weapons of mass destruction. World energy supplies are more than adequate to compensate for any disruption these acts may cause. Saudi Arabia and other major energy suppliers have increased production, and their exports are proceeding normally in this regard.
And on the issue of reconstruction costs and other countries'
Well, I think it's impossible to make any estimations based on this action. As I mentioned, it's a small number of wells, and the extent of the damage is not ascertainable at this time. Mike?
All right, what are the President's benchmarks for success in this campaign?
The President's benchmark for success is the disarmament of the Iraqi regime. That is what has brought the world to war in this case. What has precipitated the use of force was Saddam Hussein's refusal to go along with the United Nations resolutions that required him to disarm. And in this action, the United States is enforcing the resolutions of the United Nations.
How will you know when disarmament has occurred?
There will be a series of military events that you will now witnessing, and you will be kept informed throughout the progress of those events.
What about Saddam Hussein?
You'll be kept informed of the progress of all events, including the leadership structure of Iraq.
No, I'm sorry. What I meant was, what has to happen to him? What has to his status be for this campaign to be a success?
I think the focus is on disarmament, and disarmament is achieved as a result of numerous military actions that are being taken, and command and control is one of those actions that gets taken in the course of combat. And I'm not going to go beyond that and make any predictions of outcomes for any individuals. John?
Two questions. First on Saddam Hussein. In response to Helen's question, you said the administration would still welcome it if he left Iraq. Mm-hmm. Is that a reflection that it is at least the early belief that he survived last night attacks, and if Saddam Hussein or anyone in the senior leadership requested safe passage, is it too late for that now that hostilities have begun, or would the United States?
No, you should not read my answer to be one way or another on anything involving bomb damage assessment. As you know, bomb damage assessment is ongoing, and you should not take that answer to be one way or another. You should take that answer to be a repetition of the statement that's been made often here about Saddam Hussein should leave the country.
On the question of safe passage, if he or anyone in the senior leadership suddenly requested it now, would the United States say yes, or would the United States say too late?
Well, if Iraqi leaders turn themselves in, that would be a very welcome event.
Turn themselves in. That's
turn themselves in, or turn themselves in, or leave the country. Requesting safe passage means you're turning yourself in essence, because you are contacting somebody for the permission to pass through. Any step that would remove Saddam Hussein from power will be welcome. Ed?
I have a follow-up to Mike's question, and I have a separate one. Are you saying that regime change, I assume you're saying, remains the policy and a goal in this campaign?
Well, one thing you can rest assured of is after a military action is taken to disarm Saddam Hussein's regime, we have no intention of leaving Saddam Hussein in charge of Iraq.
And the president said 2 weeks ago that once hostilities began, he would inform the American people and Congress on the range of possible costs, financial costs. Correct. When can we expect that?
No date has been set. It is a matter that is under review, and once a determination is made, it will be provided. Jim?
I'd like to talk for a moment, if we could, about the President's role in the general planning for this. We've had the general idea that the President had already given the go-ahead to the military, authorized them to move at their discretion when the circumstances were best. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
But in this case, he had to be involved in making the decision and giving the execute order for this particular operation for what happened last night. Why did the President have to be involved?
Well, I think you're going to see in the course of combat numerous operations of various natures take place. There will be many discussions here at the White House. I do my best to give you a description of the meetings that the President has without getting into the details of those meetings. And it's during the course of those meetings that the President is informed about progress in the military action, and the President is informed. The President lends his judgment, and there are different matters that require different levels of approval, and it all is a matter of the ongoing conduct of the operation.
In other words, in this particular case, the timing and the nature of the operation required presidential approval that would not have been required just for the beginning of the war as it had been planned for some time.
Well, again, there will be numerous items in the conduct of the war that involve operations at differing levels. Some of those levels may involve discussions or approval from the President, others may not.
Can you give us some sense of to what extent the information that was received last night that prompted this particular mission jumped the schedule that had been anticipated and planned?
No, I'm really not going to get into any type of operational decision making or timing issues, things of that nature. That's not something that I can do. Gene?
First of all, do you have any readout on phone calls?
The President has been making a large number of phone calls over the last several days now to leaders all around the world. He has reached out to leaders in every corner of the world, from a number of Arab leaders who are important to leaders in other nations and other continents. It's a very large volume of calls between yesterday and today. I did not bring with me the specific list of all those calls. It's a large number today.
You posted as is your policy. Let us know.
Let me see what I can do on providing more specifics later. And the calls are still ongoing too.
And the point of the calls?
The point of the calls is to touch base with world leaders about the military operation, to talk to them about the purpose of the mission. The purpose of the mission being, as we've discussed, the disarmament of Saddam Hussein's regime.
Now we know, in hindsight, as we all saw on TV last night, we know how the President opened this war. Why did he open it this way? There are many ways you can do it. Why this way?
Gene, that's a question that gets right to military recommendations. Why did the President follow the recommendations of the military? He followed the recommendations of his national security team because he believes those recommendations are the best way to win the war and to disarm Saddam Hussein. He relies on their judgment and expertise. He lends his thoughts to it, and the action was taken.
But what was his expectation? I mean, this is a done deal. We all know what it is. It's not a secret. What was his expectation?
The President's expectation of all actions military will be to pursue the disarmament of the Iraqi regime. That's what this is about. The reason war has been brought upon us is because Saddam Hussein refused to disarm. This did not have to unfold this way. The President gave Saddam Hussein every opportunity to disarm the way other nations have disarmed when they wanted to disarm, and that meant complying with the United Nations resolutions. Saddam Hussein failed to avail himself of that opportunity, and therefore he brought this upon himself. And the pursuit of this will now be done through military operations, and the President's only objective in making determinations about which military plans are best is what will lead to the disarmament of the regime.
But did the President hope that a strike at the leadership of the Iraqi military and government would in fact disassemble the military and make the operation either end smooth and quicker or go easier if he could knock out the leadership?
Well, clearly, there are millions of Iraqis who are yearning to be free. There are many who are in the military and other places of importance in the Iraqi regime who, if they had freedom, would make different decisions. It's the leadership level at the top that has imposed this tyranny on Iraq and has brought the world to the point of the use of force. Clearly, the world would be better off without these leaders in place. This is all part of the conduct of war. Ken?
Just to close the loop on Gene's question, that was his expectation for last night's mission. Was it fulfilled?
As you know, all bomb damage assessment is being reviewed by the Pentagon and appropriate authorities. Larry?
One more question, please. Can you tell us why Rand Beers has resigned his position as the National Security Council's chief?
He informed the National Security Council that he would leave for personal reasons.
Is his departure connected in any way with his feeling that the beginning of the war against Iraq would undermine the mission?
I've seen no evidence that would support that. He has informed the National Security Council it was for personal reasons. Larry?
Ari, do you read anything into the Iraqi response thus far to the attack? I mean, they've fired a couple of Scuds and apparently set fire to a couple of oil wells.
I think that's a question best addressed to military analysts. I see any large number of them on TV. I think that's not a question that I can answer for you.
But you see, when we quote those analysts, you usually criticize us for not going to the people who know.
Well, in this case, I would refer you to the Pentagon. Ken?
Do you have anything new on the timetable for bringing the supplemental up to, or an estimate on just how big it is?
Nothing new since Ed asked the question just a few minutes ago.
Yesterday, Secretary Ridge suggested that there would be money for Homeland Security in there. Can you give us an idea what kind of figures the White House is working with at this point?
There will indeed be money for Homeland Security in the supplemental appropriation bill that will be sent up to the Congress. The amount of that money will be discussed when the supplemental is sent to the Hill. Dick?
A couple things. Secretary Rumsfeld this morning and you have said that the coalition continues to grow. But frankly, many of these countries aren't in a position to offer an awful lot of military hardware and military resources. We know that they're offering some logistical support here and there, chemical, bioweapons, hazard treatment and training, things like that. But are there any nations besides the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia that are providing direct military assets, personnel, equipment, things like that? And the second question, can this war be considered a success ultimately if Saddam Hussein is not either captured or killed? Because one of the rationales going into it has been the possibility and likelihood that he one day would team up with terrorists and share with them weapons of mass destruction.
Okay.
The Middle East is a very volatile region. If he's able to escape somewhere, a man of his resources with the kind of contacts the U.S. government insists he had, wouldn't he then still be able to make that kind of exchange that the White House has been so afraid of all along?
Okay. 2 points. Interestingly, while, again, there are indeed a large number, and this gets to the political issue about is there international support for the actions the United States is taking, which is a terribly important issue. Does the United States have allies in this endeavor as a measure of political support? Stated, expressed opinion from governments around the world. The answer is overwhelmingly yes, representing more than 1 billion people on all continents around the world. In terms of the combat alone equation, and I remind you, you can't have combat if you don't have overflight rights, if you don't have basing rights, etc. So it's really a broad issue. But narrowing it down exactly to the issue of combat, which is only one slice of how to measure the world's involvement. In terms of actual combat operations, boots on the ground, it's interesting because to lay out the comparison, in 1991, the United States provided in the mid-70s the percentage of the armed forces in the region itself. In this endeavor, the percentage is a little bit higher, but not much. It's comparable. It's mid-80s. And so what you can see is when the decision is made to engage in combat like this, like in 1991 or here in 2003, the fact of the matter is the United States of America does provide the overwhelming bulk of the support for the operation. That's a reflection about the capabilities, the size of our military. The President is very, very pleased to have the operations of other nations in the world, both in the military sense, in terms of the overflight rights. There are nations that have provided chemical and biological training units. They are small in number, but they're important in terms of the measurement of those countries' commitment to this cause. And so the numbers really are not that far off from what it's been before, but the numbers of the coalition, I think, are large and are growing. And that's important, too, to recognize the coalition of the willing is growing. And I'm not sure I can say that about the opposition in this case. On the second point you ask about if Saddam were to leave the country, would he be able to... the issue is the weapons that Iraq possesses and whether Iraq would pass those weapons off to terrorists. I think it's safe to say that anybody who would leave the nation would not be able to leave with those weapons.
So you're ruling out the possibility...
The risk is that a regime led by people like Sadaam Hussein would continue to work to build weapons, which then, because they are in power, they have the covert ability to pass those weapons on to others. That's the purpose of the mission.
I guess my question is, though, if he were to somehow get away, wouldn't there be the possibility, wouldn't there be the fear, certainly within the CIA and the FBI, that he still had
That he would carry
access?
a nuclear weapon with him?
No, that he
I'm
had
not sure
access.
that's...
No. I mean, let's be realistic. The man has a network within his own country. It'll take a while to dismantle that. And wouldn't it be possible, in fact, more than possible, that he could maintain contact with people who had these weapons and that they could somehow be transferred to terrorists?
I think one of the purposes of the disarmament of Saddam Hussein's regime is to dismantle the networks that supported him in the building or in the transfer of those weapons. Mark?
If the United States is at war, and if you assert that the United States has the right to target the Iraqi leader and his inner circle as part of command and control, does that make the President and the White House a legitimate target for Iraqis?
You know, a reporter asked me that question a few weeks ago, and my answer then is my answer now. You can tell anybody who wants to know the answer to that to get their own international lawyer. I won't do it for them.
Can I ask you in general terms? Obviously, we've seen tremendous security around here. Is the President confident in his own safety here?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, can I ask one more thing? All right, just in general terms, that's a fear, obviously, that Americans in general have in terms of their own security. We've seen the terror level go up to orange. Is there any thought that now that war has actually begun, that might change sometime in the near future?
That is always a daily determination about whether it goes up or goes down. There's nothing that's been brought to my attention that would indicate it's going to do either of the above. As far as the security and the comfort of the American people in their homes and in their places of business, the President understands that for many people in this nation, this can be a tense time. The President understands that, and he's very sensitive and caring about that. The President is confident that the steps that have been put in place by the Department of Homeland Security, the improvements made to Homeland Security since September 11th, are effective, but there are no guarantees. But the President does believe that one of the most important, effective ways to protect Americans in the homeland is to stop attacks abroad before they can gather on our own shores. And the biggest threat that we worried about in the cases of Saddam Hussein was that if the world allowed him to, if the world sat on the sidelines, Saddam Hussein would indeed one day bring those weapons to our shore to attack our people. This action is taken to protect our people so that day never arrives. Goyle?
Now, within 24 hours of the war, more and more countries are joining the United States against Saddam Hussein, including many from the Arab countries. Now, what is the reaction from the more Muslim countries in the area, and also what role the United Nations will play in this war?
Okay. It's not my role to speak for the other nations in the region, Muslim or otherwise. They are sovereign. They speak for themselves. In terms of the role of the United Nations, I think that's an issue that's broken into two parts. Regrettably, the United Nations was not able to enforce its resolutions requiring Saddam Hussein to disarm. And as a result of the importance of the United Nations and the importance of the resolutions they passed calling for disarmament, force has been used to make certain that those resolutions are meaningful. The President is disappointed that the United Nations Security Council failed to act to keep the peace. Looking ahead toward the future, there is indeed a very important role for the United Nations in the humanitarian efforts and the reconstruction efforts that lie ahead. That is indeed important. The United Nations has fulfilled that role in all corners around the world with ability in the past, and the President will look to them to do that again in the future. Bill?
Ari, you talked about the coalition growing. Have any nations joined since the war began last night, or are we sort of locked in at the number that we had prior to the hostilities commencing?
No, I think it's fair to say the list is growing. I have a list. Let me see what I can do about disseminating the entire list of it, and I'd like to be able to.
We leave Ari Fleischer's White House briefing now to check in with Nick Robertson on heels of a report just about 15 minutes ago that the air raid sirens started sounding again. Nick, what do you see? What do you hear?
Well, we heard about 10, 12 minutes ago the air raid sirens going off. It had been about 10 hours since the all clear was given. That was the air raid siren, and just about 1 minute ago could detect what sounded like a large detonation coming from the south of the city, but no anti-aircraft gunfire. The city still very still. Surprisingly, the lights of the city on at this time, dogs barking, but no other indication that there may be an attack imminent or an attack underway. Just that one detonation off towards the south side of the city.
Nick, when you hear that siren, are you able to tell us what you're supposed to do?
That's a very good question. We're we make sure that we're safe and that we do our best to continue to report what we can see and hear from our vantage point here in the center of the city, and that's what we're doing at the moment. And we hope to be able to continue to do that. If the situation for us becomes unsafe, then maybe we'll have to leave this telephone line. But at the moment, the situation at the moment is quiet, and we'll continue to keep you informed.
Once again, though, describe what you saw. You saw something that appeared to be what?
A detonation, a sort of a deep thump coming from the southern end of the city. Now, this was the area earlier today where the cruise missiles had impacted, a sort of a distant, dull thump. The anti-aircraft gunfire, when it's closer, has a sort of a sharper crack to it, and this more of a dull thump. But now night has fallen, even though the lights are on all over the city, the road lights, the building lights, the lights in many of the government buildings here, still on, but not possible to say exactly where that detonation was, but it did sound as if it came from the south of the city, the area where those cruise missiles were impacting earlier in the day.
Let's contrast this with what you witnessed last night when there was rapid anti-aircraft fire. There is a concern at the Pentagon that perhaps the Iraqis knew the U.S. was coming. It is possible the Iraqis simply fired at the sky with the expectation that something was coming. The larger concern is that Iraq has some sort of advanced technology that some U.S. officials hadn't realized. Once again, you have not seen any signs of anti-aircraft fire, right?
No anti-aircraft fire at this stage. Watching what happened this morning was interesting. The anti-aircraft fire appeared to erupt from the periphery of the city towards the south and towards the west of the city from our vantage point, and then it died down, and then the anti-aircraft gunfire erupted again. This time it erupted in the center of the city, and then after about 3 or 4 minutes of intense fire from the center of the city, then the anti-aircraft gunfire diminished there. Then a little bit later, another round of anti-aircraft gunfire started again from the periphery of the city. It seems to indicate that only certain areas are firing at certain times, and I think one of our military analysts earlier said this was an indication of good command and control, that they were able to, that the Iraqi forces were able to determine which anti-aircraft batteries should start firing and at what point, and then at what point they should cease their firing.
You told us about some of the precautions you take as you're on duty there, one of the few remaining reporters in Baghdad. When Iraqi citizens hear these sirens go off, what is your understanding of what they are supposed to do?
Well, we do know that some Iraqi citizens have been trying to take shelter in shelters. 2 citizens in hospital today said that they were injured when they were running to try and get to a shelter earlier in the day. Many people are now, I hear anti-aircraft gunfire erupting over the city. I see the bright lights of anti-aircraft gun positions lighting up. Perhaps if we listen, we can hear the anti-aircraft gunfire now.
We can see it and we can hear it, Nick.
Beginning to illuminate the sky, trace of fire. I can see it, the fire coming from northern aspects of the city. I can see it coming from western aspects of the city, 3 or 4 kilometers away, 2 or 3 miles. I see to the southwest of the city anti-aircraft gunfire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least coming up from at least 8 or 9 or 10 different locations. Heavy anti-aircraft gunfire. At this time, not witnessing any detonations in the city, as far as we can see at this time. But that heavy anti-aircraft gunfire, as we witnessed this morning, beginning to pick up at this time.
You said you haven't witnessed any detonations, but one of the first things you described hearing was sort of this low, dull thump, which could have been what?
That's correct. After the air raid siren, about 10 or 12 minutes after the air raid siren, there was what sounded to be a detonation coming from the southern side of the city. We weren't able to see where that was, and we didn't see a flash or a plume of smoke erupting. The anti-aircraft gunfire now, though, coming from many points around the city. I can see anti-aircraft tracer rounds illuminating the sky, some flying horizontally, some flying at trajectories of 45 degrees, 60 degrees, some paths of the anti-aircraft tracers crisscrossing in the sky, orange flashes, red tracer rounds flying through the air, maybe 50, 100 feet apart, multiple flashes. I hear a heavier gun picking up in the city, but still at this time, we're not witnessing, we're not able to see from our position here any detonations. Tracer rounds erupting from the periphery of the city as well.
That, of course, with the exception that first it would appear to be the sound of a detonation happening. Nick, I'm just going to describe once again what Pentagon officials think might have happened last night. There is a concern that the Iraqis had actually set off some anti-aircraft fire even before those U.S. F-117 Nighthawk stealth planes arrived to drop bunker busters. Once again, we're with the picture. Tell us what you're hearing, what you're seeing right now.
Well, the majority of the anti-aircraft gunfire, and I think I can see it coming up from 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe locations to the west of the city. But at this time, the anti-aircraft gunfire and the tracer rounds more off in the distance, not hearing or seeing any of the anti-aircraft gun positions in the center of the city picking up. I do see now some more tracer rounds going up across towards the west of towards the north of the city. But at the moment, the tracer fire, the anti-aircraft gunfire, the tracers we see in the air, coming up from positions towards the periphery of the city. Some of these tracer rounds light up the sky as just bright amber, yellow, and white flashes. Some of them seem to last longer. They are red tracer rounds that seem to hang in the air. Some of the tracer rounds that seem to be crossing the city, almost going horizontally to the ground, whereas others are flying up. But there is above me now partial cloud cover. It is, of course, nighttime here now. We're not able to see any aircraft, not able to hear any aircraft, just the rumble of the distant anti-aircraft gun positions at this time.
And once again, you described the different patterns of this anti-aircraft fire and the tracers as well. Your understanding, you were thinking that there could be potentially 4 anti-aircraft batteries we're talking about here?
More than 4, trying to give an analysis of how many are operational at any given point and what area they are in to give us an idea, a sense of proportion with which the tracer rounds are being fired. The sounds of the guns, that's a little stronger now, picking up closer into the city. Oh, very definitely the tracer rounds picking up closer into the city now. The guns, the anti-aircraft guns in the city now picking up. Oh, huge flash. Huge explosion. Get from the window. Get away from the window. Get away from the window. Okay, no need to panic, but a huge detonation there. Right in the center of the city. Plumes of smoke coming up. You may be able to see that. You may be able to see that on your screen. That appears to be coming from a government building. That government building, secondary explosions, multiple secondary explosions. Woof. Woof. Okay.
Will, please join us here. Please join us.
All right, Nick, let me set the scene for our viewers who may just be tuning in. We're looking at these live pictures over the skies of Baghdad right now. You're seeing Iraqi anti-aircraft fire going up in the skies, but we also heard, as Nick Robertson, our man on the scene in Baghdad, just reported, a huge explosion on the ground that looked like, and we don't know for sure, but that looked like a bomb that was dropped. There it is, another one right there, these live pictures coming in. It looks like a bomb, but obviously we're going to have to get confirmation. Iraqi anti-aircraft fire preceding what looked like a huge explosion down in the center part of Baghdad. Nick, I want to bring you back, assuming you're still connected with us. Tell us what else you're seeing and hearing right now.
Well, several explosions, large detonations in the center of the city. One from what appears to be a government building. There appear to be secondary explosions. Excuse me, I'm a little out of breath. There did appear to be secondary explosions coming from that location. There are large plumes of smoke rising from that location now. About 20 or 30 seconds after that location was hit, and it appears to be a building that I believe is associated with the Ministry of Planning, possibly a building also associated with the Deputy Prime Minister, Tariq Aziz. Another location in an area of Baghdad known to the residents here to be an area, a presidential area. Smoke rising from that. Smoke also rising from a secondary location adjacent to one of the main roads out of the city, perhaps about, there's another explosion going off there as I speak, Wolf, seeing a fire erupting in the black smoke coming up from an earlier detonation. Not clear if that's secondary explosions or if what we're witnessing is another detonation at that site. What I can see at the moment are three distinct locations in the center of Baghdad where there is now heavy, dense black smoke rising. The smoke is rising from locations where we saw impact from what appeared to be bombs. One building, I believe to be associated with the Ministry of Planning, possibly associated with Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz's offices. Two other buildings which appear to be in a presidential compound here in Baghdad, Wolf.
All right, Nick, I want you to catch your breath for a second. Let me explain to our viewers what I think is going on right now. We had seen Iraqi anti-aircraft fire. Clearly, Iraqi air defense systems were getting some sort of warning that U.S. bombs, perhaps Tomahawk cruise missiles or other sophisticated types of satellite-guided bombs, were moving towards the area, perhaps accompanied by U.S. jet fighters. And as a result, they started randomly shooting up in the sky to see if they could knock either the cruise missiles or the U.S. aircraft, presumably that they're flying over Baghdad, down. In the process, shortly thereafter, within a few minutes, we did see several, as Nick Robertson is reporting, huge explosions of major buildings in downtown Baghdad. Huge explosions just after dark, just after about 9:15 p.m. here in the evening in this part of the world. Huge explosions, clearly timed to coincide. This looks, and we don't know this for sure, but this certainly looks like the start of the bigger part, the more orchestrated, the choreographed U.S. air campaign that we had all been bracing for some 24 hours after the ultimatum to Sadaam Hussein had ended, the ultimatum that President Bush gave him to either leave Iraq or face war. War clearly now underway. The skies over Baghdad clearly lit up by these explosions. Nick Robertson, if you're still there, go ahead and tell us what else you're seeing now. It clearly looks like a very, very intense bombardment that's hitting Baghdad.
Indeed, Wolf, the anti-aircraft gunfire now does seem to have subsided. Smoke rising from those three locations, one location perhaps about a mile away from me at this time, a large building associated here generally with the Ministry of Planning, associated also with the offices of Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. That building, from what I can see, engulfed in black smoke, the plumes of smoke now drifting down river along the banks of the Tigris River. Smoke now, the trail of smoke perhaps a mile long, drifting from that location. Another location directly across the river from where I'm standing, a location that many people in Baghdad would associate with a presidential compound. Also smoke coming up from that area, but and another location also in that same presidential area. By far the bigger impact appeared to have been that ministerial building that now seems to be engulfed in black smoke. The detonations that I witnessed around it appeared to come from the base of the building, didn't appear to impact in the center of the building, didn't appear to tear the building apart, so to speak, but certainly erupted at the base of it. Huge amber flashes rolling up with black smoke rolling up the outside of the building. That smoke now engulfing the building, the smoke drifting down the river. Anti-aircraft gunfire does seem to have subsided at this particular point, Wolf.
All right, Nick, stand by for a second. I want you to further assess what's going on. Our military analyst, General David Grange, is joining us now to give us his assessment. General Grange, give us your thoughts on what we're seeing and hearing as far as you can tell?
Well, Wolf, you can't determine the size of the attack by Iraqi air defense weapons firing. They're just going to fire wildly up into the sky, everything they probably have, even if it's a few airplanes or a half a dozen Tomahawk missiles. So you can't judge it by that. With the type of strike that was just reported, it sounds like it was a penetrating munitions that would burrow itself down low into the building, exploding inside, and then of course now you're getting the results of those explosions internally in the lower levels of the building.
And General Grange, does this look to you like Tomahawk cruise missiles or some of those other more sophisticated JDAMs, as they're called, those satellite-guided bombs?
It's hard to tell from these pictures, Wolf, but I would think it would be a combination of both. A lot of times they're used to support each other in an integrated strike. Some have different capabilities, as you well know. So it's hard to tell right now. And it may be, again, another isolated strike like which would happen last night instead of the beginning of a massive air campaign.
Although, as we heard from Nick Robertson, it sounded as if there were significant explosions in 4 or 5, perhaps even 6 different parts of Baghdad. And we're once again looking at these live pictures that we have from cameras throughout Baghdad, showing us the extent of what's going on just after around 9:20 right now. General Grange, stand by for a second. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is over at the White House. Perhaps he's got some more information for us. John?
Well, Wolf, we were told by senior officials, we're obviously standing in the briefing room now, Ari Fleischer just finished. He did not comment on any operations underway, but we were told by senior officials that when Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and General Myers were here this morning, they did offer the President a detailed update on what was to come. And as one senior official told us after that meeting, quote, things are going to ramp up fairly quickly. So I think what we are seeing now in Baghdad is a carrying out of the broader scale attacks that the President was briefed on this morning when his defense team was here at the White House. Wolf?
And John, that broader attack that perhaps, and I want to be very cautious, I want to be precise, that may be starting right now, that envisaged, what, 24 to 48 hours of intensive U.S. bombardment using the most sophisticated precision-guided bombs the U.S. military has.
You heard it directly from Secretary Rumsfeld earlier today in trying to deliver a warning to the Iraqi military as well as an update to the American people. He said these would be military strikes unlike anything ever seen in any past conflict. The Pentagon calls it shock and awe. We were told the President was updated this morning, and again, one senior official used the term ramp up pretty quickly. Other officials here say they have been told by their colleagues at the Pentagon that there will be hours and hours of things to watch.
All right, John, please stand by. General Grange, based on what you knew going into this shock and awe campaign, as it's been dubbed, it would precede any troop movement going into southern Iraq by at least a day or 2 or 3. Is that fair?
No, not necessarily. There may be simultaneous troop movements that could be small scale, isolated operations in different parts of the country. So it may not be just the airstrikes themselves. And this could very well be the beginning of the massive shock and awe. But again, it's too early to tell that from what we're looking at right now.
All right, and so we're just want to assess precisely what we're seeing. We're seeing intensive bombardment in Baghdad, several key locations, according to our Nick Robertson, who's on the scene. Paula Zahn's with us as well. She's joining us from New York. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. We're going to go back to Nick. Nick, you're still with us. I wanted you to review for the folks who are just joining us the 3 distinct locations you think have been struck in the center of Baghdad. Can you hear me?
Paula, I can hear you. Paula, I'm advised now not to report specific locations, so I will report to you generally what I can see here. And I've been advised by Iraqi officials. We are witnessing just in the last few minutes a couple of more explosions in the city. I'm seeing anti-aircraft rounds going up in the city. This attack still seems to be underway at this stage. Perhaps not so active in the center of the city, but however, I do need to stay away from reporting precise locations and particular buildings. But anti-aircraft gunfire lighting up the skies. I'm hearing heavy detonations in the distance at this time. this battle still seems to be very, very much underway at this time, Paula. Anti-aircraft batteries sounding very loud at this stage here.
Let's come back to your description of the detonation, which is very interesting. From the base of the building, we just talked to General Grange, who said it's very difficult, of course, to tell what is being used. It very much could be a combination of cruise missiles, he said, and JDAMs in an integrated strike. Describe to us again what you're actually seeing at the detonation site.
That particular, and I think again the advice I have to operate under here now is that I should stay away from specifics, but it did seem to be, as I indicated before, that the explosion appeared to be at the base of the building. Difficult to say categorically, not being that close, but from what I could see from where I was standing at the base of the building. But I think the reporting guidelines for us here at this time now to stay away from specifics at this time, Paula.
Well understood. Are you able to tell us then if you continue to see the anti-aircraft fire coming in a number of different directions?
At this moment, I'm seeing anti-aircraft gunfire in the distance. It's not as intense as it was a little earlier. There is still some anti-aircraft tracer in the air, perhaps from a couple of locations, but not as intense as it was a little while ago. But it is sporadic now. There'll be a couple of bursts, and the detonations will become heavier again as another couple of locations closer to where I am begin firing. But right at this very moment, it appears to be that we're in a lull. I think from what we saw here before, there were several detonations quite close to us. We've been able to hear since then several detonations further away from us in the city. And right now we appear to be in a little bit of a lull, and I think that is a relative term at this moment. Paula?
Must bring you modicum of relief there. While you are not able to tell us, or not supposed to tell us, specific locations here, are you comfortable telling us whether it is your understanding whether any of these detonations have hit near residential areas?
From what I have seen, that doesn't appear to be the case. But of course, without getting closer, it would be very difficult to make a very accurate assessment. Residential areas are all throughout this city and are very close to many of the key facilities in this city. So, without being much closer to the impact, it would be difficult to say if residential areas were affected. But my initial assessment would be from the first few detonations. They would not appear to have been in residential areas. Paula?
Nick, we're going to let you catch your breath once again. I go back to Wolf Blitzer, standing by in Kuwait City. Wolf?
Thank you very much, Paula. I want to go right to the Pentagon, where our Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr is standing by. She's got some new developments. Barbara?
Wolf, sources have now told CNN that the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has crossed the line, has crossed through the DMZ, and is in Iraq on their way to their major objectives. This will be the first indication we have of a major movement of ground forces into Iraq. Now, in terms of what we are seeing on television over Baghdad, I must tell you that there is conflicting information from the U.S. military at the moment, and that may be quite deliberate on their part. They would like very much to preserve what they call tactical surprise. Some officials telling us that what we are seeing is what they call continued preparation of the battlefield. In other words, continuing to get ready for this shock and awe that so many people have referred to, the massive coordinated air and ground attacks that are expected within the next 24 to 48 hours. But I also must tell you, other officials are warning us that possibly what we are seeing over Baghdad may be the very opening round of what essentially is the war. So a lot of confusing signals here at the Pentagon, quite deliberate by all accounts, a lot of confusion. People know what they know, and they don't know anymore. But we have been told by a senior military official that the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has now crossed the line and is on their way to their major objectives inside Iraq. Wolf?
All right, these are significant developments, Barbara. I want to pick them up with you and go through them because they are very important developments. What we're seeing on our screen right now are live pictures coming from Baghdad. Looks like a building obviously on fire after a U.S. bomb hit that building. We don't know what that building is. We don't know what was inside. that building, although we obviously serious damage as this fire continues. We're going to let that picture stay. Barbara, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force now moving, going across the Kuwaiti border into southern Iraq. There are, what, about 50,000 U.S. Marines in the northern part of Kuwait ready to move into Iraq?
That's about right, Wolf. Now, what we don't know at this moment, because things are extremely fluid on the ground, of course, is whether the entire 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has now crossed over. But certainly the first elements have. We have been told that this unit has, quote, crossed the line. They are on their way. In terms of the pictures we're seeing in Baghdad, I know Nick Robertson has reported this very extensively, but it is not a surprise to anyone here that the area where these explosions have been reported to possibly be taking place in the so-called presidential palace areas of Baghdad, that we are getting our first reports from there. There were many, many indications, and no surprise to anybody, that this would be some of the first targets the U.S. military would attack in downtown Baghdad. Indeed, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said just a little while ago in this briefing room, as well as General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs, that the Iraqi leadership was now considered a legitimate target for this campaign. So probably not a big surprise that we're seeing some of these presidential compounds being attacked. Wolf?
And Barbara, as you well know, a lot of these buildings, these military and other senior buildings in downtown Baghdad have these huge underground complexes that the U.S. intelligence community has often described in great detail. The kinds of bombs that would presumably be dropped would be able to penetrate deep underground. Talk to our viewers a little bit about what you suspect might be the nature of those bombs that would be designed to go underneath the buildings and destroy some of those underground bunker facilities.
Well, you know, Wolf, the military does have some deep penetrating weapons, as they call them, but the intelligence community since late last year had been looking very closely at detailed architectural drawings that they thought represented how these bunkers were made. There'd been a number of West European and former East European firms in and out of Baghdad for many years in previous years working on these underground bunker facilities. The U.S. intelligence community had looked at them and tried to determine what kinds of weapons they could put on these targets that would make them collapse. It's been a big challenge to the U.S. military over the years. It is believed in many quarters that Saddam has simply dug deeper and made these facilities harder and more robust than the U.S. weapons can readily penetrate. It is our understanding that the initial strike on Baghdad last night, for example, included 2,000-pound bombs from F-117 fighters and, of course, about 36 Tomahawk missiles, which have either a 1,000, 2,000-pound warhead. By all accounts, if they really want to destroy some of these underground bunkers, they are going to have to put an awful lot of ordnance on target. There's a lot of experimental programs. Of course, remember, we saw that big weapon test in Florida just several days ago. It is not known whether any of those weapons are really ready to use in this campaign. Wolf.
That was the Moab, M-O-A-B, what was nicknamed the mother of all bombs, not yet ready, though, for action by all accounts, even though it was tested at the Eglin Air Force Base. Barbara, I want to just finally wrap up with you the second point that you made. You reported that elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force in northern Kuwait, now having crossed the border into southern Iraq, moving on targets there, a very significant development. But you're also getting conflicting information. Let me just repeat this from Pentagon sources, whether these huge explosions we're seeing, and we can look at these fires that are now underway. You're looking in the middle of your screen at this picture of this building clearly on fire, destroyed by this U.S. bomb. You're getting conflicting information whether this is the actual start of the massive bombardment campaign that has been so widely advertised, or maybe it's just another little preliminary activity?
Absolutely, Wolf. I must tell you, with the entire world watching as we speak, waiting for a signal that the war has begun. The massive air and ground bombardment that the Pentagon has promised. It's very difficult to get clear information right now from military officials. Many military officials we have spoken to in as little as the last 10 minutes are also directly expressing confusion. They say they are not certain exactly what is going on at this hour. It is being run out of the theater at the U.S. Central Command headquarters of General Tommy Franks. And the Pentagon has been saying since we got here this morning, one of their major goals, officials telling us, is to preserve tactical surprise, to put out a lot of potentially not clear information, not to signal exactly what is going on so they can preserve tactical surprise for those U.S. ground troops crossing into Iraq, for U.S. pilots flying over Baghdad, for the troops that are at serious risk at the moment. So right now, it is very difficult to tell you one way or the other whether or not the war has begun.
All right, Barbara, stand by. As General David Grange, our military analyst, said to us only in the past few minutes that he would not be surprised to see a simultaneous move. Airstrikes joined by ground forces. No 24-hour or 48-hour delay. Clearly what Barbara Starr reporting, elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, huge numbers of Marines in the northern part of Kuwait, now having crossed the line, gone into southern Iraq. And I just want to add that many British troops, some 30,000 British forces, have been attached to the U.S. Marines. We don't know this for sure, but presumably British forces involved as well. I want to go back to my colleague Judy Woodruff in Washington. She has more. Judy?
Thank you, Wolf. Of course, all of us are riveted on these live pictures coming out of Baghdad through the night scope, and occasionally we're also showing you pictures from Al Jazeera television. This is, as Wolf has been saying, a building that appears to be burning. We've had various shots of it. There appears to be smoke rising out of this building and at least 2 other locations in Baghdad. Our Nick Robertson, of course, on the ground there, limited in what he is able to say because of Iraqi officials who are with him. But we are trying through these pictures just to give you the best sense that we have of what's going on the ground, on the ground. Is it Nick or is it John that I'm to go to now? Nick?
Yes, Judy, we can see from where we're standing those buildings still burning. The fire is really seeming to get a hold, and smoke continuing to come out of those buildings. The anti-aircraft gunfire is still going up towards the edge of the city here, just a little, just a small amount of fire, a small number of tracers rising into the air. Very interesting to see when the attack happened, there was a lot intense anti-aircraft activity here in the center where the attack was going on. Very soon after that attack ceased, the anti-aircraft gunfire in this area stopped almost immediately. Another indication that this time very strong command and control on and discipline with the anti-aircraft gun batteries in the city at this time. Judy?
Nick, some of us saw an Associated Press report to the effect that there was some sense that maybe there's been a split, a break in communications, if you will, between the center and outlying military. I presume from where you are, that's something that's very difficult for you to have, to be able to comment on or have information on. But from your perspective, you say you're seeing, your sense is that they are responding in some coordinated way.
That's exactly what we're seeing here in the city of Baghdad. A response to the threat, responded to in a coordinated and apparently disciplined way. Fire when the threat is close, no anti-aircraft fire when the threat has moved on. Certainly Iraq's government fearing earlier this week that they could lose some elements of their command and control structure. That's why it appears the government moved over the weekend to set up the country in 4 distinct regions, so that should it be necessary to devolve military and political command, the country was already on a footing to do with that. The south of Iraq, the Basra area bordering with Kuwait, put under the control of Ali Hassan al-Majid, a cousin of President Sadaam Hussein. The north, next to the Kurdish territories, put under the control of Izzat Ibrahim, vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council. Baghdad is under control of President Saddam Hussein's youngest son, and who also controls the Special Republican Guard. The anti-aircraft gunfire here in the city, at least in the areas we can see at this particular moment, does appear to have stopped right now, Judy.
Nick, while we're looking at these live pictures from Baghdad through the night scope, let me just quickly take you back to the video you told us about a little over an hour ago, for what appeared to be fresh video of Saddam Hussein meeting with his foreign minister, Tariq Aziz, with other officials around a table. We were showing that video for a short time. Were you able to get enough, any sort of sense from looking at that, of whether that is new?
There are several indications. There are obviously, and have been recently, many such meetings. Some of the things that made this meeting different: it was at a smaller table than normal. Everyone was in military uniform. President Saddam Hussein has not been in military uniform for over 2 years, excepting his appearance this morning and an appearance on Iraqi television yesterday. Also, the noticeable absentee from that meeting was Izzat Ibrahim, the vice chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council. He has been put in control of the northern region of Iraq. Possibly the very fact that he wasn't at that meeting an indication that he may be closer, he may be in the north. We don't know that, but he would normally have been present at such a meeting. So possibly that is again another indicator that this particular video of this particular meeting was a meeting that happened quite recently. Judy?
Clearly that video, Nick, of great interest to U.S. officials who want to know if Saddam or if any of the people close to him were affected by that missile strike earlier today. Nick, if you could just back up for us and describe what you've seen over the last hour or so there in Baghdad.
Judy, it began with the warning anti-aircraft siren. Then 12, perhaps 15 minutes later, we heard a detonation towards the south of the city. Then began to see anti-aircraft gunfire erupting, perhaps within about 20 or 25 minutes of the air raid warning going off. That's when there were the heavy detonations, the impact in the center of Baghdad here, and since then the buildings, at least one of the buildings that was affected, continuing to burn quite intensively at this particular moment, and smoke rising into the air from that building. The other buildings that appear to have been hit, we don't see smoke rising from those areas at this particular time, Judy.
All right, Nick Robertson continuing to report for us live from Baghdad. He is our eyes and ears there right now as we are riveted by these pictures coming in from Baghdad, where it is getting well on into the evening. Back to my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf, I know and I assume the U.S. military is looking at these pictures every bit as anxiously as we are.
These are confirmation, these are live pictures for the U.S. military confirming that their bombs have indeed hit certain targets. They can see CNN just as readily as all of us can, and it's always impressive to me. I remember from the first Gulf War, many Pentagon officials saying to me at the time, we knew we hit the targets, they said, once we saw those pictures live on CNN, and we're seeing these buildings now on fire, buildings that have been bombed by U.S. Either Tomahawk cruise missiles, or those are the unmanned missiles, or by bombs that were precision-guided bombs that were targeted by U.S. warplanes. I think General Grange is standing by. General David Grange, our military analyst. General Grange, when you see this, I was reminded of what President Bush said last night in his speech. He told the American people, this will not be a campaign of half measures, and we will accept no outcome but victory. It looks like this is not necessarily a half measure.
No, not at all. But again, with the number of hits that it appears have taken place around Baghdad, it's still not the main effort. And it's the same with the Marines. If they were reported that the Marine Expeditionary Force or elements thereof crossed the line of departure into Iraq, we again don't know if that's the main attack, a supporting effort, a feint, or just reconnaissance moving through the area that may be moving back. And that's doctrinally the different types of things that the units could do on the ground, and of course we don't know what that is yet.
All right, General Grange, stand by for a second. John King is at the White House. He's got some additional information. John?
Well, Wolf, this is a White House extraordinarily reluctant to talk about operational details. It says all such details will come from the Pentagon, but we have been talking to some senior officials here. Again, one official familiar with the presentation Mr. Bush received this morning from Defense Secretary Rumsfeld told us that things would be ramping up, quote, fairly quickly. Another senior official I spoke to, as Judy was speaking to Nick Robertson in Baghdad, said he could confirm that there is a significant escalation underway in and around Baghdad and elsewhere. This official, however, refused to give any other details, saying that operational security is, of course, critical right now. A third official said he had been told that things would escalate today but take, quote, several days to unfold. We should note for our viewers that the President has signed a broad order giving the generals in the field the authority to execute the battle plan. The President is being consulted on the big decisions and, of course, being kept informed constantly as to the developments, but the generals in the field have the authority to execute the battle plan. As we watch these pictures, one more footnote, Wolf, the President is to speak to the media today during a meeting with his cabinet. We expect the President's remarks about 1 hour from now, perhaps an assessment from the President on how things are going in the second day here of the war in Iraq. Wolf.
And the chain of command going from the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, to the Secretary of Defense, to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and then to the Commander General Tommy Franks. Is that correct, General Grange? Is that how the chain of command goes from the President down to Tommy Franks?
Actually, it goes through the Secretary of Defense right to General Franks, with the Chairman as an advisor, of course, because of his position with all the Joint Chiefs of Staff. But I think what's very pleasant to hear is this, in fact, that once the okay was given, if the conduct of the campaign, the operational campaign in that theater is being conducted by General Franks, reporting certain critical items through his chain of command, but fighting the war as he's been trained and his subordinates been trained to do, that's a wonderful thing to hear for any military personnel in a theater.
And finally, General Grange, I just want to throw out one idea to you and run it by you. I know you're not surprised to see elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, as our Barbara Starr reporting from the Pentagon, now moving into southern Iraq, crossing the border from northern Kuwait into southern Iraq, moving in simultaneously with this air campaign that is underway in Iraq. But given the fact that earlier in the day here in Kuwait, there were Iraqi missile attacks against targets in the northern part of Kuwait and elsewhere, do you think it's possible that the U.S. simply decided, General Franks, to accelerate the ground assault into southern Iraq in order to deal with the potential of artillery or short-range missile attacks into Kuwait?
Could very well be. What happens on a timeline is that the local commander can slide the time on this scale, these key events, they call it, this key event checklist, back or forward, depending on the situation. And you want to do that. You want to adapt to what is actually happening from the results of your initial operations, like the strike last night as an example, or an enemy action like their missile attack. You want to be able to adjust that so you have positional advantage and you have the opportunity to take these advantage of the current situation as it develops. And that's what you're probably seeing.
All right, General Grange, stand by. I want to bring back Paula in New York. Paula, I'm sure all of our viewers saw those pictures throughout the day today of U.S. military troops in the northern part of Kuwait putting on their chemical equipment, their gear, getting ready for that worst-case scenario. Certainly, if in fact huge numbers, large numbers of ground forces now moving into southern Iraq, they obviously would like to make sure that the Iraqis have no additional artillery or short-range, medium-range missile capability to effectively deal with them in the northern part of Kuwait. Paula?
And I think it's well evidenced by what we've heard from our embeds today, well rehearsed for that scenario. Bob Franken was telling us where he was stationed at a U.S. air base in Kuwait, at least a call to a code red almost a half dozen times. We call your attention to the right part of the screen once again to remind you there appears to be a lull in what was an intense campaign over Baghdad. Nick Robertson, our man on the ground, one of the few reporters remaining in Baghdad, describing multiple explosive explosions rocking the city, at least leaving 2 buildings on fire. His most interesting description was the way the detonations appeared, and we're hoping this might give some cues to some of our military experts here. He described the detonations appearing at the base of the building, and as I understand it, that could indicate a combination of cruise missiles and JDAMs in a coordinated strike. Miles O'Brien is our man to do some of this analysis right now, and he will be joined by 2 men who know an awful lot about this subject. Miles?
Paula, as we watch this so-called shock and awe campaign unfold, let's take a step back, take a look from way up high in space and get a sense of where things are unfolding. You've been hearing Nick Robertson talk about what he's able to see from his hotel room. He's well situated to see some crucial targets in Baghdad, and with the help of some satellite imagery, through the help of a company called Digital Globe, which offers us great satellite images, we're going to zoom in and give you sort of the lay of the land, if you will, with the help of General Wesley Clark and General Don Shepard. First of all, this big wide shot of Iraq, let's zoom in on Baghdad proper, city of 4 or 5 million. While we're doing that, let's talk to the generals. General Clark, first of all, any surprises so far as targeting based on what you've seen?
No, we've been told this is going to be regime-level targeting, and so they're going after areas that are central to the government, probably have bunkers underneath them, command and control sites, places where the key leaders in the government are hiding. This is standard based on the doctrine that's been set up and the objectives of the campaign as we know it. But of course, Miles, the thing is we really don't know what's happening outside that little portion of Baghdad that's being reported.
All right, let me just show you. I put some numbers on the screen here. Unfortunately, you can't see the number 3. If you could take away that strike on Iraq banner for just a moment, I'll tell you what we've got. This is Nick Robertson right here in this hotel. He's got a field of view of about like this, let's say. Over here is that building he was referring to where Tariq Aziz is known to have an office. It is clearly in flames. Over here is the palace of all palaces, the mother of all palaces, if you will. Among Saddam's 50 palaces, it is perhaps the most important one, if you will. Now let's move in and go to this Council of Ministers building, which is another location where Tariq Aziz and the ministers obviously convene. It's hard for Nick to get a good view on that one, so we're not certain exactly what's going on there. General Shepard, why these targets?
Basically, these, as General Clark said, are leadership targets, Miles, that have been listened to and watched for a long period of time. There may or may not be people in there. There may or may not be bunkers underneath them, but we've got good intelligence on all of these targets, and we're going to take them out. The important thing is this is not carpet bombing of downtown Baghdad. These are very specific precision targets against known targets of command and control and leadership at this time, Miles.
The building that I have highlighted is that building that Nick Robertson was just talking about, known to be in flames, known to be an office frequented by Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister of Iraq. We had a night vision picture of it not too long ago. Can't get it right now, but you will clearly see that this image is now hopelessly outdated. This image probably captured about a year ago by our friends at Digital Globe. Let's go back to that wide shot one more time, and I want to ask General Clark about the precision of these strikes. Can you take it to the bank on these sorts of things, cruise missiles and JDAMs? How accurate are they?
They should be accurate within just 2 or 3 feet on average, maybe 2 meters on the outside. But like anything that's mechanical or electrical, there's always a possibility for an error. So out of every 50 or 60, maybe one is going to go badly astray. Maybe it'll hit nowhere near, or maybe it'll miss by a half mile. But 98% of these are going to be right there within the space of 6, 8, 10 feet of where you want it to hit.
All right, as we take an aerial tour of Baghdad, courtesy of Digital Globe, I'll ask you, General Shepard, it seems to me that these obvious targets, even to armchair folks such as myself, would be the last place on earth you'd find Sadaam Hussein right now. What do you think?
I think that's probably true. On the other hand, there is a lot of records and that type of thing in these buildings. There may be also bunkers and storage in the buildings that are very important. I think we've got a lot of intelligence about that over time period. So again, this is the governmental control area of Baghdad, not just downtown Baghdad that we're looking at, Miles.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us the lay of the land as we look at the Tigris. Oh, I'll tell you what, let's bring in General Grange. General Grange, range. What are your thoughts on these targets so far? And I'll zoom back in and I'll show you another one of these palaces, which might very well be on the target list. Any surprises that you've seen? Is this all stuff that would be in the realm of predictable?
No, I think there's no surprises, but I think there's one important point to keep in perspective, and that is, though these are outstanding, the state-of-the-art high-tech weapons, munition systems, they're only as good as the intelligence that you're provided that is the site you actually plan to hit.
All right.
And so as they move things around, you got to be very careful.
All right, as we go from another one of Saddam Hussein's palaces, that huge palace compound, I do want to show you one more thing here. This is the Ministry of Information, and right here in the center of your screen, this is where we have a camera that is now unstaffed. This is where correspondents had been reporting for quite some time. We want to tell you that our correspondents are not there anymore. And General Clark, why would they want to evacuate that building, do you think?
Because the Ministry of Information is probably also the center of propaganda. It has command and control functions for a police state, and it makes it a logical target. So even if we haven't struck it, they would expect us to strike it.
General Shepard, I got to ask you one thing. I'm struck by the fact that we're getting a very, to say the least, narrow view of what
This is a test of the emergency alert system. The emergency alert system has replaced the emergency broadcast system. During an emergency, this system will be used to provide information that will be vital to your safety. The emergency alert system may be used during hazardous material incidents, 911 system failures, floods, wildland fires, earthquakes, or other emergencies. Many radio and television stations in Orange County are participating in the distribution of emergency information using the emergency alert system. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
The periphery of the city, the perimeter of the city, as if it would be a wall of anti-aircraft gunfire. Difficult to say how high those rounds are flying up into the air, but at least several thousand, they appear to be going up at least several thousands of feet. Red trace around some of them just lazily. I'm watching one climb into the air before it disappears. Above that, even brighter amber flashes. But the periphery, the city, the perspective I'm looking at just now, just a wall of anti-aircraft fire miles.
Nick, are you in a situation where minders are in any way telling you what you can say or cannot say at this point?
Miles, we've had a government official with us since we've been broadcasting from this location for the last 24 hours, and we still do have a government official with us, and the indications that they're giving to us is to stay away from specific targets that might be immediately across the river from where we are, at least.
So that view is at best limited. You only have, if you had to come up with the degrees, how many degrees of vision do you have outside your window there?
Well, we have approximately from this window, I would say, at least 120 degrees of vision in it. If I move to another window, because it sticks out at the end of the hotel, looking up and down the river and back around the sides of the hotel, probably 200 degrees of view. If you lean out even further, perhaps a little more. We certainly have the flexibility here to get a good view. From where I'm standing at this moment, a good 120, 140 degrees of view.
All right, and we have to be a bit circumspect in all this. Nick is obviously in a ticklish situation there. I'm going to throw it back to the generals, and what I've done here on using the satellite imagery is give you kind of a sense of the view across the river there, if you will, the expanse of Baghdad sweeping out there. General Shepard, Baghdad is the focus of this entire package as far as we know it, right?
Well, it's the focus of what we're seeing and watching, Miles. I suspect that there are widespread strikes going on in other areas around the country where we think there are leadership, weapons of mass destruction, and troop concentrations that could be in the way of General Frank's plans.
General Clark, would you concur with that?
I do concur with that. And I think also as you look at the extent of Baghdad and you realize the significance of that target, that it's going to take a lot of work. Now, what we're watching is a battle that's unfolding here. So really, it's what we strike and then what the level of resistance is and the organization of that resistance that's coming back at us. So we should be watching the incoming and the outgoing to sort of get a sense for how the battle is going here.
General Grange, as we sort of fly over Baghdad here, if you will, in a manner of speaking, you really do get a sense of the challenges ultimately of engaging in any sort of combat, urban combat. Just if you could touch on a few points there for us.
Sure. First of all, just from the air, just the angle of attack to have a munition penetrate a certain a target area, especially when they live subterranean with great technology themselves provided by, let's say, some of the European countries and how to burrow under the ground effectively. The same with in North Korea. It's the same challenge. And so you have to understand when you're looking at 12-story buildings and you're trying to get down to the 5th floor below that, and these buildings are up against each other, how do you get that angle to get that strike in the right place at the right point with these munitions? The other is you can just imagine how something like this would swallow up people on the ground. Moving through the city, the streets, the buildings, to do fighting in urban terrain, how difficult that is. How to call in supporting fires to get fire on the right spot, let's say a block away from you or on the other side of a building. How do you do that with the angles of munition delivery? Very difficult, very hard in communications, and a challenge for fighting.
And as we go through here, General Clark, the incredible sprawl of this city of 4 to 5 million, it really does strike me. How about you?
It really does, but there's two things about it, Miles. First, it's got modern communications arteries, and that means you can take the city and you can cut it up into sectors, and you can isolate bits and pieces. And that's one of the things we would always do when we're looking at urban warfare. And the other thing is that when you look at it, there's only a small part that really is like the Kasbah or like Jenin, or that's really intricate, difficult, small little streets where you'd really be in tough fighting.
All right, let's leave it at that for now as we take back you up to a nice wide shot of this city. Perhaps somewhere in that city of 4 to 5 million is Sadaam Hussein. We don't know that for sure, but that is the pursuit right now of a tremendous amount of the U.S. military. Paula?
And Miles, of course, we still don't know whether that really was Sadaam Hussein in that video that was released shortly after the attack started last night, and in a subsequent piece of video that was just released over an hour ago that Nick Robertson shared with us, showing him meeting with Tariq Aziz as well as other top military leaders. That is something the administration continues to analyze at this hour. They are not saying anything about his status. And as I leave you, we have had confirmation this hour of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force having crossed into Iraq in what is being described as preparation for the battlefield. It is not clear exactly what stage of Operation Iraqi Freedom we are in. Barbara Starr reporting from the Pentagon about all they're saying is that this could be the opening round of the war. No official characterization of what we've just seen unfold in Baghdad. We are also hearing from the White House that things would escalate quickly, but it could still take several days to unfold. But what we can tell you as we hit the top of the hour here, Iraq has been hit by a series of explosions leaving at least 2 buildings on fire. One of those, as Miles just pointed out on those maps, could very well be a presidential palace compound, and another building that the Tariq Aziz is known to do meetings in, and other military officials apparently meet in as well. That wraps it up here for the 1 o'clock hour of our coverage. Strike on Iraq. Joining us now from Atlanta is my colleague Aaron Brown. Aaron, the whole team will be back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
Paula, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who are just joining us, you've now got a brief overview of where we are. Nick Robertson is in Baghdad. on the phone. Nick, give us a sense of two things now. Is this wall of anti-aircraft fire that you talked about a minute ago, is that still going on? Okay, we're having a little trouble finding Nick's phone. Nick is in a hotel. And
I'm here again.
There we go, Nick.
Yes.
Are you able to still hear this wall, what you described as a wall of anti-aircraft fire? Is it still going on?
It does seem to have subsided at the moment. It picked up about 10, 15 minutes ago towards the edge of the city we're looking towards. Now it seems to have subsided. We didn't seem to hear any impacts associated with that, and now it appears to have subsided again. We seem to be in another lull at this particular moment.
Okay, Nick, stay with me here for a second. To the Pentagon, Barbara Starr has been developing some information. Barbara?
Well, Aaron, the picture is very confused here, but what Nick just said about being in a lull at the moment might indicate that this entire campaign has not yet unfolded. As we have always understood it, the notion of shock and awe of hundreds of missiles and bombs falling on Baghdad in a coordinated air and ground force campaign from the south, in that kind of scenario, there would be no lull in the bombing. There are indications at the moment from what Nick has seen in Baghdad, of course, that there is a lull. Now, we've talked to any number of military officials in the last several minutes, and they have told us even for them the picture is confused at the moment. They have always said to us that we would, quote, know it when we see it, that the war is fully underway, that we would have no questions, and we are getting indications, if we are uncertain, if we have questions about it, perhaps the war is not fully underway. This may simply be another phase in the so-called preparation of the battlefield. The goal had always been, of course, to take out Iraqi leadership targets in Baghdad, give Saddam Hussein and his closest advisors nowhere to run. Aaron?
Do you have any sense that the plan itself, for any reason or any reason you can tell us, has changed, or are you, well, no, not or anything. Do you have any sense that the plan has changed?
Well, let's tell people the little that we do know here, which is administration officials. Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld, for one, says there is still some debate about whether that was Saddam Hussein himself on the tape. The intelligence community still struggling with this notion. So then we ask the question, if you thought in the administration that Saddam Hussein was dead, would the plan have changed? Officials say not very clear. Don't jump to that assumption. Not at all clear at the moment that the plan is being changed. But Aaron, events are unfolding very quickly. There's always that old saying, no plan survives first contact with the enemy, and we are seeing a very fluid environment.
It is that. Barbara, thank you. Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Marines have moved now into from northern Iraq, rather from northern Kuwait into southern Iraq. That too is being described as preparation for the battle to come. Wolf Blitzer is in Kuwait and has been reporting from there. Wolf, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you also, Aaron. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, there are about 50,000 U.S. Marines. They've been training in the northern part of Kuwait, getting ready to move into the southern part of Iraq. They've been backed up by a heavy contingent of British ground forces as well. They're working very, very closely together. Our Barbara Starr reporting only within the past half hour or so that elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force has now moved into southern Iraq. Clearly a significant development coming as it does amidst this second day of bombardment. A limited Tomahawk cruise missile strike last night, followed today by these strikes in Baghdad. Once again, we only are seeing what's happening in Baghdad. That's where we have a reporter on the scene, our Nick Robertson. That's also where we have TV cameras that can show us what's going on. Iraq, a huge country. We don't know if there are other strikes unfolding elsewhere around the country, although Barbara Starr suggesting that perhaps this is not the shock and awe full-scale campaign, air campaign, that we had anticipated for some time. Conflicting information coming along on that. Here in Kuwait, I have to tell you, this has been a difficult day for a lot of the U.S. troops, especially up in the northern part. of the country, as they've been forced on several occasions to hear those sirens and go into their full chemical and biological gear, including putting on the gas masks, as they braced for Iraqi rocket fire, missiles coming in. It was an eerie picture, and a lot of U.S. troops up in the north certainly scared as they were forced to undertake this worst-case scenario kind of equipment. They had drilled for it, they had worked on it for months and months and months, but when it actually happens in a potential battlefield environment, obviously people get a lot more nervous, they get a lot more scared. In Kuwait City itself, which is what, 40, 50, 60 miles further south, there were some sirens that went off, false alarms, nothing serious happening here in the Kuwaiti capital, although there's a sense that the U.S. military certainly does not want to wait for the Iraqis to get lucky, and if in fact the Marines are now moving into southern Iraq, they'll presumably be backed up by a lot of other U.S. forces who might be in a position to make sure the Iraqis won't be able to launch Scuds, Frogs, other kind of short-range missiles or artillery barrages into any part of Kuwait. Certainly the Kuwaiti government is counting on the U.S. military to protect the people who live here in Kuwait, and there are tens of thousands, indeed more than 150,000 U.S. and British forces already stationed here in Kuwait, just waiting for the order to move into Iraq. On the whole, Aaron, I have to tell you, it's been a very, very tense day here, but it looks like there's movement on the military front, and that's going to make a lot of Kuwaitis much more relieved.
It's an odd thing, isn't it, that they have been perhaps more than almost anyone waiting, anticipating, worrying, but as it unfolds, they will in many respects be the most relieved. Wolf, will be back to you shortly. Kira Phillips is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier at sea. Kira, what are you seeing planes taking off? Do we have any idea of what their mission is right now?
A lot of interesting things happening now, right now, Aaron. Actually, the last 12 aircraft just landed here on the USS Abraham Lincoln, finishing up their missions for the night. And, you know, I've been listening to the coverage for the past couple of hours. I've been listening to what the generals have been saying. I've been listening to the conversation among all of you, and even Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. And I have to tell you, it's all making sense, what you are saying and what I am hearing here. A number of phrases. One is operational deception. It's a phrase that I'm hearing a lot, and the point is to basically confuse a potential enemy. We think that one thing may happen. Within minutes, that plan changes. And that is what's happening here on the USS Abraham Lincoln and out here in the Persian Gulf. A plan may be in place. You may think that certain flights are going out at a certain time, but then within minutes, that changes. Of course, all with the hope to not lay out an exact battle plan. Something else that I heard the general say, and that was usually the Tomahawk and cruise missiles, those will go off first, and then within minutes, the strike fighters will come in and help complete the mission. That's the same talk that's been going on here. That seems like a standard operating procedure. I can tell you all morning, all day, and all night, and right now are closed-door, top-secret briefs in the intel centers, in the squadron-ready rooms. I'm constantly making calls and checking in with various sources on the ship, and they're telling me, I just don't know. I thought we had the plan, but it's changing moment by moment. Now, that's where the training comes in. They've been training for these type of scenarios, and so they're ready to go at a moment's notice. But even a plan that has been set forth, for example, today turned out to be quite different than what I was told was going to happen today. So we learn by the second, Aaron.
Kira, we are all learning by the second. Just before you get away from me, I gather that the mood right now on that carrier is considerably different than the mood on that carrier 24 hours ago.
I've got to tell you, they've been out here for 8 months. 8 months yesterday, I believe it was. A couple months longer than their 6-month cruise. I got to tell you, everybody was up watching the President of the United States make his speech, and when he said that Operation Iraqi Freedom was in order in a there was a sigh of relief. I have to tell you in one way that, okay, here we go. This is why we're out here. This is what we've trained to do. Let's go. All of a sudden, there was a boost in morale, and the energy around here was pretty incredible. And that hasn't stopped. The adrenaline is still flowing, and planes continue to come back all day today. They continue to come back without bombs. And I'll tell you, that wasn't happening a few days ago, Aaron.
Kira, thank you. Kira Phillips, you can imagine the adrenaline that is coursing through the veins of these pilots as they take off from these aircraft carriers. These carriers, the Lincoln and others, are so critical to how this battle will ultimately unfold. Wolf?
There are several U.S. aircraft carriers, Aaron, in the region, 5 to be specific, 3 in the Persian Gulf, 2 in the Eastern Mediterranean that have been involved in this operation so far. I want to show our viewers some pictures that were taken by video phone aboard the USS Constellation, which is another aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf. And if we could put those pictures up, what our viewers will see, and we'll break away from these live pictures of Baghdad that we've been looking at, you'll see these planes taking off from the deck of the USS Constellation, getting ready for battle, for war, if you will. F-14s, F-18s. These are the kinds of planes that have that take off from the aircraft carriers and pursue Iraqi targets. Over the past many years, they've been bombing Iraqi targets in the southern no-fly zone. That has all changed now with the start of this war. They'll be bombing Iraqi targets elsewhere. Here you see one of the jets taking off from the USS Constellation, a video phone picture taken earlier. We're looking now, we're back at these live pictures. We're taking a look at what's happening in Baghdad, the Iraqi capital. You see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you see a fire that continues to blaze over there. One of the buildings, presumably, that's still on fire as a result of the U.S. bombardment within the past couple hours of downtown Baghdad. 3 key locations, we're told. Our Nick Robertson on the scene, watching this, trying to better understand what's going on the streets downtown Baghdad. Our senior White House correspondent John King has got some more information. He's joining us now live. John?
Well, Wolf, this is the White House that is extraordinarily reluctant to give us any operational details, so we are waiting to hear from President Bush. He is in a meeting this hour with his cabinet. Mr. Bush trying to deliver the message to the American people that the work of the government goes on even as we watch what goes on in day 2 of the war effort. We will hear from President Bush. Those remarks about 45 minutes away, I believe. We expect the President to give a statement on his assessment of the battle so far, but we do not expect the President to take any questions. As for what we are seeing in the skies over Baghdad, White House officials are nearly religious in the sense of referring all questions about operational details to the Pentagon. They say that will be their practice throughout, although we are hearing from senior administration officials that the President was told this morning when Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, General Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and others were here for his meeting, that the President was told this morning that things would escalate fairly quickly, in the words of one senior official. Another official telling CNN there is a significant escalation underway in and around Baghdad and elsewhere, but this official refusing to characterize the operation any further or say whether the major full-thrust operation is now underway. Yet, in a sign that perhaps that is not the case, this official said some of the most major developments might take, quote, a day or so, maybe 2, to unfold. Wolf?
What's the context of the President's public remarks that we're waiting for, John? What's the format? Why is he going out to speak?
Well, obviously the President wants to speak to the American people. This significant military action is underway. He did speak from the Oval Office last night. One of the messages the President is trying to convey is that the work of the government here at home goes on even as he is the Commander-in-Chief directing the military operation overseas. We are told to expect to hear from the President not every day as this goes on, but significantly, perhaps almost once a day anyway. And Wolf, we also should note, we are told that while we wait to hear from the President here at the White House, there is another development over at the Treasury Department later this afternoon, late in the 3 o'clock hour. Details coming into us right now, but we are told even as we watch the war being prosecuted in Iraq, the Bush administration will announce some steps designed to freeze the financial assets of Saddam Hussein. We're still trying to pull together the details, but there is a military front to this war, and we are told the Bush administration preparing to make an announcement on the financial front, some effort being made apparently around the world to freeze the assets of Saddam Hussein. Wolf?
And speaking about money, at some point the administration, the White House, is going to have to seek what they call a supplemental budget request to get more money to pay for all of this. Any indication, John, when that might happen and how much money the administration is talking about?
Ari Fleischer refused to tell us today. He said that was still a work in progress, but senior sources have been telling us that the administration could send that up to Congress as early as next week. We are told that the cost of the war and its immediate aftermath, the estimate right now is somewhere in the area of $75 billion to $80 billion. That includes the war effort, some humanitarian effort, some initial reconstruction effort. But we also are told that bill, one of the reasons that bill is still a work in progress is they want to see how the first day or so of the operation unfolds. They also are assessing the additional cost of securing the home front. We are on orange alert here in the United States, and more Homeland Security money will be included in that emergency budget request as well. Could come early next week, Wolf.
All right, John King at the White House. We'll be checking back with you as soon as the president speaks. Obviously, we'll want to see that. Our viewers will want to see that in the United States, indeed, around the world. Nick Robertson is still in Baghdad. He's watching these live pictures as we are watching them as well. Dramatic developments over the past couple hours. Significant bombing runs by U.S. forces. Nick, what are you seeing and hearing right now?
Wolf, we're just hearing the all-clear siren, or definitely what sounds like the all-clear siren going off across the city, that long, continuous tone coming from a number of locations around the city. That would be now perhaps about 2.5 hours almost since the air raid siren initially went off, which was followed fairly soon after by the heavy anti-aircraft gunfire, those impacts of what were either bombs or missiles impacting in a number of locations here. That is the all-clear siren going. There's been much speculation about the level of command and control, the level of knowledge of Iraq's anti-aircraft gun batteries, the level of Iraq's air defensive capabilities, and their knowledge to be forewarned of an imminent attack. If their knowledge is as good as it has seemed to be, that is, before each attack the warning has gone off, that was the all-clear, perhaps an indication there that they feel that their skies are safe at this time, that their buildings are now safe from any imminent threat. It is a city on edge, but very strangely, Wolf, as you can see from your pictures, while there are buildings burning, the lights of the city are on. This is a city that is under attack at night from the air, yet the lights of the city remain on. The street lights, many of the building lights. It is a bright city tonight. It is a clearly illuminated city at this time, Wolf.
And before I let you go, Nick, if we could just go back 24 hours, interesting how this game, in effect, that's been played by the U.S. and Iraq. The U.S. goes ahead and launches Tomahawk cruise missiles, hoping to kill, destroy Iraqi leadership positions, command and control. They were hoping, of course, to get the Iraqi leader himself, Sadaam Hussein. That's quickly followed by a videotaped presentation on Iraqi television by Sadaam Hussein, more statements by other Iraqi leaders, pictures of Sadaam Hussein meeting with his top leaders within the past few hours, and that in turn is now followed by a U.S. second wave of bombardment, which is simultaneously followed by U.S. Marines moving into southern Iraq. If prelude is what we can expect to down the road, presumably the next step now, if there is a lull, Nick, would be some sort of response from the Iraqi leadership.
That's entirely possible. It's very interesting, particularly when we listen to Barbara Starr's reports from the Pentagon. The Pentagon, of course, had been briefing that when the war gets going properly, the bombing will shock and awe the population. Clearly, that has not yet happened here in this city. The psychological advantage, however, of preparing a city, preparing Iraqi officials, preparing the people and telling them that when it starts, it will be terrible. But it has started in a small fashion, and it has started in a small way. Many people here must be literally living on the edge, knowing that there's been this threat of shock and awe, aware that the bombing has started, that it has begun, but this shock and awe, this moment that they were told to expect when everything started, they were told to expect a huge bombardment. It hasn't happened yet. They know that this threat still lurks out there. They know it is coming at some point. The psychological impact must be quite significant on many people of this city at this time. It has begun in a small way, not as they were told, but they know and they believe likely that the full force, as outlined by the Pentagon, yet to arrive here, Wolf.
All right, Nick Robertson in Baghdad, thanks very much. And Aaron, as I throw it back to you, I guess we're going to wait the next move now, assuming this lull continues in terms of bombardment. The next step will be President Bush will be speaking within the hour. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that, and we'll stand by to see what, if anything, we hear from the Iraqi leadership. Aaron?
I think it's just to pick up on a point you were talking about, both governments in this case, the Iraqi government and the U.S. government, making a point of showing their leaders, showing them to their populations, showing them to the international viewing audience. This is all being carried around the world for somewhat different reasons, of course, but they are making a point of putting on television the leadership of the countries so that the world knows where these two governments are at this moment as this starts to unfold in this kind of raggedy way that it's unfolded, certainly not at all as we expected. Christian Amanpour in Kuwait City. Christian.
Aaron, just a couple of items to report. The Kuwait news agency is reporting that coalition forces have taken Qasr, which is a border town just across the Kuwait border inside Iraq. It's also on a port. It's also an area of population. Now, I immediately called a British military spokesman, and they will not confirm that for us. They will just say that, as we've already been reporting, that British and US forces have, in fact, launched forward, have crossed over into southern Iraq, as we've already been reporting, but will not confirm that at least one immediate border town has fallen. Also, to expand a little bit on some of those incoming artillery that we've been reporting all day, British military spokesman saying that about 10 of those Iraqi missiles fired from Iraqi positions in southern Iraq onto what he calls coalition forces, in other words, the area in which both US and British forces are stationed. He cannot speak from his vantage point for the rest of the staging point of the US forces, but about 10 missiles have come in. None have struck the base areas where the forces are amassed, and there has been no casualties. But this spokesman tells us that some of those were Scuds. I pressed him for any more information on that, and he could not give us any further information other than some of those were Scuds, he said. We've been briefed rather heavily over the last couple of days, but perhaps that's what's showing in this, as you say, sort of small scale, at least relatively small scale start to this war, that what they wanted to do was not to destroy unnecessarily Iraqi soldiers or Iraqi civilians. They want to keep giving messages to the leadership to try to smoke them out, if you like, sorry to use that term, but to try to put pressure on the Iraqi leadership, at least in the initial stages, to hope that that will cause some kind of reflection and perhaps surrender, if you like, of the leadership. They're very concerned, they tell us, about preserving as much infrastructure, as much of the regular Iraqi forces, and of course sparing the civilians insofar as they can. So it's almost a contradiction in terms of what we're being briefed, that it is going to be, we've been told for so many weeks and months, this massive aerial bombardment, but on the other hand, they also want to go soft for fear of doing too much damage to civilians and other kinds of infrastructure if they don't have to do that. Back to you, Aaron.
Christian, how different have the last 24 hours been than the first 24 hours of the first Gulf War?
Well, you know, it's different because in the first Gulf War, there was a massive aerial bombardment. You saw those pictures from Baghdad, and it lasted for 5 weeks. Let's not forget that it was a 5-week campaign with heavy targeting around Baghdad, around other major military targets, and indeed other cities. But of course, massive bombardment inside Kuwait, where the Iraqi forces were arrayed just before the Saudi border, in other words, southern Kuwait. So it took an enormous amount of time by all sorts of aircraft and different bombing raids to soften up, quote, the environment before the land forces breached the border between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and then liberated Kuwait. And if you remember, the ground offensive was just 100 days. So that was a very different picture than what we're seeing right now.
As we can see, stay with us here, we can see these pictures, recorded now, pictures of buildings that were hit in these attacks in Baghdad. earlier, now several hours earlier. As you can see, it was dark at the time. There are stationary cameras set up in a number of locations around Baghdad. As long as they are operational, we'll be able to take pictures from them, put them on the air. At some point we will probably lose them, but we haven't lost them yet, thankfully. It is the best window we have, but in truth, and this was mentioned earlier, what we all are getting, what you are getting, what we are getting, and in some respects all we have is a very narrow view of what is going on. There are parts of the country we simply are not able to report from. We are able to report from Baghdad. We have a pretty good feel of where these 3 missiles hit, or these 3 strikes hit. There were certainly more than 3 missiles. Extraordinary amount of anti-aircraft fire going on. But what may be going on in the outlying areas outside of the city, in other parts of the country, particularly in the south where we know the Marines have crossed the border, is much more difficult to explain at this point. We just don't have the eyes for it. Christian, is there in Kuwait a concern now that they are going to get hit? 4 weeks ago, I guess now, when we were there, that was the talk of Kuwait, whether or not the Iraqis would try and hit them with chemical weapons as a retaliatory measure.
Well, as our reporters and anchors here in Kuwait have been reporting to you all day, there have been many, many air raid sirens today, and there have been many occasions, certainly in the last 12 hours, where people have gone down to bomb shelters and basements, not only around the city, but at this hotel as well. And there has been that fear that has not yet materialized, and it has not yet materialized at the front either. Asking the spokespeople up there, what is the incoming from Iraq? They have said that it is conventional so far, and although people up there, both journalists and of course the troops up there, have donned their chemical protective gear, chemical and biological protective gear, and I've been told on occasion sitting for 7 hours in trenches, completely suited up to ward off against the worst possible calamity. That has not yet happened, and so far what's been incoming is conventional.
Christian, thank you. As we look at these pictures of Baghdad, and going back to something Nick Robertson reported a bit ago, the lights are still on. So one of the things we know that has not happened is that the United States forces have not yet attempted to, or succeeded in, but I think attempted to is most certainly correct here, take out the electrical grid, try and take out the electrical grid in the city. That is a complicated thing. If you can take the electricity away, at this point they have not done that. Miles O'Brien has been working on, I gather, sort of laying out here where we believe the military campaign is moving at this point. Miles?
Aaron, let's talk broadly about that first, and then we want to give you some explainers as to some of these pictures you're seeing, give you some sense of what's going on. Our expert through all of this is retired Major General Don Shepard with the U.S. Air Force. Good to have you, General Shepard. Big picture here, as you look at some of the what's a raid against Iraq in very simple representation, not entirely accurate though. The big picture is that most of what's happening is coming up sort of this way, from the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. Is that accurate to say, first of all?
Persian Gulf, Red Sea, and also on land in Saudi Arabia and other countries in the Gulf. Basically, you've got carriers in the Mediterranean. We don't know if there's any carriers in the Red Sea or not, but the airplanes can come across Israel and Jordan or go down across Saudi Arabia. The aircraft off the carriers in the Persian Gulf can come this way. We also have B-52 bombers coming from the United Kingdom, and also Diego Garcia, and B-2s are reportedly coming from Diego Garcia, as well as Tomahawk missiles coming from ships in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea.
And no clear indication at this juncture as to what we're seeing, as to what platforms, which would be the military term, are being used right at the moment.
No, but a good guess is Tomahawk missiles and stealth airplanes is what you're seeing in downtown Baghdad.
All right, let's take a look at some of this anti-aircraft fire that we've been watching. We just want to explain to folks exactly what they're seeing as they see these little flashes there. What do those flashes all mean, Don Shepard? Those are not the result of any U.S. weapons, correct?
No, it's Iraqi anti-aircraft weapons, and what you see, first of all, is flashes on the ground. That's the muzzle fire. Then for every streak of light you see up there, which is a tracer, there are 6 other rounds between tracers tracers. It's a 1-to-7 tracer ratio. So when you see tracers, you're seeing 1/7 of what's fired. The little flashes up there, when the round gets to the end of its time of flight, it blows up in the air so that round doesn't come down and impact on the ground and hit your own country.
So it makes tiny little pieces that would fall to the ground. All right, let's talk a little bit about radar suppression, knocking out a radar system. As we look at some animation we put together here, we'll give you a sense of how this all plays out. First of all, we take you down to these are SA-2 surface-to-air missiles, Soviet-air missiles commonly used in the Iraqi army.
Yep, all the way from the Vietnam era, but much improved, and a lot of improvements to them made by the Iraqis. It's the SA-2. It's on guideline transporters there. They're set up and ready to fire. They need to be tied to a radar. Now, this is a fan-song radar.
Fan-song?
Fan-song. Basically, it's an acquisition and tracking radar. It tracks gives more information to the control center that fires the missiles. The airplane is coming inbound now, and what we want to do is screw this up. So the next thing we do is we send in a jamming aircraft like the EA-6B Prowler.
All right, EA-6B right there. That's a carrier-based aircraft, and that just plays havoc with radar systems, right?
Carrier-based, flown by combined Air Force and Navy crews, and what that airplane does is work against the radar site itself, the screens of the operator. Instead of one target up there, he's got multiple targets, has to decide where his target went. Very difficult.
Difficult to figure out where the real thing is. And once that happens, it's safer for multiple ships to come in, which is what we depicted here.
Right. Now, these airplanes may be going to a target. They may be trying to attack the site, or they may be going to a target. So let's say they're going to a target, and we've got something else that will attack the radar later. And this radar site has to keep its radar on to work through the jamming. And while it does that, it is vulnerable to homing anti-radiation missiles carried by F-18 or F-16 aircraft. And they also have chaff and flare.
Now, that's in case they get locked down by that radar. They're going to put that out to try to spoof that radar on top of everything else, right?
Indeed. They fire a homing anti-radiation missile, which homes on the radar beam itself, and they release chaff to screw up the radar and the flares from the shoulder-fired missiles on the ground.
So to put it in the simplest of terms, you're poking the eyes out first.
That's what the idea is.
All right. Is that what we're seeing unfold right now? In addition to these regime targets we've been focusing on a little bit here, the stuff we cannot see from that hotel room and from that information ministry might involve this very thing.
I can't tell you. It could be that the Tomahawks themselves are going in, and the B-2s and 117s are taking out these fixed missile sites and the air defense control centers. It could be that no airplanes are doing what we just saw, and that will come later. The idea is to take down the air defense network, and later on then basically start coming in from the outside and picking off the targets as you go further inbound.
We heard that Saddam Hussein retrenched his assets, his air defense assets, fairly close, probably a tighter circle than I've just drawn, around Baghdad. Why?
Most of the assets from the outer regions of the country have been concentrated around Baghdad. The hornet's nest is the term people have used. You want to hit the fixed sites in that circle first to take them down. He still has mobile sites, SA-6s and SA-8s, which we'll have to worry about later. We also jam them and use homing anti-radiation missiles as well.
All right, Don Shepard, thanks for the explainer. It's always helpful for us to understand what we're seeing when you look at those night vision pictures. Hard to get the big picture. Getting the big picture is really the challenge right now, Aaron.
Yeah, it is for all of us. General Shepard, can I ask you two quick questions here? One is, at what altitude are the planes safe from this anti-aircraft fire? Excuse me. And secondly, what is it that missiles cannot do that would require manned bombers to go in and do?
Basically, the bombers themselves, the B-52, which is not a stealth platform, fires Calcoms, conventional air-launched cruise missiles, from up to 600 miles away, so they don't have to go in. The B-2, which is much harder to detect as a stealth platform, can go in and bomb in these areas on its own. As for the anti-aircraft fire, there's several types: 37, 57, 85, and 100 millimeter, going up in altitude. The 37 millimeter good to about 10, 12,000, 57 up to 18,000, 25,000, 85 millimeter up in the 30s, and 100 millimeter up in the 30s and 40s. So it's dangerous stuff, missiles and anti-aircraft fire in layered patterns, firing in sectors if they can't see aircraft on their radar.
And ideally, at what altitude would these planes fly at?
Yeah, I want to leave that part out and let the Iraqis guess.
That's fine. I'll buy that. That's fair to me. Thank you very much, General. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Aaron. David Enser, our national security correspondent, has been checking in with his sources throughout the U.S. government, trying to figure out, as all of us have been trying to figure out, whether or not that was in fact Sadaam Hussein, who appeared on Iraqi television only about an hour, hour and a half after that initial strike that occurred last night. David, what are you hearing precisely right now from your sources?
Well, as you say, Wolf, we've all turned into amateur photo analysts today as we try to figure out whether, in fact, those pictures are Saddam Hussein or could be a double, as some have suggested. Officials, the professionals, are looking at the tape. That's the one on the left that's in question. The one on the right, we feel it definitely is Saddam. The professionals are looking at it. They are increasingly convinced that that is indeed Saddam in both pictures. They're analyzing the voice, the speech inflection, the mouth movements, and these appear, officials say, consistent with other appearances of Saddam Hussein. And then, of course, there's a subsequent tape that we've been showing of President Hussein meeting with some of his leadership, and there is that tape. And again, it does appear to be Saddam Hussein, although there is no definitive judgment yet. Now, the decision to try to make this initial strike was made at a meeting at the White House yesterday, where, and then this picture here is taken today, a subsequent meeting, but a meeting where George Tenet, and you see Mr. Tenet there in shirt sleeves, came to report to the president and his senior advisors that there was a rare and perhaps not to be repeated opportunity to hit some key Iraqi leadership, possibly including Saddam Hussein and his sons. That was the meeting at which the decision was made to fire off these cruise missiles that we saw at starting off the hostilities late last night. And officials that I speak to here say that while they are increasingly convinced that Saddam Hussein is alive, that is him on those tapes, and that those tapes are most probably made subsequent to the attacks that we're looking at here, they do believe there is optimism among U.S. intelligence officials that they may have knocked off some of the Iraqi leadership. The compound that was hit, they believe, contained a number of senior leaders, possibly Republican Guard or Ba'ath Party leaders, who had already gone to bed in that compound. So there is a measure of confidence, of optimism among U.S. officials that some of the leadership are already gone. Wolf?
I've been checking with some sources as well, David, to try to find out those 2 points, whether or not that was in fact Saddam Hussein. And as you report, the growing suspicion is that it probably was, although I'm told that the technical experts have not yet completed the audio analysis to make sure that the voice, the inflections, all the aspects of the normal way Saddam Hussein speaks coincides with what we saw here. Some of the intelligence experts I've spoken to, they'll point out, David, as I'm sure they have to you, that the glasses that Saddam Hussein was wearing, the glasses what we saw in that hurried kind of videotape he delivered yesterday, not the normal glasses that he normally wears. Also, we did hear in that speech that was he read basically from notebooks as if he had scrawled out some words only before reading them. He did mention March 20th. Remember, the bombing occurred at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, which was March 20th, 5:30 a.m. here in the Persian Gulf. There was only one line, I'm told, in that speech that could have suggested it was delivered after the first bomb struck, those Tomahawk cruise missiles, when he said something along the lines like this. He said, "With the dawn prayers, today the reckless criminal Bush carried out carried out a criminal action," which in effect might suggest that it was in fact made after that strike. But we're going to continue to analyze that. David Enser will be getting back to you. Art Harris, our correspondent, who's embedded with U.S. troops in the northern part of Kuwait, is on the phone, and he's got some information. Art?
Wolf, I've been watching for the last 5 minutes. Multiple rocket launchers, U.S. artillery. You can hear overhead. Sounds like very high-flying bombers breaking the sound barrier. Let me hold the satellite phone up so you can try to hear it. I don't know if you can hear that or not, Wolf. I'm watching, they look like Roman candles going up into the night sky. I stand on the desert sands with the 2nd Marine Division out of Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and you can hear what sounds like U.S. bombers high overhead. There goes another Roman candle-looking multiple rocket launching system by U.S. artillery heading towards the northwest Iraq border. It's been very intense for the last 5 minutes. There you can hear more high-flying, what appear to be high-flying bombers breaking the sound barrier. as more salvos are unleashed against Iraq in the northwest border with Kuwait. Wolf, there goes another one, another artillery barrage of rockets by U.S. artillery high into the sky over the desert, lighting up the desert. It's a near full moon. There goes another one, and they just keep going one after the other, and you can hear the jets, the bombers overhead. Wolf?
You know, Art, I've seen those MRLS, those multiple rocket launcher systems in action, and it's an awesome array of firepower. When they're fired, you see a whole score or so of those rockets unleashed at the same time, and they can cause incredible destruction on the receiving end of that. How many of those have you basically seen so far fired into southern Iraq?
Seen 12 to 15, Wolf. They keep going off at intervals of about a minute, sometimes every 30 seconds. You can hear the what appear to be high-altitude bombers overhead, possibly heading into Iraqi airspace. I'm facing to the north, Wolf. Just walking on the desert floor here. To my left is the west, and to the north is the berm or international boundary between Kuwait and Iraq. A very short distance away. I'm not allowed to give our precise positions, but it appears that the intensity of the artillery and air war in southern Iraq has begun. Wolf?
All right, Art Harris, our reporter embedded with U.S. troops in the northern part of Kuwait, watching a heavy barrage of artillery, U.S.-led artillery, rocket launchers unloaded into southern Iraq. This war is obviously underway, Aaron, and it's going to get a lot more intense.
Well, that I think we can be sure of. If we can just go back to the map for a second and explain one quick thing. That area that's described as restricted area just below the DMZ, that is Kuwait territory. And about a month ago, Kuwaiti government blocked it off from Kuwaiti citizens and everyone else. There are roadblocks set up on the highway moving out there. And that is now all coalition territory. That is all U.S., essentially U.S. military territory. The port is all backed up. They literally are having trouble offloading equipment as quickly as they need to, but that area for the last month has been off limits to Kuwaiti citizens as the Kuwaiti government turned it over to the coalition, essentially the U.S. forces who have set up in the area and have now moved right up against the border, right up against the DMZ, which is a fence, a chain link fence. Actually 2 chain link fences and a small area in between, and for the last week or so forces have been cutting holes in those fences so that when the moment came they could quickly make their move across, and indeed one Marine group has made that move. Nick Robertson in Baghdad. Quiet now?
Quiet now, Aaron. We're hearing from Iraqi television here saying that one U.S. helicopter flying into Iraqi airspace has been destroyed. No way for us to confirm that announcement on Iraqi television. Just a statement, no picture to support it. But Iraqi officials saying that they have downed one U.S. helicopter flying into their airspace, Aaron.
And again, we at our end, at the Pentagon end, in Kuwait end, have not been able to confirm that. We can just say this is what Iraqi officials are saying. Is Iraqi radio giving any indication yet to Iraqi citizens of what has been hit, what, if any, casualties have occurred to this point?
No, what's been predominant on all the state media here, television and radio today, has been pictures and stories about President Saddam Hussein, songs about President Saddam Hussein in praise of him. Also the news broadcast here focusing on demonstrations in Cairo in opposition to the war. Also on the news broadcast recounting the number of countries around the world, Russia, China, Germany, Belgium, the news broadcaster, all told the Iraqi people all these countries were opposed to the war at this time. So that's what Iraqis here have been hearing and seeing on their television and radio today. And perhaps one other interesting reflection on their coverage today coverage on Uday, Sadaam Hussein's television channel, Shabab TV Youth Television, a long movie about Tito in the Yugoslavia in the Second World War, where Tito and his partisan forces, a small guerrilla force, lightly armed, poorly equipped, in the mountains of Yugoslavia, tried to hold off against the German force that was occupying Yugoslavia at that time. Perhaps they're an indication for the Iraqi people that even though they may not be as heavily equipped to deal with a heavy invading force, that there was a spirit here shown by Tito's partisans in Yugoslavia in the Second World War that perhaps Iraqi people should adopt. Certainly that was the movie that was chosen to show Iraqi people today, to bolster their spirits at this time, Aaron.
That is, Nick, that is absolutely fascinating. Obviously, the Iraqi government, I mean, this is not an accident that that movie played today, an attempt to say it is not hopeless. For our viewers, Nick, and it is that time of day when many people will be coming to their TVs for the first time, these missile attacks in Baghdad were how long ago? Lay out how it played out.
It began about 10 to 8 local time with the air raid warning going off.
And that was how long ago?
How long ago? That would have been, let me see, Aaron, trying to see my watch in the dark here. That would be approximately 3 hours ago, I believe. The air raid warnings went off. There were a couple of detonations, heavy detonations towards the south of the city. Anti-aircraft fire began to illuminate the periphery of the city. The anti-aircraft fire then picked up within the center of the city. It became quite intense, quite loud, and then within minutes of that, perhaps within 15, 20 minutes of the air raid warning going off, huge explosions at the base of some government buildings here, then followed by another couple of explosions literally within a mile of where we are now in a downtown location many people in Baghdad would be familiar that it's a presidential area. Also some other detonations further away, we couldn't tell where they were. After those detonations of the government building, the building blazing, I can still see smoke coming from that building. There's still signs of red fire at the base of the building. The lights of this city, Aaron, however, are still on, even at this time. The city has been through an air raid. The all clear was sounded perhaps half an hour ago, but the city's still heavily illuminated. All the street lights are on, building lights are on, the streets are empty, very few cars, but it doesn't look like a city that thinks it might be about to be bombed, a city perhaps where you would expect the lights to be turned off. They are still on, and the buildings that we see that have been hit are still burning. Aaron?
It's a little bit, Nick, don't go away. It's a little bit confusing because some of the pictures that we're seeing, in fact, are taped. There is a live super on them. There is also on the other side of the screen earlier, it's tape, okay? And this gets a little confusing, and we understand it does. So we'll just clarify as we go along. So about 3 hours ago, these missiles started coming in, and the attack, if that's the right word for it, Nick, the attack lasted how long?
Perhaps really in the intense period, perhaps only 10 minutes or so where it was intense. There was, of course, anti-aircraft gunfire that lasted perhaps sporadically for another 1 hour after that. But this is not the shock and awe that we've been told that is likely to be the true force of an attack on Iraq. This appears to be a couple of strategic locations in the center of Baghdad. The explosions, while big, not the type of thing that Iraqis haven't heard before, the type of explosions one heard in 1998, Operation Desert Fox, back in 1991, Operation Desert Storm. I was here and witnessed those explosions very much like that. I can smell now from where I'm standing the smell of the burning debris in that government building just a mile or so across the river away from me now. But nothing, Aaron, as we have been told to expect, a huge campaign of bombing that would shock and awe the population. We have not seen that yet this evening.
I think we underscore the word yet there. There's no reason to believe it will not happen, whether it happens in the next 5 hours or 2 days. We do not know, but there's no reason to believe it won't happen. Nick, you were there during the first Gulf War. Has the Iraqi government responded whether it be Iraqi TV, radio, etc., has it responded as it did a dozen years ago?
In some ways, Aaron, yes. I think it's a very interesting, if we just pause to reflect on the state of international media broadcast, 24-hour television, it seems the speed with which the Iraqi side responds to what it perceives as negative propaganda against it, that is, that the president may have been hit, that he was put on television within an hour and a half of those reports. The day before, the Deputy Prime Minister reports that the Deputy Prime Minister, Tariq Aziz, may have been killed, may have defected. He appeared on television within half an hour. It's playing out in the propaganda war, if you will, with a greater speed, with a greater intensity, with a greater ferocity, putting down claims with counterclaims fairly quickly, straight after. In another way, there are many similarities. We saw this morning President Sadaam Hussein appearing on Iraqi television. He did that on the 17th of January 1991. Indeed, I was at Iraqi television station when President Sadaam Hussein came into the station to give that broadcast. Half an hour before I saw him, I'd met at that time the Minister of Information, Latif Jassim, at the television station. He preluded President Saddam Hussein's speech at that time with a speech. We've seen the same thing today. Information Minister Mohammed Al-Sahaf speaking on television, telling the audience that President Saddam Hussein would be speaking soon after. In that way, the formula remains the same. The formula of putting President Saddam Hussein on television the morning after the campaigns begin. The speed and ferocity, however, with which the claims and counterclaims of propaganda are being put down, much different, much faster, much swifter, Aaron.
To this point, Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson, who we will get back to momentarily, we'll get back to shortly in any case. In Kuwait again, Christiane.
Aaron, I was struck by what Nick was saying, that the Iraqis are being seen on television all day today, and that is a stream of support for them and also a stream of negative comments about the war. And perhaps it's time now to tell you a little bit about some of the reports we're getting in from reaction around the world. Of course, in Kuwait, people are very pleased by what's been happening. There is one quote here that we've got: Bush is a real man, according to a Kuwaiti here, according to Reuters, saying that his dad liberated Kuwait and now the son will liberate Iraq. Also from South Korea and Japan, both countries with financial and military alliances with the United States supportive. Indeed, in some parts of Europe as well, Romania, Denmark, Bulgaria. But the overwhelming reaction coming in is negative. And there has been a great deal of negative comment from around this region, around the Arab world. Also from Malaysia, very strong invective against the United States, calling this, quote, a black mark on history. From China as well, which had been fairly moderate in its criticism, had been one of the less angry members of the Permanent Five, if you like, during the diplomatic offensive over the last several weeks. China saying that this violates the UN Charter. In Russia as well, they're calling this illegitimate. And perhaps important to talk about Mikhail Gorbachev, the former president of the Soviet Union, who was essentially working with President Bush, the father, during the 1991 war. He didn't support the war, but he was trying to act as a middleman, and he certainly did not threaten or did not use his veto in the Security Council. Today, some very strong language from Mikhail Gorbachev, quoted as saying that this is a very dangerous moment, that this is going to cause a rupture of international relations, that the United States appears to be using the world as its own province. In any way, very dangerous words from him in terms of how his reaction has been on this war, and so on and so on. And of course, one remembers 12 years ago that as the war started, there were not only US and British troops here staged and arrayed against Saddam Hussein, who had taken over Kuwait, but there were French troops, Syrian troops, Egyptian troops, and a whole load of troops from pretty much all over the world. The Turks have called this a unilateral action by the United States. And perhaps that's important because in his press conference today, the U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said quite the opposite. He said, contrary to what the media has been portraying, this is not a unilateral U.S. action. But he went on to say that indeed the coalition today is bigger than the one in the Gulf War of 1991. Hard at this point to see how he came up with that figure, because back in the Gulf War, dozens and dozens dozens of countries were supporting the United States, and that simply is not the case today. We're going now to Jane Araf inside northern Iraq, in Dohuk, northern Iraq, near the Turkish border, to talk more about what the Turks have voted for and what may be Turkish incursions into northern Iraq. Jane.
Well, Christiane, after more than 2 days of talks in Ankara between Iraqi Kurds and other opposition figures with the U.S. presidential envoy for the opposition, as well as Turkish officials, senior Kurdish officials tell us that they are still opposed and see no need and see as absolutely unnecessary any Turkish troops in northern Iraq. Now, this is after the Turkish parliament voted, of course, to allow U.S. overflights and to allow Turkish troops to come in here. Now, they say that it's a pretext, that Turkey does not need troops to monitor any refugees, that they can handle it very well themselves. Now, they are facing what they say is an imminent crisis in terms of refugees, not the ones from the south and center who are still sealed off essentially in that part of Iraq, prevented from leaving, but their own internal potential refugees. Now, these are people, hundreds of thousands of them, who have left the cities. Hundreds of those families are sheltered along the roads here in tents in the freezing rain, and they're living in miserable conditions in mud, getting their water from streams, trying to keep warm over fires. They're huddled in tents, and they've come from homes in the cities, but they say those homes are just much too dangerous. Christiane?
Jane, thanks very much. And of course, we will be watching, because that could be a potential area where there could be some conflict if indeed the Turks do enter there. Of course, the Kurds, as Jane has said, do not want that. And so far, there's no notion that they will do that. But that is something that certainly the U.S. was trying to make sure didn't happen. Back to you, Aaron.
Christiane, thank you very much. That is a remarkable shot there, wasn't it, of that family in that tent in this incredibly remote corner of the world up in northern Iraq. This is an area controlled not by the Iraqi government, controlled by the Kurds. Wolf, are you able to hear me still?
Yes, I'm here in Kuwait, Aaron.
I'm just, you have spent a long time in the region. You were, of course, as everyone knows, intimately involved in the coverage of the first Gulf War. I'm curious, as this started today, or 24 hours ago, not quite that now, what you were thinking from your location in Kuwait.
I was thinking that this was totally unscripted, the way it was starting last night with that limited strike designed to decapitate the Iraqi leadership. That was not what it was supposed to be, based on all the briefings we had received over these weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to this period right now. I'm also struck now by day two, where it once again doesn't seem to be going according to script. The movement of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, elements of that into southern Iraq, that's not supposed to have been the way it was at least told to us, choreographed over these weeks and weeks and weeks, as General Tommy Franks, the commander of Central Command, was going through. Aaron, I want to get back to you, because I hear some more sirens going off.
All right, thank you very much. We can hear them too. We also know within a matter of, we suspect, a few seconds now, to hear from the president in comments that he has made to, I gather, to a cabinet meeting. This isn't a formal speech. These are just quick availabilities to show, in this case, that the government is functioning, that the business of the government is going on even as the war begins to unfold in the way that it has begun to unfold. The president wanting to show the American...
Together to review our strategies to make the world more peaceful, to make our country more secure, to make the lives of our citizens as healthy and as prosperous as possible. We heard from Secretary Rumsfeld, who briefed us on the early stages of the war. There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice. We heard from Secretary Powell, who briefed us on the ever-growing coalition of the willing nations who support our deep desire for peace and freedom. Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We are grateful for their determination. We appreciate their vision, and we welcome their support. As well, we discussed the need to make sure we have plans in place to encourage economic vitality and growth. We will continue to push for a Medicare system that is compassionate for our seniors. We care deeply about the fact that some children in our society can't read. We want the best of education for every citizen in America. This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country. Thank you.
As the president just a few moments ago, and he made two essential points. One is that this is an effort to make the country more secure, and then at the end talked about the fact that the business of the country continues to go on. He talked about a Medicare system that takes care of the elderly and an education system that helps children to read. These are important messages from the United States government that even as the country is at war, the business of the government, the domestic agenda of the government goes forward. Now, in truth, John King, whether anyone really in the government today is focusing on those other issues, I think is questionable. In the days ahead, certainly, but today, I suspect in every office, they are thinking about the war.
Well, Aaron, very questionable that anybody in Washington is spending much attention on the domestic agenda right now, but it is actually a point of contention between the White House and its allies, the Republicans in Congress and the Democrats. The Democrats want to call a timeout right now and pause the business of the Congress. The Republicans say, no, let's keep going with the Bush tax cut, let's keep going with the Bush budget. Democrats say, let's pause for at least a few days to reflect on what is happening overseas. So there is actually a domestic political dispute going on even in the early hours of this war. But as you noted, the president's main point here was to show the American people he is at work and that he has his team together here in the White House and overseas. The president's point was trying to make the case that despite all the criticism we are hearing in France, in Russia, at the United Nations and elsewhere, Mr. Bush trying to make the case that there are now more than 40 nations in this coalition against Iraq. Only a few are actually providing hardware, military hardware and military personnel on the ground, but the president trying to make the case that across Europe, across the Arab world, across Asia and elsewhere, he does have support for this operation still in its early hours in Iraq.
John, would it be fair to say that the Republicans wanting to move the domestic agenda at this point might have something to do with the fact that in a moment like this, the president's popularity, the president's political strength is higher than it might otherwise be at any other time, and so those agendas have more popular support, perhaps, and a greater likelihood to pass?
You hit the nail on the head, and it is one reason the Democrats do not want to deal with this right now. They do not want to be on the floor of the House or the floor of the Senate saying the president's tax cut would favor the rich, the president's spending priorities are out of whack, the president is trying to spend too much federal money at a time of war. Those are arguments the Democrats very much want to make, not arguments they want to make in front of a camera to the American people right now when they say it is time to rally, especially around the troops, but also rally around the commander-in-chief.
John, thank you. John King at the White House, Andrea Koppel at the State Department. To what extent is there a diplomatic story that is unfolding right now?
Aaron, even as the Bush administration and its allies are moving now to forcibly remove Saddam Hussein from power, the Bush administration is also asking governments around the world, any country that has diplomatic relations with Saddam Hussein's government, to expel their ambassadors, the Iraqi ambassadors, to tell them to leave immediately and to temporarily suspend the services of those embassies around the world. Now, that certainly raises the question, because usually when you expel a diplomat, they go home. When we asked State Department spokesman Richard Boucher as to where they would go, he said, frankly, he didn't care, that if they wanted to make requests for asylum, they could do that. But the Bush administration clearly trying to delegitimize the regime of Saddam Hussein, paving the way for the next government, which we have as yet to know who would be comprised in that government, but paving the way for a post-Saddam Iraq. Aaron?
Quickly, two questions then. Is there precedent for this? Is this the normal thing that happens in moments like this? And secondly, have any governments responded to this request?
The answer to your second question is we don't know. The State Department said that they wouldn't let us know whether or not they had gotten positive responses from any of these governments. And the answer to your first question is yes, there is precedent. If you remember back at the beginning of the war with Afghanistan, even before that, the U.S. asked the handful of governments that had diplomatic relations with the Taliban to sever those diplomatic relations. They're doing it slightly differently this time around. They're just saying, put your diplomatic relations with the Iraqi government on hold right now, expel the ambassador, protect the property, protect those Iraqi records, because who knows what's in them, and also make sure that that the building and whatnot is protected.
Andrea, thank you. Andrea Koppel at the State Department. Nick Robertson in Baghdad. The noise, we can hear the sirens again. Are these all clears or are these warnings?
No, Aaron, this appears to be an indication that another air raid may about to be underway. If recent experience is anything to go by, they've led any signs of that attack in Baghdad by perhaps about 10 to 15 minutes, and the sirens only went off a few minutes ago. We are now hearing, however, from Iraqi television, perhaps building that bigger picture we've been talking about what is happening elsewhere in the country. Iraqi television saying that overall 72 missiles have hit Iraq tonight. They also say that one military site in Basra in the south, close to the border with Kuwait, that site has also been hit. They also talk about a strike in Akashat. Now, this is about 450 kilometers, almost 300 miles northwest of Baghdad towards the border, very close to the border with Syria. Iraqi television also reporting that a site close to that town, close to the border with Syria, has been hit. And Iraqi television also saying that 4 Iraqi soldiers have been killed today as well, Aaron.
And again, you are hearing the precursor signs, if you will, of another air raid warning. It doesn't necessarily mean there's another strike coming. It simply means the Iraqis suspect it might be coming, right?
That is correct. Exactly. They perceive a threat. They've alerted their air defense batteries through and the civilians through the means of the air raid siren across the city. And they believe that potentially they could be under attack again very shortly.
And just again, give us a time check. It is what time now in Baghdad?
It is now 6 minutes after 11 in the evening, 23:06 Baghdad time.
So we are well into the evening. We are well into the time of day, the time of night, when we would expect to see more activity. It is just safer for coalition fighter jets and bombers to operate in the darkness. We've seen this all before, and whether we're about to see it unfold again, we can't say. In fact, the guidance has been somewhat confusing on this, that events may unfold quickly. John King reported a short time ago, but whether that means quickly means this day or tomorrow or even the day after, no one at the Pentagon is willing to say, and we understand that. There's no reason to tip anyone's hand at this point. You have a lot of American, British lives at stake. Wolf?
You know, Aaron, to borrow a phrase from football, American football, they may be calling audibles at the line of scrimmage, meaning they may be improvising as they're going along, depending on what's happening on the battlefield. Let's get some more insight, though. Barbara Starr, our Pentagon correspondent, is standing by. Barbara?
Well, Wolf, there are indications from officials here that this activity we have been seeing over Baghdad tonight now should not be considered really the opening hours of the war, the full-blown air and ground campaign. There are indications that we really should be paying a lot of attention to what Secretary of Defense Don Rumsfeld said earlier today, that we'll all know this when we see it, that when the shock and awe campaign, so to speak, begins, it will be something like we have never seen before. What we are seeing here, we have, of course, seen many times before, individual targets being bombed, then a lull in the bombing, and then coming back for additional waves. Officials here saying there is every indication we should not consider this the beginning of the war, but what they are doing is very important to them. What they are trying to do is finish the psychological warfare phase of this campaign. A lot of what you're seeing here is an effort to ratchet up the tension within the Iraqi military, within the Iraqi high command, make make sure they think that the American planes are coming after them each and every night until the full-blown campaign starts. Another part of this psychological effort to make the Iraqi leadership realize that if it does come to full-blown war in the coming hours, that they have no hope of winning against the United States. In addition, officials are saying they are watching that oil sabotage situation in the south very, very carefully. They have no firm evidence that wells are wired up yet, but they are at the point where they are saying it is their working assumption for safety's sake that they are going to assume that wells are wired to blow. No firm evidence, but that's now the assumption as U.S. troops begin to advance on those southern oil fields. Aaron?
Well, let me just bring you back for a second, Barbara, because I want to ask you a follow-up question on what you reported earlier, breaking the story here on CNN, that elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force moving into southern Iraq. How does that fit into the bigger picture, which you're suggesting may be trying to rattle the Iraqi leadership, trying to get them jittery?
Well, these southern cities along the Al-Fa Peninsula, Basra, near the southern oil fields, these are all places where the population is certainly not very close to the leadership regime in Baghdad. The assumption had been that if U.S. forces could begin to move through this area, they would find a relatively friendly population that might largely welcome U.S. and British now forces moving into that region, that would give them some quick type of victory. In other words, they would not run into heavy fighting, and that might further rattle the leadership in Baghdad and make the leadership believe that they were vulnerable, that southern Iraq was going to welcome U.S. and British forces coming in. So this was always one of the first moves they wanted to make. But once the real ground campaign gets going, if it does in the next 24 to 36 hours, we will see much more than the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force moving into southern Iraq. There will be a much broader movement of hundreds of thousands of forces. Wolf?
All right, Barbara Starr at the Pentagon. Thanks, Barbara, very much. CNN's Miles O'Brien is standing by at the CNN Center with more now on these military maneuvers.
Wolf, you've heard that expression, of course, the fog of war. We've been trying to lift the fog as much as possible here through the good graces of some of our experts. Retired Major General Don Shepard, chief among them right now, joining us to talk a little bit about how an air campaign is put together. And I just want to say at the outset, what we are about to show you is an animation we put together, which does not reflect anything that is necessarily happening now, but what it does is it draws upon U.S. military doctrine and the tools of the toolbox, if you will, to see how they all kind of integrate together. Fair to say?
And indeed, we want to be very careful not to show operational details or tactics that would put our crews at risk.
All right. With that caveat, let's show the tape. This animation, which is actually coming live of our computer. This is material which is produced by a company called Analytical Graphics, and they help visualize battlefield scenarios for people at the Pentagon and so forth. And what they've done for us is created an air package, is the term. And Don Shepard, just help us understand as we take a big picture view. First of all, these red rings here indicate Iraqi radar sites. Those are the things you want to stay away from.
Early warning radars, looking out, trying to figure out what's coming in to get them.
And the blue here, orbiting around an aircraft, is what?
That's an airborne warning and control system, AWACS airplane looking in, watching for Iraqi things coming out and acting as a command and control mechanism for our fighters, bombers going in. All
right, what we're seeing here with that kind of zigzag course there, those TLAMs, Tomahawk land-to-air missile. You can see that was what initiated this whole thing several hours ago. They come in low, they skirt below radar, they don't have a big infrared or heat signature. Very useful early tool, isn't it?
Extremely useful. Comes off cruisers and destroyers and out of submarines in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea on this. Goes in to attack targets, and it's unmanned, so it's fearless.
And it does draw upon a couple of things. It looks at terrain. It has it kind of built into a computer. It also gets some signals from satellites up above to give it tremendous accuracy, right?
It's very, very good accuracy. A 1,000-pound bomb, and it has all kinds of trajectories in the end. It can go off from level flight. It can take a dive and go in and penetrate some as well.
All right. Let's talk about one of the other things. When you start putting pilots in the picture, you talk stealth. The B-2 bomber is something we're going to be taking a look at. For the first time in their history, forward deployed at Diego Garcia, that British island in the Indian Ocean. For them, a fairly short run. They've, after all, done missions to Afghanistan, taking off out of Missouri.
Right.
Let's look at what they would be doing and how they'd fit into this overall big picture here as we take a look back at our analytical graphics imagery here. This B-2 mission comes up across into the Gulf, and the B-2 flying low, high, what's their typical profile?
Again, I don't want to give anything away. They can fly anywhere from low to high. You know, always you'd like to fly high if you could.
All right, now looking up ahead, you see this representation of the early warning radar that you were talking about that the Iraqis might have. The B-2 doesn't care about that, or does it?
It does care because it is not invisible. At some point it will burn in, but it normally burns through close to missile guidance and acquisition radars, but it's essentially, the idea is to make it invisible. It usually uses jammers to help with it as well.
All right, Tom Johnson, take us upstairs now one more time. Let's get a big wide picture, and as we do that, I want to bring you in on some of the radar systems which are employed by the U.S. military, which are airborne systems. These are very critical toward coordinating this air package, which is the term the Air Force uses, right?
Indeed. These are strike packages, and again, the airborne warning control system airplane can see out maybe to 300 miles. The closer it gets to the target, it's better, but it watches for things attacking U.S. forces, and it guides and commands and controls our strike packages going in to their targets.
All right, they didn't draw a radome here, but it's clearly, as you say, 300 miles. I'm probably not doing it justice there, but it would give you a ring of coordination and protection. And the people on board there are literally air traffic controllers telling F-15s, 16s, 14s, whatever they may be, and it doesn't matter whether it's Navy or Air Force Marines, where to go.
They're air traffic controllers and they're weapons controllers as well. These guys know how to direct fights and control fights as well as give warning.
All right, one more big picture there, and just to give you a sense of what really amounts to a moving minuet. We've sped things up here to give you a sense of the motion, but basically things are happening in a very dynamic way, I guess.
You've got aircraft from 5 carrier battle groups. You've got airplanes from numerous land bases in the Gulf, various countries through there, all airborne at the same time. You have to command and control them. You have to air traffic control them so they don't run into each other, and you have to sort the good guys from the bad guys, and you have to jam radars and attack targets while you're doing a big job.
All right. Once again, just a representation of the doctrine, not necessarily what is happening right now. Even if we knew what was happening now, we wouldn't want to show it to you because, for obvious reasons, don't need to go into that. Now let's take a look at something that will give you a sense of these tools in the toolbox and how they might come into play here as we move into another animation. There's that AWACS.
There's the AWACS airplane sitting there looking out for command and control and early warning for our stripes. Here's the J-STARS aircraft, looks for ground targets such as tanks and enemy formations to warn our ground forces that forces are massing against them.
So looking down for stuff on the ground,
and
right?
Passes information to AWACS and ground control units. This is our refuelers, which are the key to everything. Big gas tank stations in the sky. Might have 100, 150 tankers airborne at one time refueling Navy and Air Force. Here it's refueling an EA-6B Growler jamming aircraft that's going to go in with F-15 and F-14 air-to-air assets, protecting the strike forces that are going in from enemy fighters, if you will. Here's a KC-10 refueling a B-2 aircraft. Again, this will be done way over the Indian Ocean or the Arabian Sea. A B-52 loaded with cruise Calcums, cruise missiles, and a B-1 that'll carry JDAMs later as the air defense network is put down.
B-1 would be involved later, I presume.
Navy F-18 loaded again with JDAMs, later on JSOWs perhaps. This is a Navy F-14 as well. I think it may have been an F-15, I'm sorry. Yeah. Here's an F-15E loaded with air-to-ground ordnance, an F-117 stealth fighter that we've seen in the Gulf War, and also early on F-16. It's a tremendous armada, and the F-15 air-to-air asset as well. So we've got the full range in armada in our holster.
As you see the technology that all that represents, it's hard not to imagine how tilted this, certainly the air campaign is. It really is, on paper anyhow, a rout.
Yeah. Tilted but not easy. There are going to be some losses. There will be accidents. There will be aircraft probably lost to enemy fire. Hopefully it'll be very few. This takes years and years of training and many, many dollars to put this together. It's joint. It's paying off, Miles.
General Don Shepard, thanks for the big picture. Appreciate it. Aaron.
Thank you. Just watching you both, at least this one, gets the sense of what a remarkable logistical effort is involved in carrying out an operation. We all saw these pictures of the Central Command in Qatar, these men and women sitting in front of their laptop computers, keeping track of every unit, every soldier, every plane, every ship, all of this. It is a remarkable logistical process. This is in many respects, of course, a two-front war. There is the war in Iraq, but there is also the effort to secure the homeland, and that is also a complicated and especially critical effort in these moments, given the high state of alert the country finds itself in as it is now in the early stages of this war. Kelly Arena has been doing some reporting on the concerns about a terrorist attack, which was described the other night by officials as almost certainty an attempt. Kelly?
Well, Aaron, the FBI has actually just issued a be on the lookout for an individual named Adnan El-Shukrajuma. He's wanted in connection, according to the FBI, with possible threats against the United States. FBI says that he is possibly involved with al-Qaeda terrorist activities and that he could pose a serious threat to Americans and U.S. interests abroad. He's 27 years old. He was born in Saudi Arabia. His whereabouts at this time are unknown. The FBI does not know whether he is in the United States or abroad, but they're asking the public for help. They've posted his picture on the FBI website, www.fbi.gov, asking their state and local partners for help in finding this individual if he is indeed within U.S. borders. Our sources say that this man, again, his name Adnan Al-Shukrajuma, is a trained pilot. As a matter of fact, his nickname by some is called Jafar the Pilot. And they say that recent intelligence suggests that he could be an integral part of a new al-Qaeda plot against U.S. interests. That is all we know about this individual at this time, Aaron. We are working the phones, and we'll get back to you with more when we get it.
I apologize. I was writing as you were speaking, taking notes. Did we show a picture? Do we have yet a picture of this person on the air?
We are trying to get that from the FBI website. The FBI is having a problem processing that right now. The information, though, is there, and I can read some of it. He's 27 years old. Again, born in Saudi Arabia. He's approximately 132 pounds. He may be a little bit heavier today, the FBI points out. He's between 5'3" and 5'5". He's got a Mediterranean complexion, black hair, black eyes, and occasionally wears a beard. Obviously, he should be considered armed and dangerous. FBI again asking not only the public but its state and local partners in help in finding this individual. As I said before, our sources indicate that recent intelligence suggests he could be an integral part of an al-Qaeda plot against the U.S. or U.S. interest abroad.
And just to underscore, is there any reason to believe that this man, this 27-year-old, very slight man, is in the United States of America today?
We don't know, Aaron, and that's why the Be on the Lookout was issued. The FBI has a great interest in finding him and questioning him. They simply do not know.
Kelly, thank you. I know you'll continue to work on that. Kelly Arena, and when we get a picture, we'll be able to put that up, and that shouldn't take very long. Christiane.
Aaron, some news that we're still working on. We've been told by the deputy director of the Al Ahmadi oil facility in Kuwait, which is south of Kuwait City, that they saw a missile, according to the deputy director of that facility, coming from the north and landing several hundred yards off the coast in the water. As I say, we're still trying to confirm that. What we're being told is that there has been no damage or nothing has been hit, but that the deputy director is telling CNN that he saw a missile come and land off the coast where that oil facility is and in the water. In the meantime, we're going to go to Ryan Chilcott, one of our CNN reporters who is, quote, embedded with the troops, this time with the 101st Airborne. He has some news from the northern part. Ryan?
Christiane, I can tell you the 101st Airborne has moved out of its camps and is now in assembly areas. The 3rd Brigade, the 3rd Infantry Brigade that I'm traveling with, is now in an assembly area in the Kuwaiti desert. We pulled out a while ago. In terms of offensive action, all I can report is that I heard the thump, if you will, of some artillery north of here. Someone farther up, some soldiers farther up in the convoy that weren't so enveloped in the dust like I was, said they could see what looked like thunder and lightning. That was the thunder and lightning of the of that artillery on the border. We have now gone through 3 bunker calls, if you will, 3 times. We have gone through Scud alerts and donned our masks, only to learn, only to 5-10 minutes later, be told that all is clear and that we could take our masks off. In the first 2 cases, I was told that it was surface-to-surface missiles that landed nearby that were intercepted by Patriots. So that's pretty much what I have from here, Christian.
Ryan, you talked about artillery. Are you talking outgoing from your position?
Artillery, not from my position. Artillery going from south to north, U.S. artillery.
All right, Ryan, thank you very much indeed. And we're now going to go to Lisa Rose Weaver, who's up in northern Kuwait, for some developments that she has there. Lisa? Northern Iraq.
A similar story in the last few minutes. I saw very bright lights on the horizon looking north toward Iraq. One, a sustained brightness earlier, about 15-20 minutes ago now. Long, sort of 7 to 8 second periods of low rumbling, heavy artillery, I'm told by military sources here, with the intent to sort of take out those border crossings to facilitate the entry of U.S. forces across the border at some point, and presumably the near future. Also, about half an hour ago, I saw in the sky something that a military source here told me are ATACMs. Now, ATACMs are big rounds used by field artillery. What was visible to me here were yellow streaks, almost like shooting stars, going off into the sky over the border area. Again, all of this is aimed at softening that border and facilitating the entry of coalition, and from our position, mostly U.S. Forces. Now, I'm with a Patriot missile battery, which has really just sort of watched the fireworks, frankly, for the last several hours. We have seen here no incoming Scud missiles toward our position, and the Patriots that I'm embedded with have also not fired. Christian.
Lisa, thank you. And I was right first time. It's northern Kuwait, obviously, and not northern Iraq. Just again to go over what we've been hearing from UK spokespeople up where they call coalition forces, where there are British and American forces based towards the north of this country, that they had seen some 10 or so missiles coming in, missed their locations, caused no damage or casualties. But according to one person that we spoke to up there, one official, they believe some of those were Scuds. Back to you, Aaron.
Coming up on 3:30 here in the east, Nick Robertson in Baghdad. The last time we talked to you, there were the sounds of air raid sirens, a sense of a precursor to perhaps another attack. What has happened since?
Nothing at this stage. The city very quiet, very much at rest. No sounds of detonations, no aircraft visible, no anti-aircraft fire visible, no sounds of distant anti-aircraft gunfire going off. The only thing that stands out on the horizon at the moment, that government building about a mile from where we are that was struck earlier, still burning red at the bottom. Plumes of smoke still rising slowly from that multiple-story building. Aaron?
You don't hear sirens, fire sirens going off. Any of the things that say something is happening?
At this time, nothing to indicate that anything is happening at this moment. The air raid warning going off half an hour ago, I think it's probably reasonably accurate to say that on each occasion that it has gone off, the warning has gone off, and I believe this is the fourth occasion that it's gone off, the third or fourth in the last 24 hours. It has been followed by anti-aircraft fire, and indeed has been followed by impacts of missiles or bombs in the city. Right now, it is there is nothing happening, Aaron. It is very still, eerie quiet compared to earlier in the evening descending here.
It is an eerie quiet. Iraqi TV, if you did not see that on the super underneath the banner there, says 70 missiles hit. I think it's interesting to me, at least, that they would report that, but that's what Iraqi TV is reporting, Wolf. Wolf, are you able to hear me?
I hear you fine. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, I was just going to say there's an eerie quiet in Baghdad. There's also an eerie quiet here in Kuwait City. It's now approaching about 11:30 at night here, and the street's pretty much deserted. People in their homes. They're waiting to see what happens next. But I want to go to along the border with Iraq, along the Jordanian border with Iraq, another key location in this potential war, this war that has already taken hold of this region. CNN's Matthew Chance is along the Jordanian-Iraqi border. He's standing by. Well, what are you seeing and what are you hearing from your vantage point, Matthew?
Well, Wolf, like there, it's very quiet here in Jordan as well. But as we wait to see what happens next in Iraq and as that conflict unfolds there, Jordan is just one of the countries that is really bracing itself for the possibility of a humanitarian crisis that threatens to follow in its wake. Already there have been refugees crossing over from Iraqi territory across the Jordanian frontier here. Most of them, though, I have to say, citizens of third countries. We saw earlier today about 70 Sudanese students and workers along with their families who had left Iraq and being processed in Jordanian camps before being sent on their way back to their home countries. Many of them saying they just felt it was simply too dangerous for them to stay in Iraq any longer. Very few, I have to say, though, Iraqi nationals coming out at this stage from Iraq itself into Jordanian territory. But, and I think this is very important, Wolf, that situation may change very rapidly indeed once, in the words of the aid organisations, the invasion by the United States-led coalition goes ahead in earnest. Jordanian officials certainly hoping that they will be spared the problems of a refugee influx in this country, but aid officials, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, saying very much that they are preparing for the worst. They're preparing camps here for at least 10,000, possibly as many as 30,000 refugees to come across, and a lot of other people they're preparing to provide relief to inside Iraq once it's safe to do so, Wolf.
We saw those emblems of the Red Crescent, those humanitarian workers, the Muslim equivalent of the Red Cross, working along the border. Are there a lot of humanitarian aid workers already in place, Matthew, to deal with this emerging human flood that is expected to go from Iraq into Jordan?
Well, a lot of the humanitarian workers are certainly based out of the Jordanian capital, Amman, but up here in Ruwayshid, very close to the Iraqi frontier, there is a lot of aid activity underway. Aid workers, in conjunction with the Jordanian authorities have been very busy building makeshift camps that are still very dusty, perched in the middle of that very dusty, dry, barren desert in preparation for a possible influx of Iraqi refugees. I have to say, though, that influx has not materialized as yet. The aid agencies, as I say, as well as the Jordanian authorities, are very much bracing still for the possibility.
Indeed, the stakes for King Abdullah, the leader of Jordan, enormous from all aspects: economic, military, diplomatic, political. Matthew Chance along the border, thanks very much. CNN's Miles O'Brien is standing by once again at the CNN Center in Atlanta, and he's got General Wesley Clark with him. I wonder if both of you would explain a little bit what's going on the ground as U.S. troops, Marines, move into southern Iraq.
Well, Wolf, I'll tell you, having the former Supreme NATO commander with me to help us out, probably no better source for that, General Wes Clark here to talk big picture here about a potential thrust toward Baghdad, basically from the south, because that is where all the troop massing is. First of all, let's show you a quick graphic, if we could, as we point out this area right down here on the Kuwaiti border where everything is going to focus on. We could show this graphic. We'll show you who the players are and what the anticipated routes might be. General Clark, first of all, big picture here, obviously. We once again would for those of you who haven't figured out this geography yet, we're talking about this area right down here. And let's talk about who's involved.
Well, let's see. The first thing is you've got a heavy army force.
This is the 101st Airborne.
This is the 101st Airborne, which has a lot of helicopters, and it can jump and move long distances. Then you've got the 3rd Infantry Division there, shown in the green. 3rd Infantry Division is able to move overland, effective force. This would be a British and a Marine, British and U.S. Marine force. And what you've got here is a big river system, and this is the Euphrates and the Tigris there. And the Euphrates and Tigris define the maneuver zone.
All right.
So
I hate to interrupt you. We're going to continue this in just a second. We have somebody who's dropped in on the line. Joining us is Dexter Filkin with the New York Times. I'm not sure where Dexter is. Dexter, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
All right. Tell us what you have.
Well, I'm in far northern Kuwait, right on the Iraqi border, and just for the past 4 hours, 4.5 hours, I've just been witnessing an extraordinary artillery bombardment by the United States and British forces into Iraq, and an aerial bombardment as well. And it's just extraordinary. I mean, it feels like an earthquake, and just the rumble and the noise. It's shaking the windows. It's shaking buildings, and this has been going on all evening.
So I guess that tells you that something is very imminent as far as a march toward Baghdad.
Well, in this case, right where I am, we are about 50 miles due south of Basra, and that's Iraq's second largest city, and I think it's probably the first big city that the United States and the coalition would like to take. And I think those tanks are going over. I saw them today. The troop carriers are going over, and they're just pouring over the border towards Basra right now. And I think the artillery is basically blasting a lane for them to do that.
All right. I'm joined by General Wesley Clark. He has a question for you, Dexter. Go ahead, General.
Well, I think the question there is actually what's going over that border. Is this the Marines? Is this the Brits? Is this the 3rd Infantry Division? And are you seeing helicopters moving over the border? Is it all armored vehicles? And how do you see it there?
Well, it's hard. That's a good question. It's hard to. The sun was going down when the first troops that we saw started to go over, and what I saw earlier in the day was a lot of British forces lined up, and I know they're heading to Basra, and we saw howitzers and tanks and troop carriers, and then what I believe were U.S. Marines doing the same. We saw Apache helicopters tonight. What I think were Apache fly over. We've heard helicopters. It's very dark here now. We've heard helicopters all night. We've heard low flying planes. So there's a lot going on here, that's for sure.
Have you seen any incoming fire at all from the Iraqis coming back onto these forces as they move past?
Control room.
You know what, General Clark, we have our wires crossed there. We want to get that rectified first. We'll get back to Dexter when we can. Let's continue our discussion because it couldn't be more appropriate for what's going on right now. We're talking about which divisions would be doing what. If we could advance this graphic a little bit for us and give us a sense of what's going on. If you move it ahead to where it was, there we go. Okay, we got the 101st Airborne is that red arrow coming up this way. I'll just draw right back over it. And then you've got the 3rd Infantry Division. That's the heavy armor.
That's the heavy armor.
And that's the key thrust, really, if you're a guy like you who wore a green suit, right?
Well, I'm sure thinking about them.
What about the number of people involved in this thrust between, and then you've got the British, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, U.S. Marines, along with the Brits.
Well, these are both
sheer numbers. Is that enough?
Probably is. It depends on how carefully you move with the use of air. It depends on the Iraqi resistance. It's a matter for the commanders on the ground to sort out. But in principle, it can be done based on what we know of the Iraqi fighting force, at least up until Baghdad, and then we don't know.
All right, and now we're talking about doing this simultaneously to the Shock and Awe air campaign. And let's take a look at a depiction that we put together through our friends at Analytical Graphics, showing this huge kilometer. We're talking about 20,000 vehicles, which if you stack them end to end at 40 feet, I figured it out, is about 150 miles in length. Of course, they're not going end to end, and going across the desert this way. What's the tactic here?
They've got, in this case, we've got them deployed in a combat formation, and you're leading with some platoons that have their vehicles spread out. They're in wedge so they can see the enemy and bring fire to bear. The units behind us sort of spread out and following.
All right,
it might look that way.
All right, it might look that way. There's another thing we can tell you about too, and that is the possibility of going through an area, let's say, that has some mines and some obstacles. You might get into a narrow column just like this, and what you'd have leading into these berms is a modified M1A1 tank, which has a bulldozer on it. Who says the Corps of Engineers is not difficult duty? They're right there at the very point of the pointy spear.
We call that a mine plow up there on the front of that thing. Should be digging in deep enough to scoop those mines out.
Scooping out those mines. On goes the convoy, M1A1s. You notice they have some mine, it looks like a plow.
Anything that got left there, that roller's going to detonate it so it goes off and doesn't hit the tank.
All right. As this column continues onward, our discussion has to take yet another cul-de-sac. General Clark, I know you got to get going, so we'll try to get you back on the air later to finish this discussion of how that advance on Baghdad would occur. We're going to send it back to Aaron right now.
Okay. Thank you. That is a remarkable look at how this operation moves forward. I must say, the graphics help enormously. Air raid sirens have been going off in Baghdad, on and off, all clears, not all clears, warning signals and the rest. Nick Robertson, what are you hearing now as they approach midnight?
Aaron, we're hearing detonations coming from the edge of the city, some heavy detonations perhaps in the last 10 minutes. Just an indication of the state of flux of this war. As we watch here, we have very little else to focus on apart from when the all clear sounds, when the siren sounds indicating another possible attack. We're very focused on that here. What we had a little while ago was a siren warning that the city may be under attack. What we are hearing now, although we cannot see any explosions, we are hearing distant detonations towards the edge of the city, too far away to say exactly where they are impacting. Perhaps we have heard between 15 and 20 such detonations. There was a small amount of anti-aircraft fire again in the distance, but certainly this city, as far as the air raid warnings are concerned for Baghdad at the moment, Baghdad residents and military, the air raid warning sirens have been telling them they are still a city under threat, that there is an attack somewhere underway, and we are hearing it on the outskirts of the city. Aaron? And
the intensity of the sounds you hear, can you compare them to the intensity of the sounds you heard now 4 hours or so ago when the cruise missiles hit?
These attacks are clearly much, much further away. They are dull thuds in the distance. I am sure that if one is much closer to the point of impact, then they would be much louder. The impacts that we witnessed before, and the anti-aircraft we witnessed before, was unfolding less than a mile or about a mile from where we stood. So, of course, the intensity much stronger. What we are hearing at this time is further out on the periphery of the city. Again, an interesting note. Anti-aircraft fire not erupting in the center of the city. Again, an indication, at least some of our analysts have been commenting on this, on good command and control, use of anti-aircraft fire when the threat comes close. We're seeing occasional bursts of that anti-aircraft fire on the outskirts of the city at this stage, Aaron.
And very briefly, Nick, just give me a sense of what the night sky is like. The moon now has risen in Baghdad. Is it a cloudy night? It's a little hard for me to tell looking at the picture.
It has been clearing all evening. When we started, as night fell, there was perhaps 9/10 cloud cover. Now we are down over the city of Baghdad to perhaps less than 1/10 cloud cover, maybe even less. And if I look out the other direction, the moon is very bright and very clear. The clouds that are scudding across in front of it, not even obscuring it, very thin clouds of a form that would be at quite a high altitude as well. The stars also breaking through against the sky. Many stars now appearing in the sky, Aaron. It is quite a clear night now.
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson in Baghdad, who's been on the phone almost constantly, it seems, for the last 24 hours. Christian in Kuwait.
Aaron, as we've been discussing, and you were talking to Dexter Filkins about what movement is going on from the Kuwait into Iraq in the north here. Again, want to say that the Kuwaiti news agency is saying that coalition forces, both U.S. and British forces, which have crossed the border, they say, according to the Kuwait news agency, that the town of Ghassa, which is a border town right up north, and it is a port town, and it's Iraqi's biggest commercial point, that town has been taken. Again, according to to the Kuwait news agency. I've tried to call military officials who won't confirm that to us now, but certainly I have been told over the last 24 hours that Qasr is essentially on the way to Basra, and it would be one of the primary land objectives in the south first, to try to get it, to secure that port. It's the biggest entry point for any kind of civilian and humanitarian supplies that are needed, and it would provide at least the first small but tangible land victory there in a strategic location, as others up north have been talking about potentially Basra being the main big population point that would be one of the first targets there. So we're still trying to get this absolutely confirmed from other sources, but Kuwait saying that the town of Qasr, Iraq's biggest port on the border between Kuwait and Iraq, has been taken. They say it did go without a fight, and according to these news agency reports, that the Iraqis in the town surrendered. In the meantime, we're going to go to CNN's Jane Araf up north. She is in northern Iraq, close to the Turkish border, for more details of what's happening there. Jane?
Well, Christiane, Kurdish officials here have been constructing tent cities for would-be potential refugees. Now they put up 10 tents for administrative purposes up in the mountains where hundreds of thousands of Kurds have fled, hundreds of them living in just under plastic sheeting. They say they have 1,000 tents more. Now we saw horrible scenes today. People lining the roads, families alongside the roads, almost knee-deep in mud, trying to warm their hands over firewood, getting water from streams, families packed into small tents. Now you can imagine the level of fear that drives families to leave the cities where they have homes to go and camp out essentially in the freezing rain in the countryside, and that's essentially what's happening. We still have not seen any potential refugees crossing from Iraqi controlled territory. Those checkpoints are closed and those unofficial borders are essentially sealed. Christiane?
Jane, they're obviously not afraid of the US and UK forces, but obviously they're afraid of Iraqis. But what are they saying? Have there been any attempts at Iraqi incursions or intimidation? Why are they fleeing exactly?
It's really interesting. It's Iraqi forces, certainly, and the memory of the chemical attacks on Kurdish villages universally. When we were watching them stream out of the city 2 days ago in a long, long line of cars, trucks, trailers, tractors, anything they could pile their children and their bedding on, they were saying they were afraid of a chemical attack. There are, of course, no preparations here. There are no gas masks to buy. There's nothing anyone can do. This is the kind of place where people believe if you put tape on your windows that could keep out chemical gas. So they're just fleeing further into the countryside. They are afraid of Iraqi forces, even though their leaders are telling them it's safe, they should go back to the villages, back to the towns. They're not going to. But they're perhaps even more afraid, Christiane, of Turkish forces, particularly after tonight's vote in which the Turkish parliament said that it would send Turkish forces here. Now, a senior Kurdish leader tells us that that is unacceptable, that in his conversations with American officials in Ankara over the past couple of days, Kurdish leaders have reiterated that they would not accept Turkish troops here. That's still something that's being worked out with the Americans. Christiane?
And that's something that's going to have to be watched very carefully, because clearly Turkey has not allowed US forces to be stationed there. US forces would have come in for a northern front and to protect some of those strategic locations that the Turks were concerned about, for instance, the oil fields and others there. So if this boils down to a situation where the Turkish forces come in, everybody has been saying that that could be a recipe for potential chaos, and we are going to have to watch that very, very carefully. In the meantime, we're going to go to Wolf again.
Thanks very much, Christiane. As we look at these live pictures of Baghdad, where we've heard sirens going off on and off over the past hour or so, our Nick Robertson on the scene saying out in the outskirts of Baghdad right now, heavy thuds, the sound of bombs presumably going off, but we don't have more details of that right now. Here in Kuwait, the government strongly supporting the Bush administration, the United States government, in this showdown with Iraq. There's another country in this part of the world that also strongly supports the Bush administration, namely the government of Israel. CNN's Kelly Wallace is in Tel Aviv right now. We all remember, Kelly, a dozen years ago, the Israelis suffered at the hands of Sadaam Hussein, 39 Scud missiles landing in and around Tel Aviv at that time. Tell us what's going on in Israel right now.
Well, for that reason, Israelis are watching the situation in Iraq very, very closely. But right now, the Israeli government's assessment continues to be the same. Israeli officials are still saying they believe there is a very, very low probability of a successful Iraqi Scud attack on Israel. And so that is why there is a real sense of calm, relative calm on the streets, even in Tel Aviv, the area that really bore the brunt of those 39 Iraqi Scud attacks in 1991. But as we show you, if we can show you some live pictures of the streets of Tel Aviv, you can see it's relatively quiet. This is the start of the weekend here in Israel. Normally the streets would be filled with people. There is a sense of relative quiet. People are going about their lives, kids going to school. Attendance, though, in the Tel Aviv area, very low, just about 20%. But this interesting point, in 1991, many people in this area left Tel Aviv. They went to Jerusalem or to southern parts of the country considered safe when it comes to any possible Iraqi Scud attack. But according to an Israeli newspaper poll, 84% of people in this area say they plan to stay. Now, there is tremendous cooperation going on between Israel and the United States. Prime Minister Sharon got a heads up from Secretary of State Colin Powell 90 minutes before the start of the first U.S. strikes in Iraq. And there are unprecedented steps the two countries are taking to try and prevent any Iraqi Scud attack and to prevent Israel from getting involved in any way. You have upgraded American Patriot anti-missile systems deployed in the most populated parts of this country. You have at least 600 American soldiers in Israel. The U.S. is also loaning to Israel an early warning system. So now Israel will have about 6 to 7 minutes notice of any Iraqi Scud attack. That's twice the notice it had in 1991. And then this unprecedented step, the U.S. is sharing real-time classified information about the military campaign in Iraq with the Israelis. Wolf, all of this is the Americans want to show Israel they are doing everything they possibly can to prevent any attack and, again, to prevent Israel from getting involved in any way. Wolf?
And Kelly, before I let you go, I know Israeli intelligence analysts have been carefully studying that videotape of Sadaam Hussein, just as U.S. intelligence analysts have been studying it. What's the bottom line assessment of the Israelis, who are experts, of course, in trying to understand the Iraqi leader?
The bottom line assessment from these Israeli analysts, they believe it is Sadaam Hussein, although they believe the Iraqi leader recorded this in a hurry. They thought it was interesting. He was wearing glasses. His speech, he was looking down a lot. They sense this as a man who is facing some pressure, but they do believe it is Sadaam Hussein, and they can't say, though, exactly if it was live or pre-recorded, but they do think it was the Iraqi leader. Wolf?
Kelly Wallace in Tel Aviv, where it's obviously right now still very quiet. Back to you, Aaron.
Thank you. Quickly to Nick Robertson. We have a better sense of what has been hit, or at least that something has been hit. Nick?
Aaron, now 10 to midnight here. We're hearing the all clear sirens go off indeed at this moment from Iraqi officials on Iraq's television here a little earlier, saying that a number of locations around the country have been hit, perhaps giving us some elements of the big picture, just as the air raid siren giving the all clear there just winds itself down. The Iraq's television saying that a military site in Basra in the south of the country, close to the border with Kuwait, had been hit. A target, they said, had been hit in Akashat. That is a town about 300 miles northwest of Baghdad, a town very close to the Syrian border. So an indication there that targets in many different areas of the country being hit, perhaps targets that people had not initially expected to be hit, targets perhaps not in the way of invading forces, perhaps targets that didn't initially indicate high-value government or leadership targets, but Iraq reporting that a target close to the border with Syria was hit. Iraq, interestingly, reporting that 4 of its fighters have been killed as well. Very interesting that at this early stage it is already admitting to some fatalities, Aaron.
I'm sorry, will you say that last thing again? 4 of its what?
What? 4 of its fighters. An interesting wording, and that perhaps the wording is important, but Iraq's television said that 4 of its fighters rather than soldiers had been killed.
Got it.
This could be an indication, Aaron, between the Iraqi government making a differentiation between soldiers in the regular army and Ba'ath Party volunteers. According to Iraq's government, there have been some 2 million Iraqi Ba'ath Party volunteers, that's the ruling party here, the Ba'ath Party, who had been armed with Kalashnikovs. Perhaps when they say fighters, this is what they're referring to, Aaron.
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Robertson. Just going back for a second to something Kelly Wallace said. She was talking about the blasé attitude, somewhat blasé attitude of Israelis. We were looking at the front page of the Jerusalem Post the other day. The big banner headline that day, and it was big and bold, was President Bush issues ultimatum. And then on the side column, as almost an afterthought, citizens told to carry gas masks wherever they go. It gives you a sense of perhaps what 50 years of tension and war will do to you, to your mentality, but it does also say that the Israelis are a bit more blasé, if that's the fair word for it, than perhaps we are. President Bush, when he talked earlier to reporters, mentioned that this effort is an effort, this war is an effort to make the homeland, our homeland, more secure. John King, that whole issue of homeland security must be so much on the minds of so many government officials, given the level of the terror alert today.
And so far so good, Aaron, is the assessment we are getting from senior administration officials as they try to track what they worry about most, that as we have these strikes overseas throughout Iraq, that there will be retaliatory terrorist strikes, either by organized terrorist networks or sympathetic terrorists or people against the United States in this country. So far so good. No plans, we are told, to raise the threat level, although it is already at orange, which is high. So most of the president's business has been behind the scenes today. He is the most senior of about a handful of senior administration officials, including the vice president and the secretary of state, the national security advisor, fanning out, we are told, in phone calls to more than 3 dozen now world leaders, offering them an update on what is going on. But we did hear from the president a bit earlier today. We see Baghdad, a capital, under siege. Mr. Bush coming into the cabinet room here at the White House to portray a very different image, trying to show that in Washington it is business as usual, urgent business, but still business as usual, with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld on one side, Secretary of State Powell on the other. The president offered a brief statement in the cabinet room.
Called my cabinet together to review our strategies to make the world more peaceful, to make our country more secure, to make the lives of our citizens as healthy and as prosperous as possible. We heard from Secretary Rumsfeld, who briefed us on the early stages of the war. There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice. We heard from Secretary Powell, who briefed us on the ever-growing coalition of the willing nations who support our deep desire for peace and freedom. Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We are grateful for their determination. We appreciate their vision, and we welcome their support. As well, we discussed the need to make sure we have plans in place to encourage economic vitality and growth. We will continue to push for a Medicare system that is compassionate for our seniors. We care deeply about the fact that some children in our society can't read. We want the best of education for every citizen in America. This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country. Thank you all.
So even at the very early stages of a defining moment of the Bush presidency, the president trying to make the case that his eyes, and especially the eyes of his cabinet, still on the domestic issues, the domestic affairs of the United States as the early prosecution of the war continues. One thing the president said that will be the point of contention around the world, the president called it an ever-growing coalition of 40 countries. That is a handful more nations that were actively involved in the coalition his father assembled 12 years ago for the Persian Gulf War, but there is a significant difference, of course. In this coalition, it is the United States doing the overwhelming load of the fighting, British forces on the ground, Australian troops scheduled to take part perhaps in some way. In the last Gulf War, you had Arab forces on the ground, the Egyptians, the Syrians, the Saudis, the Qataris, all taking up arms to expel the Iraqi army from Kuwait. no such participation this time around. So as the president says, Aaron, that this is a growing coalition, that is one of the big geopolitical debates, if you will, going on around the world as the president prosecutes a war that is still in its very early stages.
And not to sound in any sense crass, I hope, but one of the other differences in the first Gulf War, a lot of those other countries, the Saudis in particular, but not only the Saudis, wrote big checks to pay for the war.
And that will not happen this time. The administration makes no secret about it. The war will be paid for by U.S. taxpayers. A bill, an initial bill of $75 billion to $85 billion, likely to go up to Congress as soon as next week. The administration says when it comes to the long-term reconstruction of Iraq, that would be paid for using Iraq's oil. One of the reasons they're so sensitive here about the possibility those oil wells have been set fire today, but no question about it. Last time Japan wrote big checks, Saudi Arabia wrote big checks, other members of the Arab coalition wrote big checks. This time, when it comes to the war itself, it is being paid for out of the United States Treasury.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, with us. In Kuwait with us for the last couple of hours, Christiana Amanpour as well. Christiana, I think you're still there. There you are. I can see you now. We're going to take a short break, Christian and I. We'll both be back at 7 o'clock Eastern Time and with you most of the evening and into the early morning today. And Heidi Collins is here as well to give us the latest developments as CNN's continuing coverage of this war moves on.
Thanks, Aaron, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at CNN. It is nearly midnight in Baghdad, and here are the latest developments at this hour in the strike on Iraq. Explosions and anti-aircraft fire rocked the city of Baghdad shortly after night fell on the Iraqi capital. At least 2 buildings were set on fire, including one housing the offices of Iraq's deputy prime minister. Iraqi officials say at least 72 missiles have hit Baghdad since the airstrikes began. U.S. ground forces are now on the move. Pentagon officials confirmed to CNN that U.S. Marines have entered southern Iraq. Members of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force headed north out of Kuwait and across the Iraqi border. CNN reporters have also witnessed heavy artillery fire along the border between Iraq and Kuwait. The FBI is on the lookout for a Saudi-born man in connection with possible threats against the United States. He is identified as Adnan El-Shukrajuma, and the FBI says he may be involved in all al-Qaeda terrorist activities. The agency says it's not known whether he's in the U.S. or overseas. Meanwhile, Iraqi TV released another videotape of Sadaam Hussein, the second time the Iraqi leader has been seen on tape since last night's attacks. But questions remain whether the taped appearances are new and whether Sadaam Hussein survived last night's strikes. That is a quick look at the headlines at this hour. Now more of CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq.
The scene in Baghdad we're going to show you in a moment, hit by a second wave of targeted U.S. attacks. I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington.
And I'm Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City, where there's an eerie silence right now, a day that saw several sirens go off, alerts to people to get ready for some sort of attack by Iraq. Most of that not necessary. There has been, though, significant action in the northern part of Kuwait as U.S. troops are moving in to southern Iraq. Judy?
Well, Wolf, our correspondents are in position. Our coverage of this strike on Iraq does continue. We want to go first, I think, to the Iraqi capital. Do we have Nick Robertson there in Baghdad?
Yes, I'm here in Baghdad. We do have new information from Iraqi television giving further clarification to some of their injuries and fatalities today, saying that 72 cruise missiles, they say, have attacked Iraq. However, they add further clarification to that figure they gave before, saying many of these missiles failed. They also now describe the 4 fighters who died so far. They call them 4 martyrs have died. They also say 1 officer has also died, as well as 5 other people injured. They also say that they have fired missiles into Kuwait at this time, that they have fired missiles into a port area in Kuwait called Al-Shawak. They also say that the reports that Qasr, a small port town just across the border from Kuwait inside Iraq, they say the reports that had fallen to coalition forces is mere propaganda and not true. So new clarifications about the day's activities coming from Iraqi officials. Very interesting that they should say of the 72 cruise missiles, they say that many of them have failed. They report 4 what they describe martyrs dead and 1 officer.
Nick, how are they getting information to you?
We are receiving information in Iraq, in Baghdad at this time, in the same way that Iraqi citizens are receiving it. We are receiving it off of Iraqi state television. We are occasionally in touch with officials from Iraq's Ministry of Information. We do have an official from associated with that ministry with us, but all the information we're receiving, apart from guidance from the Ministry of Information, is coming from Iraq state television, the same service that Iraq's people are also hearing.
Nick, how would you describe after, here we are, 12 plus, how many hours are we past the first attack last night? It's now 18 hours. How would you describe the posture of the Iraqi leadership and its preparation for what's coming?
They are preparing the people, clearly. They are preparing the people in the way to say that the leadership is still strong, that they're still resistant. The meeting between President Sadaam Hussein, the Vice President Taha Yassin Ramadan, Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, Foreign Minister Najib Sabri, the Information Minister, Finance Minister, Minister for Military Industrialization, a signal to the Iraqi people that they are still unified, the leadership is still unified, that they are examining, they said, the current situation. They are making their preparations that would be based on a military and political assessment. They said they would be victorious. They appear to be bracing the people, however, for a potentially very difficult conflict. Perhaps one interesting way to gain insight into that, on Iraqi television this afternoon, one of the movies, the main movie that played throughout the afternoon, that was only interrupted for news broadcasts, was a movie about Tito, the Yugoslav leader. It was a movie about his partisan guerrilla forces during the Second World War, about how Tito and these small...
Nick, I'm going to have to interrupt you because we do need to go to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait for something developing right now. Wolf?
Judy, what has happened several times during the past 12 hours here in Kuwait is happening once again. The Kuwaiti government has has put forward these sirens suggesting that there may be something going on, and suggesting that people go down to the basements, prepare themselves for some sort of activity. I can tell you all the earlier sirens that have gone off here in Kuwait City have proven to be not necessary, but people as a precaution go forward and prepare themselves for some sort of activity. Right now, it's there's, as I said earlier, there's an eerie quiet here in the Kuwait City. But I want to go back to CNN's Walter Rogers. He's in the northern part of Kuwait, and he's covering the story up there with the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. Go ahead. What are you hearing and what are you seeing, Walter? Oh, actually, it's Sanjay Gupta's with us in the northern part of Kuwait.
Wolf, we're getting the impression that the land operation was moved forward very dramatically and very suddenly today. This after the Iraqi forces fired 6 tactical ballistic missiles into Kuwait in the direction of U.S. forces. The actual timing for the launch of the land operation was not supposed to be perhaps until tomorrow. But then when the Iraqis fired those missiles into Kuwait, again over the heads of the U.S. forces positioned in northern Kuwait, a decision was made to hasten the land advance. Now, we can be reasonably general about where we are. About 4 hours ago, the 7th Cavalry was ordered to mount their vehicles in a convoy and start moving west. we have moved west with the 7th Cavalry, but then about 3.5 hours ago, we came to a stop. We have seen very little by way of action at all. There were some flashes on the horizon when we first launched out, perhaps artillery, we're not really sure. They might even have been Air Force bombs dropping. That's how far away they were. We just saw some light flashes. Other than that, we've been sitting in a convoy on a desert stretch with absolutely no action that we could see at all. Again, the 7th Cavalry still, we believe, in northwestern Kuwait, awaiting the opportunity to cross into Iraq. That has not occurred till this point. Wolf?
All right, Walter Rogers, he's in the northern part of Kuwait. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our medical correspondent, is also embedded with U.S. military forces in the northern part of the country. As the sirens go off here in Kuwait City, what are you seeing where you are, Sanjay?
Wolf, it was very quiet for several hours, just like you were reporting as well, for about 4 hours or so. Just over the last minute, the chemical sirens went on. Everyone is now back in this bunker, about 50 or so Marines. We all have our gas masks on. It was eerily quiet here as well, as you were describing, Wolf, for the last 4 hours. These chemical alerts, we're hearing some plane activity overhead. Earlier we heard some thuds, but this is the first activity we've seen in 4 hours. Again, the way that this works is there are trucks a little bit north of here that when they detect a chemical or some sort of agent, they will sound a siren automatically, alerting everyone to get into these bunkers, put on their gas masks. That's where we are right now, Wolf. Again, you can probably hear the sirens over here as well in the background. They continue to go off. Again, all of this new just over the last minute or so. Wolf?
How many times today have you been told to put on that gas mask, Sanjay?
Wolf, you're going to have to repeat that. I couldn't hear you.
How many times today, Sanjay, how many times today have you and your colleagues over there been told to put on that gas mask and get into that full protective gear mode?
This is the 9th time now, Wolf, in as many hours, roughly. About 9 bunker calls. At times we've had to wear this mask over an hour as we sit in this bunker behind me. It's very quiet in there. It's hard to talk and hard sometimes to even breathe. There's literally shoulder to shoulder, person to person behind me in this bunker. But about 9 times now, Wolf.
No, all right. Well, I can report now that the all clear has just sounded here in Kuwait City, Sanjay, whatever that means. We're about, I'm guessing 50, 60 miles or so from where you are, maybe around 100 kilometers or so. So the all clear siren is now sounding here in Kuwait City. Once again, we've gone through this drill several times today. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, he's up in the northern part of Kuwait, and Walter Rogers as well, embedded with U.S. military forces. Judy?
That's right, Wolf. You've been through it several times, but every time we take it seriously, because I know you do, because we don't know if this is going to be the time when it's the real thing. So we are on pins and needles for all of you. Watching all of this, of course, at the White House, President Bush today, anxious White House officials to indicate that they have a broad coalition of countries supporting them. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is with us. John, it seems to me the messages coming from the White House today all had a consistent theme, and that is that we are not in this alone.
That's right, Judy. We have had a chorus of criticism from key capitals around the world. The French once again criticizing the president for launching these military strikes. Sharp criticism as well from a man President Bush has called a very close friend, the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Criticism up at the United Nations from senior officials and senior diplomats as well. So the White House trying to make the case that not only is this coalition big, but it is growing as the military attacks escalate. Mr. Bush today saying there are more than 40 countries involved in this coalition. In practice, there are only 3 actually putting troops on the field. So far, the United States and Great Britain. We are told Australian forces may have a role in combat as well. Mr. Bush trying to make the case, and other White House officials trying to make the case, that in terms of numbers, this coalition is bigger than the coalition his father assembled for the Persian Gulf War 12 years ago. In that combat, of course, you had many other nations taking part in the fighting, not only the British, but many Arab nations. I remember being in the field with Saudi troops and Kuwaiti troops and Qatari troops, and even Syrian troops and Egyptian troops were involved in that effort. But this administration says this is a growing coalition. That was one point the president tried to make today in a brief appearance. He also paid tribute to the troops who are now involved in combat.
There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice.
Most of the day for the president, we are told, in the Oval Office, receiving constant updates from his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Also had the military planners here this morning, the Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld, General Richard Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. At the morning session, we are told President Bush had the plans laid out for him, and that we were told by one senior official afterwards that things would, quote, escalate fairly quickly. We have seen some of that this afternoon. Judy?
John, the consensus seems to be growing, and we're going to continue to talk about this, but the consensus seems to be growing in the intelligence community, at least the sources that our David Ensor and others are talking to, that Saddam Hussein, it does appear to be Saddam Hussein in these videos that have come out of Baghdad today, meaning that the early strike on Baghdad, very early this morning, Baghdad time, or last night our time, apparently was not successful. What are they saying about that at the White House? The fact that, you know, they made their this first effort to get him, and evidently it hasn't worked.
Well, they say a number of things. One, they say the president was well aware after he received the briefing from the CIA Director George Tenet and authorized these dramatic strikes yesterday that there was a very likelihood, a good possibility you would not get Saddam Hussein. The public line here at the White House is that they simply do not know whether Saddam Hussein survived, whether in fact that is the real Iraqi leader on that tape played on television, and if it is him played on that tape played on Iraqi television, whether that message was recorded as many as several days ago. Privately, White House officials say their operating assumption is that Saddam Hussein is alive, but they reject any notion that these strikes were a failure. They say they believe they have sent a strong message to Saddam Hussein, if he is alive, that they have very good information, intelligence information about where he is and where his senior leadership is, at least at key moments. And they also believe that if Saddam Hussein survived this attack, that many other members of his leadership team did not.
All right, John King at the White House, and we are in Washington, and we want to move across the Potomac River to the Pentagon, to our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie, given the fact that this war has begun or unfolded somewhat differently from what many of us expected, are they feeling good about it at this point?
Well, they are actually. They're feeling very confident here. And as you said, this was advertised as a conflict that would start with shock and awe. Instead, it seems to be starting with pinpoint strikes and then wondering about exactly what's happening and what may happen next. Now, Pentagon officials say the shock and awe campaign that involves thousands of precision-guided munitions may yet be employed. But what they're doing now is adapting their techniques to what is actually happening. They're making an assessment of the leadership situation. They're making a judgment of whether Saddam Hussein is alive or dead, who is in control, whether some other person might step forward, whether there might be a coup, how brittle the leadership is. And they also feel that by proceeding this way, they are inflicting a psychological toll as well on the Iraqi military. It's all part of essentially adapting the war plan to the conditions on the ground.
A war plan is something that is a plan that's developed before things start. And the minute things start, one has to take account of the realities that you find in the world. And that is what was done last evening. That is what will be done today and tomorrow and the next day. And to not do that would be a terrible mistake.
Having intel agencies and armed forces that are flexible is key to victory. And that's what you saw.
That's what you're seeing now, too, according to the Pentagon, is intelligence combined with the flexibility of the war plan. Now, that said, we do know that there was another round of cruise missile strikes in Baghdad today against targets that were also described as leadership targets, or parts of the center of gravity of the Iraqi leadership. We expect that there will be more strikes today. And also, we're told by Pentagon officials that although we're seeing a very narrow picture of what's going on, basically what's happening in Baghdad, there are things happening in other parts of Iraq, which after all is the size of California, that we're not seeing. Some of the things we're not seeing, for instance, are the ground troops that have moved across from Kuwait into southern Iraq. We're not really getting much of a picture of what they're encountering. There are some reports they may have taken a border town there. Both the 3rd Infantry Division and the 1st Marine Division have crossed into Iraq and are taking some ground there. But at this point, the Pentagon is characterizing this as all things that are making conditions more favorable, both for the leadership in Iraq to possibly crack, and if they don't, to prepare the way for that big shock and awe campaign that we've been promised. Judy?
All right, Jamie McIntyre reporting from the Pentagon, and we've been talking about the new video today of Sadaam Hussein. It came in two different pieces from Baghdad television. Our own David Ensor, our national security correspondent, has some new information about all that. David.
Well, Judy, all day, obviously, U.S. intelligence officials have been looking closely at these tapes, having thought that it was possible that the strikes by the U.S. Late last night might have actually killed Sadaam Hussein. There were some initial theories that the tapes might in fact be of doubles, since it's known in the past that Sadaam Hussein has used lookalikes in public from time to time to represent him. So there were questions about that picture on the left at first as to whether that really was Saddam. The one on the right we know is. Now U.S. officials say they are increasingly convinced that this is indeed Sadaam Hussein and not a body double, as some first suggested. They say the voice analysis, inflection appear the same as Saddam from before. The way the mouth moves, some of the other things that they have so far been able to analyze. This is just a preliminary, not by any means a definitive judgment, and there is still some disagreement, but they're beginning to think that Saddam is alive, just as the Iraqi government says he is.
David, are they being any more specific about what they base this judgment on?
Well, again, as I say, there's been voice analysis done, and the inflection, the way his mouth moves, that is about it in the way of specificity. Presumably they're also doing the triangulation process that's done with the face, but I haven't got any details on that so far, Judy.
So David, in a situation like this, do they come to a point where they say, all right, that's it, this is Saddam Hussein, and they stop worrying about it, or do they continue to try to refine their view here?
I think they will continue to work, particularly on the visual side of these tapes, to satisfy themselves that their initial judgment is correct. And you may not get a definitive announcement for even maybe a matter of days, but there's an initial judgment, and a fairly strong one from the officials I've spoken to, that this probably is Saddam himself, and that he apparently has once again eluded an American attempt to kill him. Judy?
All right, David Ensor, our national security correspondent, with me here in our Washington studio is someone who's very familiar with some of these kinds of intelligence questions. He is Stansfield Turner, the former head of the Central Intelligence Agency. Is there ever a point in a situation like this where you can be absolutely certain, all right, this is Saddam Hussein?
Probably never absolutely certain, Judy, but the evidence will get up to the 90% confidence level. I think from what we're hearing from David, it's probably up 70, 75% right now.
When we heard David saying they're looking at how his mouth moves, the so-called triangulation of the face, where they measure the distance between his eyes and so forth. What else goes into this assessment?
Well, I think what David also said about the voice analysis, and they will have tapes of his previous speeches, tapes that will tell how he accents certain words, the inflection, the amount of volume that goes up, and they'll compare these on machines that will give them a pretty good idea if it's the same individual. I was surprised. I didn't see one of the moles in the left-hand picture that he had in the right-hand picture.
As a former CIA man, what do you make of this information the president was given by his very top people late yesterday afternoon, saying we think we know where Saddam Hussein is, and his very senior people, let's go after him. The president gives the go-ahead, and now it turns out apparently they didn't get him.
Well, I thought it was absolutely remarkable that they felt the intelligence was good enough to do this, because there had to have been a fairly good time delay in here. By the time you analyze the intelligence, the time you get it to the White House, you persuade the president, he sends the order, General Franks sends the order on down, it gets programmed into a missile, the missile flies. They had to have had some really good intelligence to say not only was Saddam in point X, he was going to stay in point X for 2 or 3 or 4 hours for this whole process to work. Absolutely remarkable if it was the case.
All right, we are going to leave it there. Admiral Stansfield Turner, former director of the CIA. Thanks very much. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, Judy. Nice to be with you.
Appreciate you dropping by. Let's go to Wolf in Kuwait City.
Thanks very much, Judy. Very interesting stuff. We're showing our viewers now live pictures from Baghdad once again. It looks like it's pretty quiet on the scene right now. We'll be checking in, of course, subsequently with our own Nick Robertson. He's on the scene for us. Here in Kuwait City, there was a brief scare for 5 minutes. The sirens wailed. There was an all clear that came up very rapidly after that, meaning that the possibility of any danger, any incoming missiles had gone away. This was, by the way, the 5th time this had happened today with no serious consequences whatsoever here in Kuwait City. They're taking it much more seriously up in the northern part of Kuwait along the border with Iraq. That's where a lot of U.S. troops are stationed, as you know, and we saw our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He's embedded. He's covering the U.S. military up there. He was in full gas mask protective gear, as we just saw here on CNN over the past few minutes. Let's go back to the CNN Center in Atlanta. That's where CNN's Miles O'Brien is standing by for some good military analysis with our military analyst, General Wesley Clark. Miles?
Thanks very much, Wolf. We're going to focus a little bit on the Iraqi coastline, specifically the port city of Basra. You know, the Iraqi coastline is only 19 miles in distance. Going back to the '91 war, that was a big part of the reason that Sadaam Hussein went into Kuwait was to gain some coastline and some port access. That Basra port is somewhat limited, but it's a very strategic place right now. General Clark, walk us through the strategy of Basra as we take a look at some satellite imagery from our friends at Keyhole Graphics, Digital Globe. First of all, I want to highlight what we're talking about here. As you know, of course, U.S. forces are staged all along that border there, and right in this spot right here is Basra. Now, as we move in a little bit closer, let's talk about, well, let's give people the lay of the land, shall we?
What you've got here is, this, of course, is a border between Iraq over here and
let me get the right thing. Give me the right thing. Hang on. Okay, now go.
Iran, Iraq. Fortified area in here, very key piece of ground for Saddam Hussein during the 1980-88 war with Iran. Used chemical weapons down here. This is a military city, second largest city in Iraq. Got a lot of military potential there, and it's on the route to Baghdad.
Let's start moving toward Baghdad. We're going to take a... This is essentially where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers come together. They drain out in Basra. This is literally, we're talking about the cradle of civilization that we're going up here.
Garden of Eden.
As we take a left here and move up along the Tigris River, I want to bring in General David Grange too and ask him about, you know, you look at these maps, some of these political maps, General Grange, and you don't really get a sense of the terrain here. And the closer you get down, the more you realize how harsh it is, right? General Grange? I think we've lost him. Let's move along and
the answer is yes. Because when you get right down to it, and look at this area. This was an old swamp here. It's where the Marsh Arabs lived, and Saddam Hussein created an eco disaster there by draining that swamp to go after the Marsh Arabs who had rebelled against him after the Gulf War.
Now, somewhere along here, some commander at some level is going to have to make a decision to cross the river.
Exactly.
Because in order to get to Baghdad, you've got to cross the Tigris River. Let's go through a quick animation and explain one way that can work. This is not new technology. Matter of fact, you told me a moment ago.
It's about 40 years old, but it's good technology.
Okay, what you do here is you bring one of these things up. It's a
armored vehicle launched bridge.
There you go, and it's a scissor truck like none you've ever seen. I don't even know how this thing doesn't topple over. Look how it does its work here. And obviously you're limited on the size of the river that you can ford, the firmness.
It's about
of the
55 feet across that bridge.
Yeah, and off, then the truck goes off its way, and on goes the column of armor. Well, that sort of makes it look simple. It isn't that simple, is it?
It's a tough problem. You've got to get the bridge laid right, and of course you've got to have security on the other side when you lay that bridge.
All right, let's get back to our tour, and we'll try to bring David Grange in here one more time. General Grange, as we move up toward Baghdad here to talk about this march toward Baghdad, what are some of the things that you think about as some of the problems that ground troops might encounter?
Well, you know, the river crossing that you just showed is a substantial one, because not all the river crossing sites are 55 feet, or the banks appropriate to lay a bridge. So you may have to use rafts. You may have to, like General Clark said, you definitely have to put people on the other side to secure the far side with helicopters or some means before you even start that. Then you have a series of canals that are tied to irrigation projects, tied to the lakes that are on the west side of Baghdad that crisscross throughout the area. You have berms that have a slope gradient that is extremely tough for some types of vehicles. And then you also have power lines. So all these things affect movement and weapons, the firing engagement of enemy forces with weaponry. It's not that it can't be accomplished, you can get through it. But it is a challenge, and the U.S. and British forces train on just those obstacles on a continuous basis. And the other thing that you don't see, of course, in the geography is landmines. And landmines are very sophisticated today and some very difficult to detect.
All right, so just to give people the orientation here, here's that Tigris River out there, and here's the center of Baghdad. Somewhere along that trek, some 280 miles, I think I measured the other day. Somewhere along that way they're going to cross. We don't know where that's going to be, but that's going to be a crucial choke point. And the thing that has come up as we look at the distance here, of course, this probably would not be an ideal place to do it right there in Baghdad. Probably do it before that you get to Baghdad.
My guess is you'd have one force that crosses somewhere north of Basra, one force that crosses maybe 100 miles north of that.
All right, and that's a choke point, and that's where you run into the risk with the column forming, and I would like you both to comment on this, with a column forming, things stalling, where it might be tempting to use chemical weapons, for example.
There's no question that if you're fixed in a stationary position and you're working on something like that, you do become more vulnerable. But of course we know that. And so before we would do that river crossing, we would do everything in our power to make sure that he wasn't able to use chemical weapons against us.
David Grange, you want to add in on that?
Well, that's a great point, because the chemical weapons, the place to use them, and you can use it by just, for instance, detonating a chemical supply dump near a river crossing site, as an example, along a main avenue of approach that supports 70-ton tanks, as an example. So you really don't even have to fire munitions. You can actually detonate something like that to stall the forces. So this is something that is critical on the reconnaissance. Reconnaissance, not only looking for enemy soldiers and equipment, but reconnaissance to sniff the air for chemical agents, so you can keep everything moving. You don't want to stop in vulnerable areas where then you could be engaged by enemy artillery or rocket fire.
All right, final point, General Clark, this distance, some 300 miles or so, that's a long march. There's a lot of supply and logistic concerns when you start talking about marching through the desert with armor and supporting all those troops and all that equipment. What's the biggest concern?
First thing is you got to keep the fuel coming to the forces, because these tanks have to be refueled about every 6 to 8 hours.
Gallons per mile we're talking
about.
Right,
absolutely.
All right, watch the tankers. That's another thing to take care of there. All right, thank you very much, both generals. David Grange, General Wesley Clark, we appreciate you both being with us. We'll be checking in with you all throughout the weekend, all throughout the evening, I should say. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Miles. Thanks to the generals as well. We're getting some news in from CNN's Christiana Manpour. She is telling us that a British military spokesman has now told her that British forces have launched a move on the southern El Fa Peninsula in southern Iraq, a strategic location. British forces moving in on El Fa. If you have a map, you'll know where that is. It's a very important location. The British spokesman is denying a report from the Kuwaiti news agency that Qasr, the huge Iraqi port in the southern part of Iraq, has already fallen. The British military spokesman telling Christian that report is not true, but British military forces now moving on the El Fa Peninsula at the same time that Marines, U.S. Marines, are moving into southern Iraq as well. We're going to continue to monitor those developments, a lot of military activity along the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. In the meantime, back to you, Judy.
Thanks, Wolf. A lot to keep track of right now. We just heard Miles talking with the generals about chemical weapons, and in fact, we have some new information that our State Department correspondent Andrea Koppel is able to report about the French and chemical weapons. Andrea?
That's right, Judy. A disturbing discovery in a French rail station. In fact, one of the main rail stations, train stations in Paris, known as Gare de Lyon. According to a French diplomat who spoke with CNN, on Monday, police got a phone call from some people at the rail station saying that they had found some bottles in a locker. Well, it turns out that in 2 of those 5 bottles, there were traces of ricin that were found to be inside. There are 2 other bottles that had some undisclosed, unknown type of powder inside, and then a 3rd bottle with a liquid. But this is the first time that any ricin, traces of ricin, have been discovered in France. If you remember back in January, the British police made a number of arrests related to ricin as well. They believe it was a homemade ricin. And we also heard Secretary of State Powell last month in his presentation before the United Nations that he said that Ansar al-Islam, that alleged terrorist organization in northern Iraq, was known, at least some of the people associated with them, known to be able to produce these types of chemical weapons, Judy. So the French made this discovery on Monday, but they only got the results back today, that 2 of 5 bottles discovered inside a locker in the Gare de Lyon train station in Paris were known to have traces of ricin inside. We don't know, of course, Judy, whether or not this was supposed to be for a potential terrorist attack. Judy? And
Andrea, as far as we know, and I'm searching my memory right now, this is the first incident of its kind in this period that we're calling the war on terror since 9/11.
That would be correct, and certainly March 17th, as we all know, was the date that the U.S., the U.K., and Spain had given for Saddam Hussein to peacefully disarm, a deadline he did not meet. And we do know that this has been a concern of governments around the world. We know that the U.S. government has issued worldwide travel warnings and cautions alerting American citizens overseas to the potential for terrorist attacks. So this discovery was made in Paris, but certainly France has been very actively engaged in trying to crack down on terrorism, along with many other governments around the world, Judy.
All right, Andrea Koppel with that new information. Andrea at the State Department. We're going to have more live coverage in a moment, but first, let's turn back to Heidi Collins. She's at the CNN Center in Atlanta with a quick look at the headlines this hour. Heidi.
Thanks, Judy. I am Heidi Collins here at CNN Center in Atlanta. 4:30 here. That means 12:30 in the morning in Baghdad. And here is what is happening in the strike on Iraq at this hour. Within the past hour, our Nick Robertson reported more detonations in Baghdad in the second round of the U.S.-led attack to disarm and overthrow Sadaam Hussein. The offices of Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz reportedly were hit. Iraqi TV reports 72 missiles have hit the city since U.S. airstrikes began, killing at least 5 people. The first wave of ground troops has crossed into Iraq from Kuwait. Now, U.S. Marines clashed with Iraqi forces near the border and reportedly destroyed 2 Iraqi armored personnel carriers. British officials say Iraq launched as many as 10 surface-to-air missiles into Kuwait. They say all missed their presumed targets, and none appeared to carry biological or chemical weapons. President Bush and his cabinet are reviewing their next steps and strategies in the war on Iraq. During a brief appearance before the cameras, Mr. Bush praised the performance of U.S. military forces, and he said the numbers of countries supporting the strike on Iraq has now increased to more than 40.
Our strategies.
That is a quick look at the headlines at this hour. Now more on CNN's coverage of the strike on Iraq.
I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting live from Kuwait City. Let's recap some of the latest developments we're following right here. First of all, a British military spokesman is telling our Christiane Amanpour that British forces are now moving into the area of southern Iraq, around an area along the El Fa Peninsula, strategically important area. This British military spokesman denying that Qasr, the huge Iraqi port in the southern part of Iraq, has already fallen. That was a report delivered earlier, just a little while ago, by the Kuwaiti news agency. The British military spokesman denying that. We are also in the aftermath of the 5th siren that just went off, an early warning siren that went off here a little while ago in Kuwait City. There was an all clear after 5 minutes. 5th time today that has happened without any significant damage. At the same time, we are told that as a precaution, at least for the time being, temporarily, they are shutting down the Kuwait City airport on the outskirts of Kuwait City. The Kuwaiti airport is being closed temporarily to deal with these emerging issues. A lot going on here in this part of the world. A lot of military activity in the northern part, U.S. Marines moving into southern Iraq, the Marines from the 1st Expeditionary Unit. And Judy, I have to tell you that it's going to get more intense before it starts easing up.
It surely looks that way. Wolf Blitzer, and we'll, of course, be coming back to you many times in the hours to come. We've been reporting to you on the political reaction here in Washington. Some Democrats taking issue with the fact that the president gave up on diplomacy. He said he had taken it as far as it would go. They said he should have done more. Now, however, it looks as if there is an effort to come together, Democrats and Republicans. And for the very latest from Capitol Hill, let's go to my colleague Jonathan Karl. Jonathan.
Yeah, Judy, we've been seeing a display of unity on the Senate floor that has in recent weeks seen anything but unity. What they are now doing is coming together on a resolution expressing support for the troops doing the fighting in Iraq and also for their commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, George Bush. The resolution reads in part that Congress, quote, commends and expresses the gratitude of the nation to all members of the United States Armed Forces. And expressing that gratitude, it also very interestingly singles out America's allies and specifically the leader of Great Britain. Expresses, as you see there, sincere gratitude to British Prime Minister Tony Blair and his government for their courageous and steadfast support. Now, in introducing this resolution, which is expected to be voted on later this afternoon, you had a remarkable display of unity involving the top Democrat and the top Republican in the Senate. Take a look at this.
I'm very proud that differences have been reconciled and that this resolution bears both of your distinguished names, and that we will strive to have unity in this chamber and to have a very constructive and clear debate as a message to the men and women of the armed forces, their families, and indeed the whole world.
I wonder if the senator from Virginia would just yield so I could add a similar thought. I wish all of our troops could see the two of you standing together here. I had no doubt we would unite in support of our troops when the time came. That's exactly what's happening, and this picture is a very eloquent statement about the unity of this Congress once we are committed to combat.
Now, there has been no such unity, however, over in the House side of the Congress, where the negotiators from both parties are working on a resolution also expressing support for the troops, but they've been unable to agree on the details of that resolution. What we are learning is that in these negotiations, Democrats have rejected to one very specific line in the resolution drafted by Republicans. That line reads, quote, "It commends the President for firm leadership and decisive action in the conduct of military operations in Iraq as part of the ongoing war against terrorism." Now, Democrats object to that for two reasons. One, they don't want to praise the President for decisive action. Many of them disagreed with this decisive action. And also, they do not see Iraq as part of the ongoing war against terrorism. So there is a little bit of a wrinkle over there in the negotiations in the House where nerves are quite raw on this. They're still trying to get it through today, and they would like it to be unanimous. They want to have unity over there, but right now they have anything but unity. Judy?
It's never easy there, is it, John?
No.
All right, John Karl reporting from the Capitol. Yet another story we're following today here in the United States, and that is an FBI lookout. And let's turn quickly to our justice correspondent, Kelly Arena, for the very latest. Kelly.
That's right, Judy. The FBI has issued a be on the lookout for a man named Adnan El-Shukrajuma. He is wanted in connection with possible threats against the United States. The FBI says that he is 27 years old, between 5'3" and 5'5", approximately 132 pounds. Now, sources say that his name came up in documents seized along with al-Qaeda leader Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Those documents, according to sources, refer to him as someone who would be able to carry out a suicide attack. Now, the FBI will only say that he poses a serious threat to U.S. citizens and interest worldwide. His whereabouts at this time are unknown, but sources say that he was last seen in the United States in early 2001 in South Florida. Also, according to sources, he may have some connection to the Airman Flight School in Norman, Oklahoma, where accused terrorist Zakaria Moussaoui took lessons. Now, when contacted, the flight school told CNN that it doesn't have any record of anyone by that name attending. The FBI is asking the public, it's asking its state and local partners for help in locating this individual for questioning. Now, this search is just one of the many counterterrorism measures underway right now. Also today, teams of agents from the FBI and the Bureau of Immigration and Customs Enforcement began seeking out Iraqi nationals who are unlawfully in the United States, and they are apprehending them. Officials say the operation is aimed at taking people off the street who could pose a threat to Americans, and they add that the Iraqis who are being targeted are all in the country illegally. I'm told that there are about 36 people that they're after as part of this effort. Simultaneously, the FBI is also conducting interviews of other Iraqi nationals here in the United States who they say may have information that could be helpful in the war effort. Sources have said the FBI wants to interview as many as 11,000 people as part of that effort. Judy, back to you.
So, Kelly, a lot that they are following. The war on terror goes on here at home, even as it goes on overseas. To the Pentagon now, where my colleague Jamie McIntyre has some new information about action on the ground. Jamie.
Well, Judy, just another report we're getting from the ongoing military operations in southern Iraq. This one involves an Apache helicopter that apparently had a hard landing. The helicopter was able, however, to take off again and return safely. The Apache is an attack helicopter which carries Hellfire missiles that are mostly what's being used in the operation in southern Iraq. We're told that there was some gunfire in the area, but it's not believed the gunfire affected the helicopter or hit the helicopter, that there was a mechanical problem. But again, no U.S. casualties in that or in any reports, in fact, of U.S. casualties in any of the operations so far, which also included earlier today another special operations helicopter having a crash landing, and that helicopter had to be destroyed on the ground. One more note I should pass along is that so far there have been over 100 cruise missiles fired in this campaign, 39 yesterday, and we're told more than 60 in today's strike. Some of those pictures we saw in downtown Baghdad. They also included today British cruise missiles that were fired from 2 British submarines in the Persian Gulf. Judy?
So, Jamie, they do keep track of the numbers, don't they?
Yeah, and of course the notable thing here is 100 cruise missiles is far less than the 2,000-3,000 that are supposed to be part of the so-called shock and awe phase of the campaign. And what we're seeing is that they've adapted the campaign to try to take into account what's happening on the ground, see if there are cracks in the Iraqi leadership before moving into that phase. But there's a lot of things happening that we're not seeing right now, including the movement of thousands of troops on the ground and attacks in other parts of Iraq that aren't visible to us because we don't have cameras like we do in Baghdad.
No question about it. All right, Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. Quickly now back to Kuwait City and to Wolf for more from there. Wolf.
Thanks very much, Judy. As we look at these live pictures of the skies over Baghdad, looks relatively quiet right now. Don't know how much longer it will be quiet there. CNN's Lisa Rose Weaver is along the border between Kuwait and Iraq. She's embedded with U.S. military forces. Lisa, tell us what you're seeing and hearing right now.
Just a very few minutes ago, several, 8 or at least 10, multiple launch rocket system missiles flew overhead south of our position and then into Iraq. Not clear exactly what the target is there. These were relatively low flying, and I have to say there was a moment there where it wasn't clear really where they were going to land. Just these incredible white streaks and kind of a low...
I think we're losing Lisa. Lisa, yeah, Lisa, can you still hear me? It looks like you're coming in and out.
Yes, that's right. It's very poor phone connection. To repeat briefly, multiple launch rocket systems of the U.S. forces flying overhead south of us, headed into Iraq. We're not sure the target there. Wolf?
All right, Lisa Rose Weaver, she's on the border between northern Kuwait, southern Iraq. We've been hearing this before. These are terrifying weapons, these multiple rocket launchers that fire off and can do devastating harm. They're also, as I said, pretty terrifying to see them in action. Let's move from there to Turkey, to Ankara to be specific. That's where CNN's Frederica Whitfield is standing by. Dramatic developments as far as the Turkish government are concerned. Frederica, fill in our viewers. Tell us what they're doing even at this late moment.
That's right, Wolf. Dramatic indeed. The Turkish parliament gives the okay for the U.S. military to carry out any military airstrikes by way of going through Turkish airspace. These are flights that could take place at any point now. They have immediate approval for the U.S. military to carry out those airstrikes over northern Iraq. Now, this won't even cost the U.S. government the initially offered $30 billion for what would have originally have been all access through Turkish territories by the U.S. military. In this case now, it's a watered-down proposal that was recently passed earlier this evening by Parliament, giving only the U.S. military access to airspace. Now, the second item that was on that proposal and approved by Parliament included Turkish troops being able to cross the border into northern Iraq. Their mission would be to head off any Kurdish refugee crisis that may make their way toward the border with Turkey, as well as trying to protect and secure oil-rich Kirkuk and Mosul, just in case there just might be any kind of Saddam regime takeover of those areas. But it's unclear at this juncture exactly when those Turkish troops just might be making their way across the border. But as I say, the U.S. military has the immediate go-ahead for any kind of airstrikes involving Turkish airspace. Wolf?
What about the Incirlik Air Base, that huge NATO air base in Turkey where U.S. warplanes, British planes have been patrolling the northern no-fly zone over Iraq over all of these years? Right. As part of this new arrangement to use Turkish airspace, will they also be able to launch strikes, U.S. warplanes, from that huge Incirlik base?
Not as part of this past proposal. There are 50 U.S. warplanes that are right now parked at Incirlik only for the operations of manning those no-fly zones in northern Iraq. And Parliament has already made itself clear, or cabinet members rather, have made themselves clear early on that they would not allow the rights of any U.S. warplanes parked at Incirlik to be part of the Iraqi operations, nor would they allow any of those U.S. warplanes coming from either the two U.S. carriers out in the Mediterranean, the USS Truman or the Roosevelt, or any of those aircrafts coming from Europe to land or even refuel at Incirlik. But earlier today, a British Foreign Minister Jack Straw did make a request to Foreign Minister of Turkey Abdullah Gül, asking for access for those British warplanes to perhaps carry out any kind of military operations from Incirlik, but still no reply coming from Abdullah Gül. Wolf?
All right, CNN's Frederica Whitfield in Ankara, Turkey. Thanks very much. Judy, significant developments from the Turkish government, not exactly what the United States had hoped for. They wanted 62,000 U.S. ground forces to be based in Turkey to move into northern Iraq. They're not going to get that, but they are going to get airspace. Judy? They are going to get the flyover ability. Wolf, I don't know how you or any of our colleagues over in the region are getting any sleep, but the one man who I question whether he's had a minute to rest is our Nick Robertson, who's in Baghdad. Nick, we haven't checked in with you in I think a little over half an hour. We just heard from Jamie McIntyre that they counted something like 60 missiles going into Baghdad, the United States has, just today. What are you seeing and hearing? We know you haven't counted them. You haven't been able to count them at your end, but you've sure seen some of the results of those missiles.
We have seen the results. However, the majority of the missiles that have fallen on the city have fallen, it appears to be outside of the center. Very early in the day, 20 or so towards the south of the city, a couple about 4 or 5 hours ago very close to the center of the city, and about perhaps in the last 2 hours, a lot falling on the outskirts, on the perimeter of the city. We could just hear the distant thuds. The all clear here sounded about an hour ago. And the situation seems in the city at this moment very quiet, very calm, no traffic around at the moment. and we're in a period where the all clear has been given about an hour ago, Judy.
Nick, when they give the all clear signal, does it affect anything that you see from your vantage point? I mean, does life slow down? Obviously, it's about the middle of the night there, but does it affect people's reactions?
Well, on the occasions when it's gone off, I've seen some people who were out on the street running to get off the street, but it doesn't seem to have a huge effect. There are so few people around at the moment. Most people, it seems, are perhaps staying well indoors or sticking to shelters at this time. Certainly, as far as the number of missiles go today, Iraqi television reported a little while ago that 72 cruise missiles, according to Iraqi television, have been fired at Baghdad or at this area. However, Iraqi television says that many of these missiles have failed to go off. Now, Iraqi television also reports that Iraq has fired several missiles into Kuwait, one at the Al-Shuhwat area and one at the Doha area into Kuwait. Also, Iraq reporting today that four people have been martyred, 4 martyrs have died, and 1 officer. They also say that 5 people have been injured as well. They also report that the attacks have taken place not only here in Baghdad, but also close to the port city of Basra, and also on the border with Syria, very, very close to the town of Akashat.
Nick, at this point, the aftermath of those buildings that we saw hit earlier, when there was at least one building, there were flames, there was smoke coming out of at least 3 different locations. Has all that settled down now?
That building is still smoking. The situation elsewhere very much seems to settle down. There's no anti-aircraft fire. And as I speak to you, Judy, Iraqi government officials have organized a trip to one of the city hospitals. I'm along with another group of perhaps about 25 or 30 journalists from international media organizations about to get on a bus to be taken to one of the city's hospitals to see what we are told are injured people. Judy.
So, Nick, any idea when we can expect to hear from you on that?
Well, Judy, I'll do my best to keep this phone line with you open, and as we get information, I will do my best to bring it to you as the situation develops here in the city.
All right, Nick Robertson in Baghdad, and you just heard Nick say that he's with a group of about 25 other journalists, non-Iraqi journalists, who are being taken by Iraqi officials to a hospital, presumably to see some of those wounded by the attacks, the U.S. attacks earlier today and last night. Well, this war was started, as we very well know, because, in large part, because the United States was unable to get support from the United Nations out of the UN Security Council. For the very latest from the UN, let's go to UN headquarters in New York City to our Richard Roth. Richard, are they moving on there after this, or are they still looking back and criticizing the U.S.?
They're basically moving forward on the humanitarian front, Judy, though the Security Council held a meeting on the Central African Republic today, and one diplomat told us the war and the hostilities carried live on television, not discussed. Kofi Annan, the UN Secretary General, is leading the discussions along with the U.S., UK, other permanent members of the Council, that divided Security Council, on the oil for food program. But around the building today, the buzz is, do you know what's happening in Baghdad? UN staffers and diplomats gathered around television sets throughout the building watching the coverage. Meanwhile, Secretary General Annan taped a message earlier in the day which he said his thoughts are with the Iraqi people, and he issued a bit of a veiled critique of the United States military assault on Iraq.
Today, despite the best efforts of the international community and the United Nations, war has come to Iraq for the 3rd time in a quarter of a century. Perhaps if we had persevered a little longer, Iraq could yet have been disarmed peacefully, or if not, the world could have taken action to solve this problem by a collective decision, endowing it with greater legitimacy and therefore commanding wider support than is the case now.
Annan said, though, it's time to move forward. He asked all combatants to respect international humanitarian law in Iraq. And Judy, regarding that oil for food program, Annan is asking for the UN to now run it while things are sorted out. They have enough in the pipeline for the people of Iraq for 6 months, but it's still a very fluid, flexible situation considering the fighting there. Judy.
And Richard, with the Oil for Food program or any other sort of humanitarian assistance, is it going to be a matter of starting from scratch? I mean, we know the Oil for Food program was in place. It had to be suspended because of the war. Would they have to start literally from scratch all over again?
They want as little disruption as possible. The relief agencies say they're ready to go in as soon as it's safe. And they just don't want to have a big delay and big problems. Of course, the Iraqis have been running it in 2/3 of the country, and if the UN is to handle the distribution, that has to be worked out, and it's a little difficult while there's the initial stages of fighting.
Richard, how worried are they at the UN about the humanitarian fallout from all this?
Well, they're very worried, but so far they say they haven't seen a flood of refugees so far. They hope if the war has to go on that it's short and quick and that the civilian population is spared if that's possible.
Does that surprise them, though? Did they expect more Iraqis to try to leave the country?
I think it's just too soon. In Afghanistan, sometimes in different areas, they didn't get as many as they thought, and then they all went back too fast and there weren't enough camps. With Iraq, they've got people in from Jordan throughout the Middle East region to prepare for contingencies. They've been working on this for months. It's just too soon to say whether it's they're right or wrong on their planning so far.
Well, clearly we're in the very, very early stages of the war. Just one other thing, Richard, we had seen that. All right, we're going to have to leave it there and move on. I want to thank Richard Roth, who is our correspondent at the UN, all the other correspondents who are working with us. I am Judy Woodruff in Washington. That's it for me from here. For now, Wolf Blitzer will be back with you in just a few minutes from Kuwait City. But for now, we want to take a look at the headlines around the world, and CNN will bring you that right now.
I'm Connie Chung at the CNN Center in Atlanta. We'll get to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City, but first, here's what's happening at this hour. Iraq says 4 of its soldiers have been killed in combat today, a day that saw new U.S. bombing of Baghdad that reportedly struck the office of Iraqi officials, including Tariq Aziz. Pentagon officials in Washington continue to stress, however, that this afternoon's strikes, 60 cruise missiles, were not the launch of the so-called shock and awe campaign of massive bombardment, but were preliminary strikes paving the way. On the ground today, the coalition invasion of Iraq began. Elements of the U.S. 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, along with British Royal Marines, moved out of the demilitarized zone between Iraq and Kuwait, clashing with Iraqi troops. British sources denied a report that coalition forces had seized an Iraqi town not far from Iraq's southern border. There were no immediate reports of casualties from today's engagements. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld addressed rumors about Iraqi oil fields in the south. He said he has seen reports that Iraqi officials, quote, may have set fire to as many as 3 or 4 oil wells in the south. U.S. troops are expected to try to seize wells in the north and south before they can be sabotaged. Rumsfeld today briefed President Bush on the war's progress, and the president told the nation that international support for the U.S. invasion is growing. More than 40 countries now publicly back the president's decision to invade. That's according to the White House. But the people of those countries are not so united. Italian students rallied outside the U.S. Embassy in Rome today, while Mexican protesters took their anger out on the American flag. In the U.S. today, this man, Adnan El-Shukri Juma, is the target of a massive manhunt by the FBI. Sources tell CNN al-Qaeda documents refer to him as a possible agent to carry out a suicide attack. The 27-year-old Saudi was last known to be in the U.S. 2 years ago. His current whereabouts are not known. Continuing coverage of strike on Iraq, Wolf Blitzer reports, starts right now.
Under fire today, a massive aerial assault is ongoing, and the worst of it may be ahead. Here's also a live picture of Kuwait City. Iraq has fired back, but not with the same intensity or success. Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City, where we're tracking an air and ground campaign led by U.S. forces. The British government has just released Prime Minister Tony Blair's statement to the British people on why he ordered British troops to take part in the war. Here's what Tony Blair said.
Tonight, British servicemen and women are engaged from air, land and sea. Their mission? To remove Sadaam Hussein from power and disarm Iraq of its weapons of mass destruction. I know this course of action has produced deep divisions of opinion in our country. But I know also the British people will now be united in sending our armed forces our thoughts and prayers. They are the finest in the world, and their families and all of Britain can have great pride in them. The threat to Britain today is not that of my father's generation. War between the big powers is unlikely. Europe is at peace. The Cold War already a memory. But this new world faces a new threat of disorder and chaos, born either of brutal states like Iraq, armed with weapons of mass destruction, or of extreme terrorist groups. Both hate our way of life, our freedom, our democracy. My fear, deeply held, based in part on the intelligence that I see, is that these threats come together and deliver catastrophe to our country and our world. These tyrannical states do not care for the sanctity of human life. The terrorists delight in destroying it. Some say if we act, we become a target. The truth is, all nations are targets. Bali was never in the front line of action against terrorism. America didn't attack Al-Qaeda. They attacked America. Britain has never been a nation to hide at the back, but even if we were, it wouldn't avail us. Should terrorists obtain these weapons, now being manufactured and traded around the world, the carnage they could inflict to our economies, our security, to world peace, would be beyond our most vivid imagination. My judgment as Prime Minister is that this threat is real, growing, and of an entirely different nature to any conventional threat to our security that Britain has faced before.
The British Prime Minister Tony Blair speaking to the British people now that British forces are substantially involved in fighting in southern Iraq. We had heard earlier from our Christiane Amanpour, the British forces now moving into the El Fa Peninsula in southern Iraq from positions in northern Kuwait. I want to show our viewers some pictures earlier tonight, pictures of Baghdad. Listen to this.
هذه ألسنة النيران تتصاعد السلطات العراقية لمواجهة تلك الهجمات الأمريكية المتكررة ولكن بالتأكيد أن كل من هذه
You can see the fires of these buildings, these government buildings in downtown Baghdad from earlier U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles fired at significant targets in Baghdad. Our senior international correspondent Nick Robertson is standing by as he has throughout our coverage. Nick, talk to our viewers. Tell us what's happened in Baghdad tonight.
Wolf, early in the evening, a couple of hours after it got dark here, the air raid sirens went off. There were some distant detonations. Then a lot of anti-aircraft gunfire. The anti-aircraft gunfire originally on the periphery of the city. Then multiple eruptions from different anti-aircraft positions in the city. Then as we were watching not far from our location, several buildings within a mile of where we were hit. At least one building hit by at least two missiles. Impossible to say for us from our position if they were bombs or cruise missiles. That building, then the big ball of red flame and smoke erupted around the side of the building. That building still smoking. The other buildings close to our location that were hit, they have stopped smoking now. The city at this time very quiet. The all clear was given here perhaps about an hour ago. Iraqi television here has been reporting, it says 72 cruise missiles fired at the city. They say many of those missiles failed. They also say that the enemy has tried to violate the borders in the south and west of Iraq. And the news broadcast went on to say that Iraq has confronted the enemy in those areas. They also say that Iraq has fired 2 missiles into Kuwait, one to a port and one into another area of Kuwait. They also say that there are 4 martyrs here today. 4 people have died and 1 officer has died as well. And they report 5 other apparently military people also injured, Wolf.
All right, Nick, I want to get back to you, but I want to bring in CNN's Walter Rogers. He's in the northern part of Kuwait along the border with Iraq, where there's significant military action unfolding right now. Walter, tell our viewers what's going on.
Hello, Wolf. The U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has had its first hostile contact with the Iraqis on the other side of the border. Now, it's not described as a large action, but it is described as hostile contact, and an Army source told CNN that a number of vehicles of the Iraqi Army were taken out. The numbers I can't be precise upon, but there were apparently some Iraqi trucks and perhaps some Iraqi tanks and Iraqi BMPs, that is, armored personnel carriers. The first hostile contact the Army has had has been by its scouting unit, the 7th Cavalry. That has slowed the progress somewhat here, but the push through is continued in a short while. Actually, the Army accelerated its timetable to move towards Iraq, accelerated it because the Iraqis fired at least half a dozen tactical ballistic missiles in the direction of U.S. troops in Kuwait earlier in the day. That being the case, the Army began moving forward a number of hours ago. That progress has moved somewhat, has been slowed somewhat, however, because of the first hostile contact the 7th Cavalry has had with Iraqi forces on the other side. Wolf?
Walter, earlier in the day we saw U.S. troops with you dressed in full battle gear, not only battle gear, but chemical and biological protective gear as well. Are they still dressed along those lines?
Wolf, I'm standing here wearing the Army's CBW suit, Chemical Biological Warfare suit. When these soldiers were ordered into their Bradley fighting vehicles this evening and into their tanks and in every other vehicle which is traveling with this unit, we were told to go to MOP 1, which is to say, put on your chemical weapons suits. We've done that. We do not need to wear our gas masks at this point. That MOP alert could be upgraded at any point, but every soldier here is at this point wearing his chemical weapons suit. Additionally, those in the armored vehicles are wearing what are called NOMACs. Those are fire retardant uniforms that the tankers and the men in the other fighting vehicles wear in case the vehicle is hit. The soldiers call those things their fireproof pajamas. Wolf?
Walter Rogers, he's here in Kuwait along the border with Iraq. You saw a video phone picture of him. It's after 1 a.m. here in this part of the world, not very far away from Walter is Dr. Sanjay Gupta, CNN's medical correspondent. He's also embedded with U.S. troops. Sanjay, tell us what you're seeing and what you're doing right now.
Yeah, well, just past 1 o'clock in the morning here in the northern desert of Kuwait, sort of bright moon out here as well. Behind me is a bunker, and this is where most of the Marines here at Camp Iwo Jima have spent most of their day. Of course, that's not the kind of day that they were expecting. It started off like any other day for the Marines at Camp Iwo Jima. Many were glued to the television, hearing for the first time of the attacks in Baghdad. At 10:28 a.m. local time, everything changed. An object traveling very fast, about 300 feet above the ground, made the unmistakable sound of a missile. It caused Marines to scurry for cover. Another familiar sound was then heard. Bunker, bunker, bunker. Gas, gas, gas. This time, it was for real. This was no drill. Marines quickly grabbed their Kevlar helmets and gas masks and sprinted towards the nearest bunker. Packed tight, shoulder to shoulder, it was hot and hard to breathe.
This is the fourth bunker call in as many hours. As you can see, we're wearing our masks, our Kevlar, and our helmets. That's because we were instructed to do so, as we were instructed also to be here in this bunker. We have seen missiles flying overhead. We have heard thuds all around us. We have heard sirens as well. Who knows what's next?
It is fair to say everyone is anxious, tired, frustrated, but remain confident. For now, I'm writing this piece by flashlight, and our team is setting up in the dark, as close to the bunker as we can. Yeah, and another thing, Wolf, even since that time, there has been another bunker call. We've heard the sirens go off continuously. There are trucks set up right around the perimeter of the base here. There are trucks to basically continuously monitor the air. If they detect even the slightest abnormality, then everyone, basically these alarms go off. Wolf, even as we're doing this live shot, they have just shouted bunker, bunker, bunker. Marines are starting to come to this bunker. You'll see them here in just a few seconds. They're going to have their helmets on. They're going to have their Kevlar. This is the 10th bunker call, really, since 10 o'clock this morning. Wolf?
Well, what about the earlier fears, Sanjay, of chemical or biological agents in the air over where you are, resulting in you guys putting on those gas masks? Were those false alarms?
It appears at this time that they were false alarms. Again, these particular trucks that monitor the air are designed to be very sensitive, and a lot of different things that they can trigger them besides chemical themselves. Even particulate matter in the air from the dust, from the silicon, things like that can possibly trigger them. They're designed to be very sensitive, perhaps not as specific, but they have been going off continuously. Wolf, like I said, we're just hearing it right now as well. There's a siren.
Well, it's funny you say you're hearing it.
There's a siren basically talking about the specific chemical thing. Who knows if it's a false alarm? Who knows if it's a real thing? You can hear the sirens, the horns going off. No, Wolf, we're going to go put our stuff on as well and jump into that bunker. Wolf?
All right, Sanjay, we're hearing sirens here in Kuwait City as well, presumably precaution because of where you are. This is the 6th time today here in Kuwait City. The sirens that you might be hearing behind me are going off. We're going to continue to monitor precisely what's happening here in Kuwait City. But as I speak to you right now, sirens for the 6th time today going off in Kuwait City. We'll continue to check out, see what the issue is here in Kuwait City. We'll follow up with Dr. Sanjay Gupta in northern Kuwait as well. In the meantime, let's go over to our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. Jamie, tell us what the latest assessment is at the Pentagon about the military operation.
Well, Wolf, the so-called shock and awe campaign apparently has been put on hold while the Pentagon assesses the state of Iraqi leadership, how much of a hold Saddam Hussein has on power. The question is anyone in charge of the Iraqi military at this point? Is anyone communicating with troops in the field? Because the evidence is at this point is that there's been a very weak organized response to the strikes that have taken part so far. Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today said that the Pentagon has been in communication with people in the Iraqi military at various levels, including the Republican Guard units, and that they're going to become, he said, increasingly aware that Saddam Hussein is going to be gone very soon.
This is not a war against a people. It is not a war against a country. It is most certainly not a war against a religion. It is a war against a regime.
It is a fluid situation.
Now, all indications are that the strike last night against a leadership target in Baghdad was an area that U.S. intelligence believed that Saddam Hussein might be, along with his 2 sons, Uday and Qusay. The U.S. is still not 100% sure that was Saddam Hussein on that tape last night. There were about 39 cruise missiles fired from 6 ships in yesterday's strike, and then today another round of cruise missiles produced some fires at government buildings in downtown Baghdad. We're told more than 20 cruise missiles fired from ships today, including 2 British submarines. Also, in all the action that's going on in the fog of war, there was an incident today in which an Apache attack helicopter had to make a hard landing in southern Iraq. We're told that the crew was able to repair the helicopter, or at least get it back up in the air. There was some gunfire in the area. It's unclear, though, whether the gunfire from the ground played any role in the helicopter going down. In any event, the helicopter was able to fly out on its own speed and get back to safety. Wolf?
Jamie, as you were speaking, the sirens have stopped wailing here in Kuwait City. Our viewers are seeing a live picture of Kuwait City. The sirens had gone off for a couple minutes. Once again, the 6th time today, presumably a precaution because of what's going on in the northern part of this country, a good 100 kilometers north of here, about 60 miles or so north of where I am. The sirens are now off here in Kuwait City, the 6th time they went on today. Jamie, let's get to some of the issues that you raised in your report. The most important one, the full fury of the U.S.-British military, the coalition, not yet being unveiled. That's going to wait, the shock and awe campaign. Presumably what they're trying to do, correct me if I'm wrong, is begin to rattle the top Iraqi leadership?
Yeah, and actually they're trying to see now what effect they've had before they proceed. You know, the war plan called originally for a very vigorous start of the campaign, but because it started the way it did with these targets of opportunity, and the question now about whether there's a real effective command structure in Iraq, the U.S. Doesn't want to rush into a campaign that would level a lot of Baghdad if it's possible that the Iraqi regime is crumbling. Now, I said it's basically on hold, but it may not be on hold for that long. That's part of the psychological warfare. Iraqi military, excuse me, the Iraqi military and the Iraqi regime doesn't know when the U.S. might unleash that series of punishing airstrikes. Wolf?
Jamie, we're getting the all clear over here, the siren going off. This is the sixth time that siren going off. Now an all clear, single monotone blast indicating that any threat to Kuwait City has now gone away. You're looking at live pictures of Kuwait City. It's now, what about almost 20 after 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 a.m. here in Kuwait City. We'll continue, of course, to monitor what's going on. Jamie, stand by, JB. I want to go back to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, our medical correspondent. He's embedded with U.S. troops in northern Kuwait. He's actually getting ready. We'll get back to him in a moment, but let's go over to the White House, our senior White House correspondent, John King. We heard from the president earlier today, John.
We did, Wolf. Much of the president's day spent behind the scenes. We are told he has been in the Oval Office most of the day, working the telephones, calling several world leaders, also calling the Speaker of the House, Denny Hastert, to give him an update on the war campaign so far. We are told the president is quite satisfied with the progress, quite happy with the reports he is getting from senior military officials and Pentagon leaders. Mr. Bush did make one public appearance, though, a message to the American people that their government is up and running, even as the war is being prosecuted, and a message as well to those around the world who say this operation lacks international support.
I've called my cabinet together to review our strategies to make the world more peaceful, to make our country more secure, to make the lives of our citizens as healthy and as prosperous as possible. We heard from Secretary Rumsfeld, who briefed us on the early stages of the war. There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice. We heard from Secretary Powell, who briefed us on the ever-growing coalition of the willing nations who support our deep desire for peace and freedom. Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We are grateful for their determination. We appreciate their vision, and we welcome their support. As well, we discussed the need to make sure we have plans in place to encourage economic vitality and growth. We will continue to push for a Medicare system that is compassionate for our seniors. We care deeply about the fact that some children in our society can't read. We want the best of education for every citizen in America. This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country. Thank you all.
In suggesting this is a broad and robust coalition, the president trying to counter criticism from France, from Russia, from the United Nations that he and Great Britain essentially are off on a rogue adventure without the sanctioning of the international community. The White House says that is not the case. I want to show you quickly now a behind-the-scenes look of the president's first big briefing this morning in the Oval Office. The CIA Director George Tenet coming into the room. You see him in the blue shirt there. Vice President Cheney with his back to the camera. White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card. We are told at this meeting in the morning, the CIA Director George Tenet telling the president and the vice president about the strikes last night, also his assessment of the threat of terrorism here in the United States. Again, Wolf, the president behind the scenes most of the day. He's having dinner with a visiting foreign leader tonight, the president of Cameroon. We are told by senior administration officials the president quite happy with the progress reports he is getting so far, and he is reaching out to world leaders. We are told to probably expect the president to speak again tomorrow, but that depends on the developments overnight. Wolf?
John King will be getting back to you at the White House. John, thanks very much. Jane Arath is standing by right now. She's in northern Iraq, not far from the Turkish border. Jane, what's happening where you are?
Well, a lot of expectations here, Wolf, with that Turkish parliament approval of two things: the use of the Turkish airspace by the American military. We're expecting, and local officials are expecting, American troops to be landing at airstrips in northern Iraq for a possible scaled-down northern front assault on Iraqi forces. The other thing is the possibility that there could actually be Turkish troops in northern Iraq following that parliament decision. Now, as expected, Kurdish leaders are not taking that very kindly. They are still saying that it's totally unnecessary and warning that there could be very severe problems if Turkish forces come into that border area where they have ranged thousands of their own fighters along the border. Now, we're also seeing what officials say is almost a full-blown humanitarian crisis here. We're in the city of Dohuk, which has been emptied like many other cities in northern Iraq. People fleeing into the countryside and into the mountains, fearing Iraqi forces and what they say could be a possible chemical attack. Now, if you drive out of the city, you'll see tens of thousands of people who are living out in the countryside and hundreds of families who are huddled in tents, in some cases just thin sheets of plastic. Now, there's been freezing rain. They're up to their knees in mud practically. They're trying to warm their hands with fires, and they're getting water from streams. They're living in very dire conditions. Local authorities are starting to build tent cities for them. They're appealing to them to return to their homes, saying it's safe, but not very many people are listening. Wolf?
Jana Raff, thanks very much for that report. Jana Raff in northern Iraq, not far from the Turkish border. We'll see what's happening on that front. CNN's Miles O'Brien is standing by at the CNN Center in Atlanta for some more big board analysis on what's going on the battlefield. Miles?
Wolf, I'm joined by the former NATO Supreme Commander, Wes Clark, who's going to walk us through a couple of things. First of all, we're going to take a big picture look at the, well, I guess you could call it a minuet that involves these hundreds of aircraft as they kind of converge over the airspace and begin an assault like this. It really is an interesting thing as we look at some animation produced by our friends at Analytical Graphics and we zoom in. I just want to point out these blue circles are generally the radars which emanate from friendlies, the term is. That's to say AWACS. How important are those AWACS aircraft as you're coordinating these battles, General Clark?
Well, they're critical because that's how you keep track of what's in the air. That's the way you time it and sequence the flights in. And they're also detecting, of course, the enemy forces, so they would vector you in if you needed help to find the enemy.
All right, there's your AWACS right there, and it has about a 300-mile radius, I think, around it.
Right.
Controls, there are literally air traffic controllers in there, and as we kind of fly through this, you notice it kind of turns kind of pink. That means you're being painted, that's the term, or read by an enemy radar. And one of the first things you do if you're coordinating a battle like this is you take out those radar sites, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, one of the other things that's involved in all this, of course, is stealth technology, because before those radars are, the eyes are poked out of them, what you want to do is use, if you can, something that is not seen by radar. The B-2 aircraft is something that is in play here, deployed for the first time outside of Missouri, in this case Diego Garcia, running up through the Persian Gulf. The B-2 has the capability of delivering a couple of laser-guided weapons, these so-called mini bunker busters, and as they come in, they're not the fastest aircraft in the fleet, but they also have the ability to be more or less invisible to radar. Are they really invisible?
No, they're not really invisible. So what we like to do is we want to have some jammers up there with them. We want to take out those radars early on. Plus, we know that when they get up close, they're liable to be seen. So we want everything in our favor before we put the B-2s up.
All right, and let's look real quickly at the EA-6B Prowler, which does that jamming. And that's exactly what happened in this case, the Pentagon telling us that the EA-6B, which does, in fact, create this kind of jamming signal and can create false targets on radars, is involved, sort of the belt and suspenders technique, if you will. Now let's look at the map here, and I want to ask you this shock and awe we have been talking about. Announcement from the Pentagon that it's been suspended. Potentially really good news embedded in that announcement.
Absolutely, because if we've taken out his command and control, they're ready to fall off. The apples are going to fall off the tree. All we have to do is pick them up, and it's just a matter of finding someone in there who can tell the Iraqi military to lay down their weapons, move off to the side of the road. We'll drive up there, get those weapons of mass destruction, and this thing will be over.
All right, but there's been a tremendous potential power vacuum there. There could be a lot of confusion and who knows what if there was a real decapitation of this regime.
If there was, I mean, it's possible. that some other leader would emerge who would be just as hostile and say, this is my chance to grab for power and I don't think the United States could do this and therefore we're going to fight. But I think that's unlikely. I think that given all the buildup to this, that if we really did decapitate that regime, the people who are next in line are going to go to any relative's home and stay off the telephone, stay off the radio, not give orders, and hope that this thing goes away very quickly.
Interesting. Now let's talk a little bit to that end, some of the targets that we know about just from seeing cameras in the city of Baghdad, some of them unmanned because of the way we've positioned our crews to get them out of harm's way. For example, our crews are operating at the Ministry of Information, which is a very desirable target if you're planning out this situation. Of course, it hasn't been struck yet because we still have a camera there, but nevertheless, we didn't want our people there. Now, as we zoom in on Baghdad, let's take you, and what I'll do is I'll show you kind of let's get in one step closer, Dave, and get in there, and we'll give you a sense of some of the key areas that we know were struck on this day of strikes. And what I want to point out to you is, first of all, that is the mother of all Sadaam Hussein palaces there, the Republican Guard Palace. Up here is a facility, a building that is used by Tariq Aziz, the Deputy Prime Minister. Over in this area is the hotel where Nick Robertson has been giving us our reports, kind of a field of view of that. Let's get closer very quickly, and I want to just give you one example of what we're talking about here. As you look at this office building, take a look at this image, of course, from our friends at earthviewer.com, Digital Globe, shot a year or so ago. Take a look at the images that we received here at CNN Center earlier in this day of this same building. It's quite clear from this night vision imagery that it has sustained a rather significant hit, and as we said, this is a key place for some of the Iraqi leadership. General Clark, these are regime targets, which means the U.S. is not going after power plants, dams, anything that would cause undue hardship on the civilian population, correct?
That's right. These are targets that are associated with control of the country and control of the armed forces.
And if you succeed, it can be
just like the decapitating strike. I mean, you're going to take out his communications, his files, his record keeping, and all the means he's got to maintain the reign of terror in Iraq.
General Wes Clark, we appreciate your insights. Thanks very much. Wolf.
Thank you very much, Miles O'Brien at the CNN Center and General Clark. I want to go right to this videotape, tell our viewers what we're about to see. CNN's Walter Rogers, he's embedded with U.S. troops in the northern part of this country, the northern part of Kuwait. He was videotaping a stand-up, and I want you to take a look and see what happened as he was videotaping this stand-up, what happened in the middle of his report.
A U.S. Army source has told CNN that the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has had its first hostile contact with the Iraqi forces on the other side of the border. They are describing it as relatively low-key, according to reports which we're receiving now, and these reports are somewhat conflicting. A number of Iraqi vehicles were taken out, including perhaps a number of tanks. That has slowed the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry's progress across the border into Iraq. We just heard an intel. What the hell? No, I don't know what it is. Can you hear me? Atlanta, we just heard something shooting.
All right, that was Walter Rogers preparing a report on videotape. He was feeding it into Atlanta. Walter Rogers joining us on the phone right now. Tell our viewers what that explosion was that you heard, Walter, as you were preparing that report.
Our best guess, Wolf, is that was indeed an incoming shell. Judging by the sound of it, it was high explosive. It was a single incoming artillery shell. We are guessing at this point. The reason we're guessing that it was not friendly fire by any stretch of the imagination is because U.S. Army 7th...
Walter, I assume everyone is okay. Is that right?
Everyone, yeah, sure, we're fine. You know, there was a little concussion, which you get with artillery stuff, but it wasn't anywhere near close enough to do anyone any damage that we're aware of.
How are the young soldiers you're with dealing with these incoming artillery shells, with the fears Scud missiles, Frog missiles. What's the mood where you are, Walter?
Wolf, can you repeat the question? We're moving, and it's a little difficult to hear you. Try again, please.
All right, Walter, let me try again. I'm wondering how the young soldiers that you're with are dealing with these scares that you're facing up in the northern part of Kuwait along the border with Iraq.
Well, you can imagine their adrenaline is pumping, but then again, many of these young soldiers joined the Army, as they say, because they wanted to get into a fight. And every one of them, of course, you can, as I say, is excited when they hear the sound of an incoming shell. It puts them on a very taut edge. Having said that, that has not deterred our movement at all. We're still moving forward. Wolf?
And Walter, I know you're like me, a veteran journalist. How are you coping?
Me? Oh, I've heard so much artillery before. It was, you know, it's no big deal, okay?
Famous words from Walter Rogers, no big deal. Clearly it is a big deal, but Walter Rogers, one of the best in the business. Thanks very much, Walter, for that report. Take care of yourself. Let's check in with CNN's Connie Chung at the CNN Center in Atlanta. She's going to tell us what's happening right now. Connie?
In the strike. Thank you, Wolf. Here's what's happening in the strike on Iraq at this hour. Battle on the border. Soldiers from the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry Regiment clashed with Iraqi troops across the Kuwaiti border tonight. Army sources tell CNN the Americans destroyed a number of Iraqi military vehicles. Britain's embattled Prime Minister Tony Blair has just told his nation that its forces are now engaged by air, land, and sea. In a televised address, Mr. Blair said he's confident that the British people divided over war will unite behind their military. Baghdad has been hit for a second straight night as the U.S. tries to penetrate the Iraqi leadership. Cruise missiles have been launched from long range by the U.S. Navy and for the first time by British submarines. But officials say the so-called shock and awe, that is the beginning of the all-out assault, has been put on hold. For the second time since last night's so-called decapitation attempt, Sadaam Hussein has been shown on state television. Or has he? U.S. officials say there are doubts about whether the video pictures are really those of the Iraqi president. Intelligence experts are analyzing the tapes. Thumbs up from Turkey. After much debate, the parliament today gave U.S. warplanes the okay to fly over that country's airspace en route to targets in Iraq. But the parliament also gave Turkish troops the go-ahead to march into northern Iraq. Now back to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait. Wolf?
Thanks very much, Connie. Will the United States have to go all out against Iraq? Will the Baghdad regime collapse? Joining me now from Capitol Hill, Senator Evan Bayh. He's a Democrat. He serves on both the Intelligence Committee as well as the Armed Services Committee. Senator Bayh, thanks very much for joining us. I know you're well briefed on these matters. Is Sadaam Hussein, as far as you know right now, alive?
Wolf, as far as I know, he is alive. I think we have to operate under that assumption until proven to the contrary.
How good was the information that prompted President Bush yesterday to give the order to launch that Tomahawk cruise missile strike against that Iraqi leadership position in Baghdad, presumably including Sadaam Hussein?
Well, Wolf, as you know, we can't get into too many specifics, but suffice it to say, I don't think the President would have authorized the strike unless there was a high deal of confidence in the information that he was provided.
Do you know what the damage was? Who was killed? I'm told earlier in the day that that important elements of the Iraqi leadership were in fact in that building and probably were killed, but I'm wondering if you have any updated information.
Wolf, I don't. We were scheduled to have a CIA briefing at 3 o'clock today, but the agency had to postpone that. They said they weren't ready. We have a classified armed services briefing this evening at 6:30, so perhaps we'll know more later on about the assessment of exactly who was taken out in that strike.
Are you surprised, Senator Bayh, like I am, that shock and awe, huge bombardment that we had all been bracing for has been delayed? At least it hasn't started yet. There are these relatively limited strikes yesterday and today against various targets in and around Baghdad.
Wolf, I am, and I can only speculate as to why that is. Perhaps we've had reports that a number of Iraqi units may be willing to capitulate fairly quickly. Perhaps we're giving them a little more time to do that before they are destroyed. Perhaps we're showing that we're serious about taking out Saddam, and in so doing encouraging further intelligence sources to come forward to let us know where he is so we can take him down. But to answer your question directly, I am surprised. I think that it's on the way, though, if we don't get the kind of results we want from these limited attacks.
When you say it's on the way, Senator, by when do you anticipate that the full fury of the U.S. military might be unleashed?
Wolf, that I don't know. That's a closely held secret by the Pentagon, and if I did, I probably couldn't tell you here on international television. However, I think what's going on here, Wolf, is that we have good intelligence that a number of Iraqi units are willing to put down their arms. I assume that we're giving them an opportunity to do that before we go in and kill people needlessly. At what point the military decides, I think part of this, frankly, is going to depend upon the active resistance that we encounter. To the extent that the resistance stiffens, then I assume we'll go all out and do what we have to do to make sure that our men and women are protected. And that means shock, awe, and everything else we can throw at them.
Senator Evan Bayh is a Democrat, but he's been supportive of President Bush throughout this showdown with Iraq, now a war with Iraq. Senator Evan Bayh, thanks for joining us tonight. Let's get a little bit more analysis now on what may or may not have happened to the Iraqi leadership, including Sadaam Hussein. Our national security correspondent, David Ensor, is joining us now live from Washington. I know you've been checking in thoroughly, David, with all your sources. What's the latest assessment on what was achieved, if anything, during that initial blast against Iraqi leadership positions in Baghdad?
Well, Wolf, they do believe they hit some of the Iraqi leadership, but on the question of whether Saddam Hussein was hit or not and whether these tapes are really him or not, there's quite a debate going in this town. I will tell you that most recently, in recent hours, U.S. officials are starting to say they do believe he's still alive.
U.S. officials are increasingly convinced this is indeed Saddam Hussein, not a body double as some first suggested. Wallahu Akbar. Officials say technical analysis suggests the voice and inflection and movements of the mouth may be the same as Saddam Hussein from past tapes, though there is not yet a definitive U.S. judgment.
There's debate about that.
One skeptic about whether it is Saddam is former CIA photo analyst Dino Brugioni, though in the past, he told CNN, Saddam's doubles almost never speak.
Saddam has got one, possibly two doubles. And when his double appears, you watch it. He'll never talk.
CIA Director George Tenet was able to report to the president that intelligence officials believe the cruise missile and bomb attacks that started the war did kill some top Iraqi leaders, who U.S. officials say were sleeping in the compound that was attacked, but not, apparently, Saddam Hussein.
This is a guy who moves quickly, who covers his movements, who uses body doubles, he uses multiple motorcades going in different directions to fool anybody who might want to take him out. There are a lot of tunnels and there are a lot of underground bunkers underneath the palaces and elsewhere that he can avail himself of.
Some say it may take an insider to put an end to Saddam Hussein.
There's greater chance that somebody will kill him than he will come out and say, I surrendered. And it is possible that somebody will turn on him.
Finding just one person can be quite a challenge. After all, the U.S. has been looking for a 6'4" Arab and a one-eyed Afghan leader for well over a year now. Wolf?
David Ensor with the latest on that. David, thanks very much. CNN's Bob Franken, he's embedded with U.S. military forces in northern Kuwait as well. He's joining us now live. Bob, tell us where, you don't have to tell us exactly where you are, but give us a rough estimate where you are, what you're seeing and doing right now.
Well, what I'm hearing right now, and you're probably hearing too, is the sound of a jet, an A-10 taking off. A-10s are anti-tank planes, and their purpose is to, quote, prepare the battlefield. It's part of the effort. We've been hearing that term. They are very potent anti-tank weapons, and their mission, as it's described to us, is to go out there and take out any tanks that might be in the way of U.S. troops. Now, what has not happened here is any intensifying of the air traffic here, and that would be consistent with the reports that things thus far have not really gotten off the ground. You'll have to forgive the pun, but that this is still in a very, very low-key mode, low-key as it can be when you consider the fact that this is considered preparatory to an all-out war. Now, one of the things that has happened here today, as it's happened, is Kuwait City. There have been any number of alerts about possible chemical or some sort of what they call NBC, nuclear, biological, or chemical warfare. Each time it's happened, everybody has to drop what he's doing and put on all his anti-gear, all the kind of stuff that's supposed to protect us. And by the way, the sirens start while we're on the air. I want everybody to just realize that none of these reports has turned into anything but false alarms. It's been the case all day for obvious reasons, with the tensions as high as they are in the world. Tensions are very high on this base. Wolf?
But even with all those false alarms, the troops where you are, Bob, can't afford to let their guard down even once.
Oh, they're not given much chance to do that. Every single time that the alarms go off, everybody is required to put on all of his gear. They call it a MOP-4, which is military mission-oriented protective posture. It's one of those military terms, and they have 4 levels. 4 is the one that says an attack is on the way or imminent. That is what they've immediately ratcheted up to. Then, after it's over, they go down to a MOP-1, which is where you can be dressed like I am right now.
Bob Franken, he's far from home in northern Kuwait. We'll be checking in with you often. Thanks very much, Bob. I want to check in with Nick Robertson. He's also far from home. He's in Baghdad right now, watching, listening, trying to assess what's going on. We're showing our viewers live pictures. It seems like it's fairly quiet right now, Nick.
Wolf, very quiet indeed. The roads are empty. The stars are out in the sky above. Very few clouds at this time. And looking out across the city, very, very, very quiet. That ministry building that bore the brunt of several strikes earlier, still smoldering, smoke coming out from the base of that building just across the river from where I am. But very quiet at this time, Wolf. Certainly, it is an eerie sense. However, at the same time as being quiet in this city, expecting a very heavy bombardment to come. They don't know when, but they do expect it to come. The lights all on this city, the street lights, the lights in many of the buildings, in the apartments close to where we are in the suburbs. I'm looking out, good visibility now, looking out towards the suburbs, maybe 10, 12 miles off in the distance. All the lights on there, the lights on the bridges across the river, all on, the lights along the side of the river, all on here, Wolf.
There's nothing that mandates, Nick, the U.S. military from only launching these kinds of missiles and precision-guided bombs at night. They can do it during the day. Many of our viewers probably remember during the first Gulf War, a cruise missile flying over Baghdad during daytime hours, very visible. The Iraqis trying to shoot down those cruise missiles. Do Iraqis differentiate between nighttime and daytime as far as the threat level that they perceive?
I think certainly they feel the threat is greater at nighttime. They certainly know that their capabilities probably do not match in terms of night vision, do not match the capabilities of coalition forces at this time. That is, however, having said that, the level of security on the streets here seems perhaps slightly higher during the day than it is at nighttime, but it does seem to be the nighttime that they fear the most. The streets are at their emptiest, and during the daytime, some limited, very limited traffic about, but people perhaps lulled into a false sense of security, thinking because it's daytime, nothing will happen. Indeed, I suppose if one were to analyze what happened this particular day, and it would be foolish to think the other days that follow should be a model for this, but indeed the daylight hours here on this day, no big impacts in this city, no big attacks in this city during the daylight hours, so perhaps for Iraqis, they may get the impression that therefore the days are somewhat safer, Wolf.
Nick Robertson in Baghdad. Nick, thanks very much for that report. We'll be checking back with you often. The start of the war, of course, hasn't done anything to dampen protests in the United States against military action or rallies in support of it, for that matter. CNN's Maria Hinojosa is in New York. She's at Times Square. She's following the latest developments on that front. Maria?
Well, Wolf, even this horrible weather has not daunted the fact that hundreds, if not thousands of people have now poured into Times Square. There are feeder marches coming in from, it looks like, so many different streets all across Manhattan. I ran into a group of high schoolers that were coming from downtown, members of the Union Theological Seminary that were coming from uptown, publishing executives who were coming from midtown. They are all coming here. It's hard to tell because there's really no one place for them to congregate, so they're kind of really just moving around Times Square. The police have now moved in with lots of vans, lots of horses, telling them that they're going to be arrested if they block traffic. So I'm suspecting that sooner or later we will be seeing some arrests here in New York City. Now, across the country, many similar actions. We know that in Boston, many of the students poured out of the universities and campuses, and they were marching across the Charles River. In Washington, D.C., starting very early in the morning, there were people who were gathering at the White House and in other areas of Washington, D.C., kneeling in prayer in some acts of civil disobedience. And in San Francisco, there was a plan to stop business as usual. And so many of the protesters, thousands of which came out to the streets, but many of them decided to go into civil disobedience. They were chaining themselves to bike racks, and they were going to literally have to be sawed off from those bike racks. Now, on the other side, of course, there were many others who decided that they needed to come out and support this war, not just support the troops, which many of the anti-war demonstrators say they also do, but these demonstrators wanted to come out and say that they are supporting this war, that they believe that this is the correct action that the president has taken, and they want President Bush to know so. Now, many different people, though, had a lot of different feelings about what this war has meant to them. Let's hear from some of them.
What happened to Osama bin Laden? You know, last year we were chasing down Osama bin Laden. We still don't have him. So now we shift our focus to Sadaam Hussein.
I'd say kind of mixed feelings. I mean, you know, we're sending people to die in some respect, and then in some respect it's a necessary evil. I mean, it has to be done.
Regardless of my views on the president, I support our troops, and God bless them over there, and best of luck in whatever goes on.
Now, many of the anti-war organizations say that they have activities planned across the country tonight in small towns like Birmingham, Alabama, and South Bend, Indiana. And some anti-war groups have actually decided that the position they're going to take is by sending letters to the troops. That's Win Without War, that's asking their constituents to write letters to the troops to tell them that they support them even though they're against this war. Wolf?
CNN's Maria Hinojosa in Times Square in New York. Thanks very much, Maria. There have been protests around the world today against the U.S.-led strike on Iraq. In Egypt, hundreds of people clashed with police as demonstrators tried to get to the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. It was a similar scene in South Korea where thousands of anti-war demonstrators protested near the U.S. Embassy in Seoul. They demanded the South Korean government withdraw its support for the U.S. effort to oust Sadaam Hussein. And in Rome, flag-waving protesters blocked the city center. Demonstrations also were held in other major Italian cities, and the country's three major labor unions have called for a strike. Iraq was on the agenda today as the European Union's annual spring summit began in Belgium. Leaders of 15 European governments will be meeting through tomorrow. The Reuters news agency reports they're discussing a draft resolution that would warn Iraq's neighbors to, quote, refrain from actions that could lead to further instability. And I was just quoting. Reuters also says the resolution is aimed at discouraging a Turkish incursion into Iraq. The U.S. Army's 101st Airborne Division has a key role in the war. The 101st is known as the Screaming Eagles. It's based at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. CNN's David Mattingly has been talking with family members of the soldiers, and he joins us now live. David?
Thanks, Wolf. No official word out of the 101st Airborne today here at Fort Campbell, but the unofficial order of the day for everyone involved here seems to be to keep going. Stay occupied, keep busy with your jobs, your family, your friends, your children, anything to keep occupied so that you are not overwhelmed by the events of the day. And we found some soldiers from the 101st taking that unofficial order to heart today. They are all female members of the 101st, and they share a special bond because their husbands have been deployed overseas. They could not be deployed with them because they are all pregnant. So they are now gathering together, sharing this common experience that they have, and trying to work through the many layers of emotions that they are now going through.
As a soldier, I wish I was there. As a wife, I'm really worried about my husband. And as a mom, I hope that's all over before my baby's born.
I'm scared because my husband's over there, but I also know it's our job, so it's something we train for all the time. So you just, I don't know, I'm a wife, so it's hard, but you know, I'm also a soldier, so you just have to watch it and just hope everything's going all right over there.
And there are all appearances of business as usual here, at least of business as usual as it has been since the troops deployed back in late February. Right now, the headline at the local paper here is that the 101st is ready for assault. The soldiers I talked to before deployment saying they were very anxious to make their mark, make their history in this particular conflict. Everyone, of course, waiting for some kind of word of what the 101st is doing, some evidence of that is going on. We have some video to show you of the local post office. Normally there has been lines out the door at this post office for people lining up often an hour at a time to ship packages off to their loved ones in the Persian Gulf. Today the lines are very small, suggesting that people are staying at home, glued to the TVs, looking for some kind of information. Wolf?
CNN's David Mattingly with important story back home. Thanks very much, David Mattingly, for that report. As David just said, this is a very difficult time for military families, and perhaps hardest for the children of the men and women taking part in Operation Iraqi Freedom, some of whom have not seen their parents in months.
It's just really hard knowing that he's not here every night, that I can't go up to him and just give him a kiss whenever I want to.
Sad moments after last night's coalition airstrikes. Iraqi television presented what it said was a message from the president, Sadaam Hussein. There's some speculation that the man who appeared on television was perhaps an imposter disguised to look as Sadaam Hussein. We're joined now by Graham Fuller. He's a former vice chairman of the National Intelligence Council at the CIA. Graham, we're showing these live pictures of Baghdad as we speak. But what do you make of that speculation that perhaps that wasn't really Sadaam Hussein after all?
Well, it's a very fascinating possibility. If Saddam was taken out last night, nobody knows whether he was or not, then obviously the Iraqi regime would want to reassure the public by giving the impression that Saddam and other people around him were alive. On the other hand, if Iraqis have a great deal greater familiarity with Saddam Hussein and his voice and style than we do, so if there was any indication to the public that this actually wasn't Saddam Hussein, what kind of a message does that send? Is the message for Washington, or is it for the folks back home?
Very interesting. What do you make now of the top Iraqi leadership having now sustained these two separate air attacks yesterday and today against key targets in Baghdad? Do you sense that they are at all being rattled right now?
Well, they've been through a lot of this before. I mean, we've not only the war in '91, but many other subsequent strikes on Iraq. So in one sense, they're fairly battle-hardened, and I think they may be more optimistic based on the past than they should be this time around. On the other hand, obviously, it's a daunting moment if you know that this is when the U.S. is really coming for you, and that's the name of this particular game. So I think there's probably a great deal of anxiety. The other thing, of course, is how much they want to decentralize control of the military. So one of the problems Saddam faces, if he wants to avoid detection by any means of intelligence, then he cannot really be engaged in a lot of communications with commanders or with other people, which really means a lot of his commanders have to be on automatic pilot to some extent. That changes the situation.
Graham, you've studied Iraq for many, many years. Do you believe, by and large, the Iraqi soldiers will fight or fold?
Well, if that's a tough question, let me put it this way. As long as there is reasonable belief that Saddam is alive and in control, you're probably going to have to fight, because if you don't, Saddam will kill you. I think the minute that there is a sense that Saddam is gone or totally out of touch or can't get you, and nor can his commanders immediately over you, that they can't or won't get at you either, then that's the time to break. But you know, that's a tough call, and your life depends on how you make that decision.
As you know, U.S. and British troops have already crossed the line. They're in southern Iraq right now, where the Shia are the dominant population. The expectation is that they will be receptive to the U.S. and British troops coming in. But is that a fair assumption?
I think it is a fair assumption, Wolf, that the Shiites of southern Iraq who loathe Saddam Hussein, that have been on the receiving end of some of the worst of the oppression and who have been systematically excluded from governance in Iraq for decades, they have little regard for Saddam. Again, though, there's the problem of when do you jump? When can you be sure that the regime, the local security officials and military cannot punish you if you decide to jump ship and then go with the Americans? So I think that's going to be the critical question, is to try to persuade these people that the danger for them is now past and they can safely join up with the West at no danger to themselves.
Graham Fuller, the former vice chairman of the National Intelligence Council at the CIA, has an important new book coming out next month, The Future of Political Islam. We'll be looking forward to that book. Graham, thanks very much for joining us. With the air and ground war underway right now, security in the United States continues, even at this moment, to be stepped up. CNN's Greg Clarkin is over at New York's LaGuardia Airport. Tell us what's happening there, Greg.
Hi there, Wolf. We've been here all day, and up and down these terminal halls, we've seen a number of National Guardsmen, usually moving about in pairs of 2 or 3 rifles over their shoulders. Also, a heavy presence from the Port Authority Police Department K-9 unit. So it's a lot of post-9/11 measures that appear to be beefed up today, especially. A lot of, again, the measures that we've seen over the last year and a half, but today definitely much in evidence. Back here on the wall, the monitors for the flights, really not a lot of change in terms of schedules for the domestic U.S. carriers. They're pretty much sticking to their schedules in terms of the U.S. flights. But we have seen a lot of European, a lot of overseas and international airlines canceling flights. Now, as far as the domestic situation goes, the major airlines say at this point they're sticking with their schedule, but they do hold out the possibility that they're taking things on a minute-to-minute basis, and at some point they may have to cancel some flights if this war were to go on for any prolonged period. Back over here we have the American ticketing area, and we've spoken to a number of travelers today, and again, these we should point out are domestic travelers, but really to a person we found that these folks are not changing their plans. They're very encouraged by the security measures here, and for the most part they're saying they're going about with business as usual, and again, that to a person that we've spoken to today, not a lot of change in their plans. Wolf, back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Greg, at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. Meanwhile, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says as many as 4 oil wells may already be burning along Iraq's border with Kuwait, bringing to mind the environmental disaster, of course, that followed the first Persian Gulf War. CNN's Ed Lavandera is in Houston, Texas, with more on the people whose job it is to put out these kinds of fires. Ed? Unfortunately, we don't have Ed. We'll try to pick him up later and get his report. I want to show our viewers these live pictures of Baghdad right now. It's eerily quiet in Baghdad, as our Nick Robertson has been reporting now for the past couple hours. It wasn't very quiet earlier in the evening as U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles and other bombs hit selected targets in the Iraqi capital. We don't have any kind of full bomb damage assessment, but certainly we're going to continue to watch what's happening in Baghdad. We're going to continue to watch all of these developments. I'll continue to be here in Kuwait City. I'm Wolf Blitzer. Let's go to CNN's Connie Chung now for all the late developments. Connie?
Thanks, Wolf. Here's what's happening at this hour in the strike against Iraq. Coalition forces attacked Baghdad again today. A bombardment of cruise missiles launched from U.S. ships and submarines in the Red Sea and Persian Gulf. The missiles hit several government buildings, setting them on fire. The British were in on the attack, 2 submarines, also firing missiles at Iraq for the first time. Pentagon sources say the so-called shock and awe phase of the massive bombardment is being put on hold for now. U.S. troops from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force crossed into Iraq from Kuwait today after Iraqi artillery took aim at U.S. and British positions in Kuwait. The U.S. 7th Cavalry fought with Iraqi soldiers after nightfall there. Army sources say a number of Iraqi military vehicles were destroyed. Casualty reports right now are not available. President Bush thanked the armed forces for their service today. The president said the military campaign is designed to make the world more peaceful. He said more than 40 countries have now backed the military action against Iraq. British Prime Minister Tony Blair said just an hour ago that British troops are now engaged in combat on land, sea, and air. U.S. officials are becoming convinced that it was in fact Sadaam Hussein who appeared on the Iraqi TV last night after the initial U.S. strike on Baghdad. Analysis of the voice and appearance increasingly argues against an early theory that a double of Iraqi leader was used. The FBI says to be on the lookout for this man, Adnan el-Shukri Juma. Sources tell CNN that recovered al-Qaeda documents refer to the 27-year-old Saudi, saying he could possibly carry out a suicide attack in the U.S. or against American interests abroad. He's been in the U.S. in the past, but his current whereabouts are unknown. And that's the latest from the CNN Center. I'm Connie Chung. I'll be back in a half an hour. And now to Lou Dobbs' Moneyline.
Good evening. The invasion of Iraq has begun. U.S. and British troops crossed the Kuwait-Iraq border at 8 p.m. local time, noon Eastern. As the troops left their line of departure, U.S. and British ships fired a second wave of cruise missiles at Baghdad. 21 missiles in all were fired at the Iraqi capital in this second wave. Coalition artillery also launched a fierce bombardment of Iraqi positions just north of the Kuwaiti border. The 1st Marine Division, the first major unit to cross the demilitarized zone into Iraq. The Marines destroyed 2 Iraqi armored personnel carriers just south of the border. Units of the Army's 3rd Infantry have also been in action. The Army said they destroyed several Iraqi armored vehicles. Iraq, for its part, said 72 missiles have been fired at its territory by coalition forces. Our coverage tonight begins in Baghdad with Nick Robertson, one of the few Western television journalists remaining in Baghdad. Nick?
Lou, Iraqi officials through Iraqi television this evening say that the enemy forces have tried to violate their borders in the south and west. They say they have confronted the enemy. It doesn't give an assessment of how successful that confrontation was. Of those 72 missiles that Iraqi authorities say have been fired on Iraq, Iraq says many of them have failed. According to Iraq's television, they have fired 2 missiles into 2 different areas in Kuwait today. They also admit that they have lost 4 of their fighters, 1 officer. They say 5 others in the military have been injured. In hospitals in Baghdad today, there have been a number of wounded. 14 people, we are told by Iraqi hospitals, have been wounded. 1 person killed. According to Iraqi hospitals, a person killed a woman. We have seen, journalists have independently verified, at least 3 different women in Iraqi hospitals with injuries they say they suffered as a result of bombing, and at least one child heavily bandaged in hospital as a result of the bombing. As I look out over Baghdad now, one of the buildings hit earlier a few hours ago by the last salvo of missiles that hit Baghdad. It is still smoldering slightly at the base of the building. Otherwise, the city of Baghdad now eerily silent. The lights of the city, however, on. The city very bright, despite everyone's assessment that there likely is very much more bombing in the very near future. Lou?
Nick, how long has it been since Baghdad has been struck?
It must be about 5 hours ago, I would say, Lou. The city took a little while to settle down. There was a lot of anti-aircraft gunfire for a while. Perhaps about 2.5 hours ago, there were a number of detonations, perhaps 12 to 20 detonations, but well off to the edge of the city. We couldn't see where those impacts were falling exactly. We could certainly hear them, hear the dull thump of a distant detonation. There was some anti-aircraft gunfire at that time that we could see, but that was the last time. The last heavy impact inside the city about 5 hours ago, Lou.
And Nick, have the Iraqi authorities taken you to any of the target sites that have been hit by either coalition bombs or cruise missiles?
Nobody so far, no journalists that we know have been taken to any of the buildings that have been hit. We can certainly see from where we stand a couple that have been hit. We were able to watch them burning a little earlier. However, journalists have been taken to at least 2 different hospitals, and a trip to a hospital this evening has been postponed until the early hours of tomorrow morning, Lou.
Nick, thank you. Nick has been at his post since the attacks on the capital city of Iraq began. And Nick, obviously, we want you to take care, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for the report. President Bush today met with his cabinet at the White House. President Bush praised the armed forces for their great skill and their bravery. Let's go now to the White House with John King. John?
Lou, the president spent most of the day behind the scenes, that cabinet meeting his one public event, although the president at this hour is meeting with the president of Cameroon, visiting Washington, of course, as the president, as commander-in-chief, watches the second day of the war unfold. We are told by senior officials Mr. Bush is receiving constant updates. He is quite satisfied with the progress reports he is getting from Pentagon officials and his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice. In that one public appearance, Mr. Bush did wish the troops well and said they were in his thoughts and prayers, as you noted. Mr. Bush also tried to rebut the international criticism we are hearing from Paris and Moscow. Some governments suggesting the president does not have international support. Mr. Bush says that's not the case.
We heard from Secretary Rumsfeld, who briefed us on the early stages of the war. There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice. We heard from Secretary Powell, who briefed us on the ever-growing coalition of the willing nations who support our deep desire for peace and freedom. Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We are grateful for their determination. We appreciate their vision, and we welcome their support.
We can give you a glimpse of the president behind the scenes in the Oval Office this morning. This is a White House photograph. It shows the CIA Director, George Tenet, briefing the president, the vice president, White House Chief of Staff, Andy Card on hand. We are told in this discussion, George Tenet gave the president an assessment of those strikes overnight and told the president the CIA was quite confident, even if it did not kill Sadaam Hussein, that it did inflict some serious damage on the Iraqi leadership in Baghdad. The presence of the vice president, we should note, is quite significant. We are at threat level orange in this country right now. The threat of terrorist attack considered quite high. Normal protocols call for the president and the vice president to be in separate locations because of the risk. Mr. Cheney, however, was here late into the night last night alongside the president. He has been here throughout the day today, Lou. Obviously, both the president and the vice president keeping close track of the developments. And again, senior officials telling us things would escalate today. We are told to look for even more escalation, and we are told the bottom line is the president believes things are proceeding quite well so far. Lou?
John, we have also had reports, as you know, that this shock and awe staging of an assault against Baghdad and forces in Iraq has been, in effect, put on hold until an assessment can be made of the damage done to the command structure of Iraq. What can you tell us about that? Is there an assessment coming from the administration?
Well, our Pentagon folks have much better details on why and how, but we are being told by senior White House officials that this was done in part because of the president's dramatic decision last night to shuffle the plans, if you will, to launch the strikes at least a full day, perhaps 2 days earlier than was planned, to try to go after those targets in Baghdad. We are told the administration now is trying to get an assessment, including through these follow-up strikes, of just what is left of the Iraqi leadership, whether it has ruptured the command and control structure, whether it has ruptured communications to troops in the field. We are told here at the White House the number one priority right now is to get a sense of what is the situation on the ground with the Iraqi leadership, whether Saddam is alive or dead, who is running the country, and how efficient are the orders going back and forth between Baghdad and the field commanders. Lou?
John, thank you. Senior White House correspondent John King. Kuwait is, of course, on high alert for possible Iraqi missile strikes. Air raid sirens have sounded throughout the day. Let's go to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City for the very latest. Wolf?
Lou, about an hour ago, it was the 6th time those air raid sirens sounded here in Kuwait City. 6 times, 6 relatively brief periods where people tried to deal with the issue, many of them going down into their shelters, into their bomb shelters. But all 6 were relatively benign. There was no serious Scud missile attacks or anything along those lines. So there was some damage, though. We have some pictures, courtesy of Abu Dhabi television, of a store that was slightly damaged here in Kuwait City as a result of some of the barrages that were going on. Nothing all that significant. People beginning to take all of this in stride. The real danger seems to be up in the north, where tens of thousands of U.S. and British troops are massed. They're getting ready to move big time into southern Iraq. Some of them have already started, as you reported, Lou, the Marines moving into southern Iraq, as well as British forces moving there as well. There's a combined operation. It's only just beginning, we're told. Once that major U.S. airstrike begins, the shock and awe airstrike that has been widely predicted, expect U.S. ground forces to move in, start moving up the road towards Baghdad from Basra in the south. On the whole, though, a serious day here in Kuwait City, but people getting adjusted to what's going on. They're hoping the U.S. military gets the job done quickly. Lou?
Wolf, obviously those sirens are alarming and concerning to everyone. Troops massed probably about 30 to 40 miles north of you there. You were also very close, even though you were in Kuwait City. Many people may not realize a highway runs straight from Kuwait City to Basra north. We understand heavy bombardment, artillery bombardment just north of the border. Were you able to hear that in Kuwait City? Have you been able to see flashes from bombardment?
No, not really, in part because of the haze that sort of hovers over this area. The haze that comes from the sandstorms, so you really can't see it. I didn't hear anything from where I am, didn't hear any kind of booming sounds in the distance. Our colleagues who are embedded with U.S. military forces in the north, of course, not only heard it, but they felt it. Bob Franken and all of our reporters up there, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Walter Rogers, Ryan Chilcote, all of them doing excellent reporting. They're up there in the north. They're feeling the brunt of it. But, you know, the U.S. and the British forces are giving as much as they're getting, probably giving a lot more. They're launching their own artillery barrages into the southern part of Iraq, softening up that area once they go in on a more massive scale.
Wolf, thank you very much. Wolf will be coming back to join us later in the broadcast. Wolf Blitzer from Kuwait City. Well, as we reported, the shock and awe phase of the U.S. battle plan against Iraq has, at least for the moment, been put on hold. Our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, has the very latest for us on that and a great deal more. Jamie?
Well, Lou, just to make sure we don't overstate this, the shock and awe plan could be reinstated at any time, essentially as soon as the Pentagon decides that Saddam Hussein does have effective control of his military and his government. But for now, that's a bit of a question mark, exactly who's in charge in Iraq and whether the Iraqi military is even getting any orders from any central commander. Right now, the evidence is that Iraqi troops are somewhat in disarray and they're not able to mount much of a defense against whatever it is the United States is doing, even the limited strikes and actions that are being taken at this time. What's happening here, according to Pentagon officials, is that the war plan is being adapted to reflect the realities on the ground. It's something that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld alluded to at a Pentagon briefing earlier today.
A war plan is something that is a plan that's developed before things start. And the minute things start, one has to take account of the realities that you find in the world. And that is what was done last evening. That is what will be done today and tomorrow and the next day. And to not do that would be a terrible mistake.
Having intel agencies and armed forces that are flexible is key to victory. And that's what you saw.
Meanwhile, strikes today in Baghdad involved as many as 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles that were fired from ships in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, including this time 2 British submarines. It also fired Tomahawk missiles at leadership targets in Baghdad. In addition, the U.S. is hitting other targets around the country, and of course ground forces are moving in the south as well. We don't have a clear picture of exactly how much progress they're making. Pentagon officials say essentially, though, that full-scale assault on Baghdad will be mounted unless essentially someone steps forward in Iraq and says that they're in charge, someone not Saddam Hussein, and invites the U.S. in for a peaceful intervention. Otherwise, it's likely that it's just a matter of time before we see that shock and awe that's been so widely advertised by the Pentagon. Lou?
Jimmy, we will err on the side of caution here, but as we talk about movements of various U.S. forces, British and the Australian Special Forces who are at work in Iraq and in many cases engaged in combat this evening, but they have been moving forward with what seems to me to be a relatively a rapid pace. The Pentagon, the command structure there, has to be extremely gratified by the pace of the advance.
Well, we're not getting a lot of feedback back from the battlefield, so the impression we're getting is that the advance has been deliberate and that there hasn't been a lot of resistance, but we're waiting to hear essentially what's going on. There's a lot going on in other parts of Iraq other than just downtown Baghdad, a country the size of California that we're just not aware of at this point. But so far, the reports are good and no reports of U.S. or allied casualties.
Our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, thank you. And a reminder, of course, what you are looking at is night pictures of Baghdad, which is tonight at least. And as Nick Robertson has just reported, quiet. It has been quiet for the past better than 5 hours. The Army's 7th Cavalry, 3rd Infantry Division, today faced hostile fire near the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border. Walter Rogers is with that division and joins us now. Walter?
Hello, Lou. After the initial hostile contact with the Iraqi forces along the border with Kuwait, the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry has pushed forward into southern Iraq as I speak to you. We are rolling along with the 7th Cavalry. A Bradley fighting vehicle just rolled past us. We are in a convoy. We are in southern Iraq. Let me try to paint a word picture for you as to how this is proceeding. Out in front of this convoy is a platoon or more of Kiowa helicopters. Now, these are reasonably heavily armed, not as heavily armed as Apaches, but they are flying low over the ground, 30 to 50 feet, several kilometers out in front of the rest of the squadron. Then following that would be the Bradley fighting vehicles. These are rather heavily armed, but not as heavily armed as what follows next. The next vehicle in the unit would be the M1 Abrams tanks. So imagine a rolling wave of military might rolling in Sadaam Hussein's direction. That is what is happening here in southern Iraq as the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry is rolling forward. And as I should say, this is just a precursor of what lies behind us, because behind us is a much, much larger army, the 3rd Infantry Division. That's much, much bigger. The 7th Cavalry's just scouting, eyes and ears. Lou?
And at the point, and with the 7th Cav, Walt, today you've come under fire, have you not?
There was one point as we approached the breach in the border with between Iraq and Kuwait that there was an incoming shell off to our side. It was startling but not close. No one was injured, and we, as soon as that came close, the entire convoy started moving forward pretty rapidly, and that's the position we're in now. 7th Cavalry is the eyes and ears of the big 3rd Infantry Division far behind us. We are out probing with the 7th Cavalry, looking for the Iraqi strengths, the Iraqi weaknesses, and probing the road to Baghdad. Lou?
Walt, thank you very much. Walt Rogers with the 7th Cavalry. And one part of this story, of course, is the humanitarian aspect. The United Nations Refugee Agency expects to handle some 600,000 Iraqi refugees, many of them from the Kurdish region in northern Iraq. Jane Araf is in the Kurdish-controlled city of Dohuk with the very latest for us. Jane?
Well, Lou, we're already seeing a lot of those would-be potential refugees. As you mentioned, there are Kurds from the Kurdish-controlled territories, and they have been on the move for the past few days, moving from cities like this in Dohuk, where they have comfortable homes, to the freezing mountains. Now, you can imagine what it takes to send people from cities into places by the sides of the roads where they're sheltered often by nothing but plastic sheeting. It's absolute terror. They say they're afraid of a potential chemical attack. Iraq. Now, authorities here are telling them they should go home, that things are safe, but hardly anyone is heeding that call. Now, Kurdish authorities are starting to build tent cities, but they're also appealing to international agencies to release some of the aid that they're holding in nearby countries for another wave of refugees. Now, those refugees would be from the rest of Iraq, and the reason we haven't seen those so far is very simple. Until the Iraqi government loses control of those checkpoints that separate the Kurdish north from the rest of the country, they won't be allowed to leave. Lou?
Jane Raff, thank you very much, reporting from northern Iraq. Joining me now from our studios in Washington, D.C., former Secretary of Defense, Moneyline regular contributor William Cohen. Bill, this appears to be a rather rapid advance, at least for these elements that cross the line of departure, the Iraq-Kuwaiti border today. Is this likely just about as good as one could have asked for this invasion to go to this point?
I think it is, and I think we have to keep in mind that we need a little bit of patience here. This is just the first day, and I think we become used to fast food in this country and also fast results in virtually everything that we do. Here we have to have a bit of caution. I think this was the equivalent of a very stiff left jab on the part of a heavyweight champion to see what the reaction is going to be on the part of the opponent, and then make an assessment, and then have time enough to have that shock and awe campaign underway and full bloom. So I think a bit of patience is in order as we assess what damage has been done, what the intelligence will show in terms of capability left by the leadership of Sadaam Hussein, and then make a judgment in terms of how much we apply. We can always take a posture of we can make a desert and call it peace. That's something we don't want to do if we can all avoid it. So I think the commanders are handling it just fine right now.
As you would suggest, my reference to things going pretty well at this point is every day with American forces in harm's way in which we can report advances and no casualties. I will take that every day and rather patiently. So, Bill, we had word today that Turkey has given now rights to the United States, its approval to overfly Turkish territory. That is how important in your judgment?
Well, it's important in terms of having an ability to move aircraft from Turkey into northern Iraq. It's still somewhat disappointing, however, that we were not able to put our ground forces in through the north and put a two-pronged war and strategy together. So it's helpful. It could have been more helpful, and we'll have to see exactly how it unfolds. To the extent that we don't encounter substantial resistance in the north, then it won't make much difference. If we do, then there'll be a lot of second guessing in terms of the Turkish vote on this.
And already some great concern because the Turkish government also, its parliament approved the disposition of Turkish forces to the south to prevent Kurdish refugees from entering Turkey. How concerned are you? How concerned should we be about that development?
I think the U.S. government is very concerned that the Turkish forces not move into northern Iraq. That they not seek in any way to attack the Kurds. This would cause serious
I'm going to get right
to
back.
us.
Bill, excuse me, I'm sorry. We're going to go to Wolf Blitzer. I'll get right back to you. Wolf in Kuwait City.
I just wanted to point out, Lou, the sirens have gone off here in Kuwait City once again. They were going on a few minutes ago. They then paused. Now we're getting, you can probably hear that single long blast behind me. Let our viewers listen to it for a second. That's the all clear. That means another false alarm in effect, the 7th of the day here in Kuwait City. They're taking no unnecessary risks here at all. That's why the sirens went off. Now we're getting that single long blast, meaning that there's an all clear, the 7th time this has happened here in Kuwait City. Obviously, it's going to keep people up all hours of the night every time that the sirens go off. Everybody sort of scrambles. Some people go down to their shelters, others go into their sealed rooms, and others just probably try to roll over and go back to sleep, given all the false alarms that have happened during the day. But it is a serious business. People want to make sure they deal with it. But I just wanted to report for the 7th time today here in Kuwait City, the sirens have gone off. But now, once again, Lou, we're getting that all clear siren that's going off right now. The
sweet all clear signal, Wolf. Thank you very much, Wolf Blitzer. in Kuwait City, and the city has been enduring this since the attack by coalition forces began with the bombardment of Baghdad yesterday evening. I want to return now to Bill Cohen in Washington, D.C. Bill, the Turkish issue could be very, very important. You were about to amplify your thoughts.
Yes, I assume that our State Department and even the President have conveyed a very strong message to the Turkish government, not in any way to seek to exploit this situation to move against the Kurds in the north. That would create a very strained relationship between the United States and Turkey, and could involve some real friction, not to mention the fact that the Kurds have threatened to open fire on the Turkish soldiers. So it's a tense situation that we have to watch very carefully, and it's my hope and I believe our government's expectations that the Turks will not seek to exploit this opportunity to move against the Kurds.
Bill Cohen, thank you very much, as always.
Pleasure, Lou.
In Washington today, members of Congress united behind troops in the Gulf, despite some misgivings by some Democrats about the war in the previous weeks and months of debate. Congressional correspondent Jonathan Karl has now that story. Jonathan?
Well, Lou, there's been anything but unity on the Senate floor in recent weeks on the question of Iraq, but today that has all changed. As a matter of fact, Tom Daschle, who has been quite critical of the president in recent days, has been leading the charge for the Democrats on this, coming together with Republicans to support the troops and to support their commander-in-chief now that we are at war.
We may have had differences of opinion about what brought us to this point, but the President of the United States is the commander-in-chief. And today, we unite behind him as well.
A short while ago, the Senate passed by a vote of 99-0 a resolution commending the troops, reading specifically in one section, the Congress commends and expresses the gratitude of the nation to all members of the United States Armed Forces. What's interesting, Lou, is they commended not only the President and the members of the Armed Forces, but also the leader of Great Britain, Tony Blair, specifically singled out in this resolution for commendation and appreciation on behalf of the U.S. Congress. Now, over in the House, it has not been all unity. Over there, they are still negotiating the language of their resolution, and Democrats have objected very strongly to one line in the proposed resolution proposed by the Republicans. That line reads, quote, praising the President for, quote, firm leadership and decisive action in the conduct of military operations in Iraq as part of the ongoing war against terrorism. Democrats don't like that for two reasons. One is that many of them disagree with the President's decisive action in the first place, so they don't want to praise him for that. And the second thing is they don't see this as part of the ongoing war against terrorism. So they're still deadlocked on that. I'm sure by the end of the day the House will come to some kind of an agreement, but you will see a number of Democrats, anti-war Democrats, actually voting against that agreement. Some of them have come to the floor today, and even with American troops now at war, have been quite critical of the President in waging this war.
The President starts a war to eliminate terror, knowing it will only increase terrorist attacks at home. He tries to disarm a nation with no proven weapons of mass destruction, and he ignores a far worse threat of North Korea's nuclear weapons.
That's Democrat Pete Stark of California. Very much a minority voice here, but not alone in the House. There will be others who agree with him on that and who actually end up voting against the resolution. A couple other things I want to tell you, Lou. One is that there is very much increased security here on Capitol Hill in the wake of the start of the war. As a matter of fact, we expect that the Capitol will be closed to public tours starting the close of business today, closed to public tours while the war is going on. And the other thing is we've had regular classified briefings up here for members of Congress. Right now there's one going on with the Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz and the Congress classified briefing on the status of the war. Wolf? I'm sorry, Lou?
Jonathan, thank you very much. Jonathan Karl from Capitol Hill. We'll be going to Judy Woodruff in Washington in just a moment for further developments. But right now, let's go to Connie Chung at CNN Center to be brought up to date on the top headlines at this hour. Connie?
Lou, thank you. A second day of intense bombing has rocked the city of Baghdad. The attack destroyed at least 2 government buildings, including the building that houses the offices of Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. The Pentagon says the bombardment was not the start of the massive campaign, the so-called shock and awe phase. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said the Pentagon has received reports that Iraq may have set fire to some of its oil wells. Reports are that 3 or 4 wells are burning in the southern part of the country, near the border with Kuwait. Sadaam Hussein has appeared on Iraqi television twice since the attacks began, but U.S. officials are not sure if the man in the video is really Sadaam Hussein or a body double. Those officials say it appears increasingly as if it may be the real Sadaam Hussein. The Bush administration is also planning to launch a financial attack against Sadaam Hussein. The Treasury Department today announced plans to seize Sadaam Hussein's financial assets already frozen in this country, then use the money to help rebuild Iraq. A senior administration official revealed it's a lot of money, $1.7 billion. And the FBI has issued an alert for a Saudi man in connection with the possible terrorist threats against the United States. The agency says the 27-year-old has many different aliases and may be involved with al-Qaeda terrorist activities. And that's the latest from the CNN Center. I'm Connie Chung. Now back to Lou Dobbs, Moneyline.
CNN correspondent Carl Penhall is with the Army's 5th Corps, 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment along the Iraq-Kuwaiti border and joins us now. We're looking at pictures here of, again, Baghdad. We're apparently unable to establish contact with Carl Penhall, and we will return to him momentarily when we can establish contact again. These units obviously on the move, and this will not be the only time this occurs, I assure you, in the course of this evening. Let's go now to Nick Robertson, who is in Baghdad for the latest there. Nick?
Lou, still the city very, very quiet at this stage. The last time the air raid sirens went off was about 2.5 hours ago. That was the all clear for the city. Iraqi government officials have been on the verge of taking journalists to a hospital to see injured people. They've decided to put that off until the morning hours. Not clear why they have decided to do that at this stage. The city, however, remains very quiet, very little traffic. The occasional car, most of the vehicles we see out, although they are painted white, most of them actually seem to belong to Iraq's army. Lou?
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Robertson in Baghdad, and again, for stalwart service, reporting from the onset of hostilities at his post in Baghdad, and we will be returning to him obviously frequently throughout the evening. Let's go back down to Wolf Blitzer in Kuwait City with more. Wolf?
Well, we just had one of those little brief scares just a few moments ago. You saw it live here on your program, Lou, just a few minutes ago. For the 7th time today, the sirens went off here in Kuwait City, suggesting that there could be some sort of threat. We have these pictures that you're hearing that siren go off, but within a few minutes they got the all clear siren, indicating everybody can go about their activities, not have to worry about it anymore. The situation here in Kuwait City, relatively calm, certainly compared to what's happening in the northern part of this country. It's a small, affluent country, but in the northern part, big third of the country basically sealed off to civilians. The U.S. military, together with the British and Australian military, they've taken over. They're preparing to move into southern Iraq. Indeed, some U.S. Marines and British forces already have done precisely that. On the whole, Kuwaitis anxious to see that the United States get the job done together with the British very, very quickly, so they can go about their lives as they'd like to do it without having to worry about Sadaam Hussein down the road. Lou?
Well, thank you very much. We want to go now to our CNN military analyst, General David Grange, who has served with the 82nd, the 101st Airborne Divisions, commanding the 1st Infantry Division. All of those units, at least in some respect, in the case of the 82nd, at least one brigade, while the rest of the division is in service and combat, as it turns out, in Afghanistan. General, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Lou.
Talking with Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon correspondent, trying as best we can, talking with Bill Cohen, former Defense Secretary, as you well know, sort of a hesitancy to talk about the fact that even though these are the early hours of an engagement, an invasion, things appear to be going well. Could you give us your assessment?
Yeah, they appear to be going well, and it looks like the shock and awe, though not a military term, but the shock and awe phase has not begun. And I think that what is beneficial to the coalition forces, they can employ that when they want to. And again, I think they're trying to feel out what they're actually finding in the environment, on the ground, enemy terrain, the different conditions on the leadership of Saddam's regime, before they have to do that, because the least amount they have to destroy, the better for a post-construction phase. And so it really is an ace in the pocket to use when they really have to, and so far they haven't had to do that.
We have seen, General, these troops, to me at least, seem to be advancing with remarkable speed based on what we have been able to gather from our reporters who are with these forces. Would you agree with that assessment?
I think so. We don't have a good report on a limit of advance, and it's probably because it's close hold right now. So any enemy forces watching the media won't know where our forces are located. But I think what is important to understand in that movement so far, with the 7th Cav spearheading the 3rd Infantry Division, is that this is a combination of helicopters like the Kiowa Warrior and Apache, the Bradley fighting vehicles and tanks, and engineer vehicles, all synchronized to move at a rapid pace while engaging the enemy if need be, getting through minefields, known and unknown, crossing obstacles like canals and berms, and at the same time trying to refuel, rearm if they use up their ammunition, all at night. It's quite an accomplishment.
Truly. Let's take a quick look at a map of the area, if we may, General. Are you surprised that, given the fact that there is a DMZ heavily bermed, wired between Kuwait City, across the northern border of Kuwait and the southern border of Iraq, that at least 2 Iraqi armored personnel carriers, apparently armored personnel carriers, were able to penetrate that border and engage a U.S. unit earlier today?
Well, I'm not sure where the engagement took place. That is unusual, and they may have been lost to come into that area, and they were taken out immediately, obviously.
They were taken out immediately.
Yeah, not much resistance, and it is surprising that they were actually that close.
In very rapid order, just above Kuwait City, just north of the Kuwait-Iraq border, in Qasr, a very important port for the Iraqis. U.S. forces and presumably along with British forces have taken that as well. So we're seeing at least some direction here already, even though we have limited reports in this advance. Do you see that with the absence of a northern front, a great deal of pressure being brought to bear in western Iraq?
I think there's a lot of operations going on, a good number of operations going on in western Iraq that, of course, we're not hearing about, as well as in the north. And these are significant, though probably smaller units. They're significant to, again, put pressure on Saddam's forces to seize key areas for follow-on operations, like establishing a forward operating base, or to destroy a location that may control Scuds from firing into Israel, as an example. And those things, in concert with these 2 primary thrusts out of Kuwait, the one you just mentioned plus the one to the west, which is with the 3rd Infantry Division, gives you a main attack and a supporting attack of some type, not knowing which is which, moving north, obviously towards Baghdad. So I think you have multiple pressure throughout the country.
General Grange, as always, thank you very much, General David Grange. Let's go now to Bob Franken, who is with U.S. forces at an air base near the Iraqi border. He joins us now by telephone. Bob?
Well, we are actually here by video phone, Lou, at this air base, which is a major launching spot for the the aircraft that would be conducting the massive attack that everybody had been discussing. But of course, it hasn't happened yet. There has been a steady flow of traffic, not quite as intensive as usual. This airbase is one that had been repeatedly used over the years to enforce the southern no-fly zone in Iraq. And the fact of the matter is that they flew more missions on a daily basis out of here when they were doing that and when they reverted to this latest battle against Iraq. What you're having tonight is a lot of traffic by A-10s. A-10s are anti-tank weapons. We've been hearing that the officials want to prepare the battlefield, and this would be the kind of weapon they would use. They can wipe out tanks and would be the type of aircraft that would go in ahead of advancing ground troops, and that seems to be, in fact, we can report that that seems to be the strategy here. There, of course, have been all kinds of interruptions during the day, like this spot and several others around the area. There have been any number of alarms where everybody has to put on his gas mask and put on his biochemical suit in the fear that this has been some sort of chemical, nuclear, biological attack, probably chemical. None of them has panned out. We had one just a couple of minutes ago. In fact, they overlapped the time that we were supposed to make our report, so we're a little bit late because of that. But once again, for about the 8th time today, they went from the code red to where we are now, which is a code green. Lou?
Bob, thank you very much. Bob Franken reporting from an air base in near Iraq in Kuwait. Carl Penhall, as we said, is with the Army's 5th Corps right now, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border, and joins us now. And Carl, I understand you have some new information on the downed helicopter.
That's correct, Lou. The 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment has to be exercised. But it does share part of its airfield with the 3rd Infantry Division. The 3rd Infantry Division also has Apache attack helicopters. Commanders here tell me that those Apache attack helicopters of the 3rd Infantry Division were in action earlier on this evening. Their mission was to fly up to the border with Iraq and take down up to 6 observation posts on the border area to start clearing the way across the berms that you've been talking about. Among those helicopters that flew out, all of them Apache helicopters, one was hit by multiple small arms fire. We understand from commanders here that that Apache helicopter set down on the Iraqi side of the border, so in enemy territory. The pilot actually got out of the helicopter to inspect any damage, got back in the helicopter and were able to fly the helicopter back to the base here in northern Kuwait.
Carl Penhall traveling obviously with the 5th Corps as it moves forward, the 11th Helicopter Attack Group. We apologize for that audio, but again, please be patient with us. Our correspondent's doing a remarkable job with these troops, trying to get their story out, and sometimes the technology hard pressed to accommodate us, and most especially you. There's been, of course, a dramatic shift in the support of the U.S. policy toward Iraq. President Bush, the White House now saying more than 40 nations have lined up behind U.S. efforts to remove Sadaam Hussein from power. Joining me now is Richard Pearl, former Assistant Secretary of Defense, also a resident fellow and chairman at the American Enterprise Institute and chairman of the Defense Policy Board. Good to have you with us.
Thank you, Lou.
I want to turn, if I may, just to some of the geopolitical issues here quickly, if I may, Richard. One, it is interesting that only of the Middle Eastern countries that have so far weighed in with a voice on the attack by coalition forces against Iraq, only Iran has been vociferous in its condemnation of that attack. Does that surprise you?
No, it's, I think, always been the case that once it was clear that we were going to act in a decisive manner, that Saddam Hussein would not be there after the conflict to exact retribution, we would have very broad support among those who live in the Gulf and have had to live in proximity to Saddam's military machine.
And amongst the European nations, of course, France continues to voice its opposition, Germany as well, but in all a relatively muted response, particularly from those most vociferous critics as we enter this phase of the engagement?
Well, even as critics, France has allowed us to overfly French territory in order to reach Iraq. Germany has allowed our bases in Germany to be used in order to assist this effort. So the criticism is dying away. And I'm confident that when this war is over and the result is clear and Iraq has been liberated, there will be very little criticism indeed.
The capacity here for other nations to help in real terms, humanitarian terms for those refugees, as we just reported from northern Iraq, an estimated 600,000 refugees are now expected. The United Nations saying it will play an important role. Is that the place, is that the opportunity to which to begin to build a coalition not only of the willing, but a coalition of those who will cooperate in and rebuild Iraq?
I don't think there's any question that when Iraq is liberated, there will be no basis for not wanting to participate in the reconstruction. That's the easy part, if I can put it that way. Not easy to reconstruct Iraq, but easy to get involved in the reconstruction of Iraq.
And your assessment as to how the strategy is moving forward now with our troops committed?
I think it's working very much as the President envisioned more than a year ago when he made it clear in a State of the Union message that we were not going to accept the threat that Saddam poses.
Richard Pearl, as always, good to have you with us.
Good to see you.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair tonight explained to the British people why he ordered troops to join the United States in the war against Sadaam Hussein. Prime Minister Blair said the choice was clear.
For 12 years, the world tried to disarm Saddam. After his wars in which hundreds of thousands died, UN weapons inspectors say vast amounts of chemical and biological poisons such as anthrax, VX nerve agent and mustard gas remain unaccounted for in Iraq. So our choice is clear. Back down and leave Saddam hugely strengthened, or proceed to disarm him by force. Retreat might give us a moment of respite, but years of repentance at our weakness would, I believe, follow. It is true Saddam is not the only threat, but it is true also, as we British know, that the best way to deal with future threats peacefully is to deal with present threats with resolve.
Tony Blair speaking to the British people this evening, maintaining his steadfast partnership with President George Bush, and British troops, Australian troops, and American troops continuing their advance in Iraq tonight. On Capitol Hill, as Jonathan Karl reported, a period of reconciliation and almost total support for the President and for our troops in the engagement. Let's go to Judy Woodruff in Washington, D.C. Judy, this is a time for, apparently, for healing and coming together.
Well, Lou, it certainly is in the Senate, as John Karl reported earlier when you talked to him. The Senate has come together, agreed in a resolution 99-0. Only one senator, Zell Miller, was not there for family reasons, could not be in Washington today. But even critics of the president's policy, like Senate Democratic leader Tom Daschle, who just 2 days ago all but said that the president would be responsible for the lost lives of young American fighting men and women. He said the very idea that these people are going into war, he said, in effect, galled him because it was the result of the president's failed diplomacy. But that was 2 days ago. Today, Tom Daschle joined with his Republican colleagues and said, today I support the president. He's the commander-in-chief. And Lou, I should also mention that in the House, they still are not in agreement. The Republicans have put forward some language praising President Bush for his leadership. And at this point, the Democrats are still balking over that. So across the political spectrum, you might say, Democrats are struggling still a little bit with how to handle this. However, they voted last November on the resolution supporting the use of force when the president saw fit. Today, they are saying, yes, we're with the president, but a number of those running for president are saying, well, I still reserve the right to disagree with the president's policies.
But with that reservation, I should imagine that the White House and a number of others there in Washington take at least some solace in the fact that they were able to agree that they could safely, politically I mean, laud British Prime Minister Tony Blair in that resolution. I should suspect the White House would appreciate that. Let's turn, if we may, to in Washington to the issues of security. How significant are those? Has there been a ramp up, Judy, that is significant?
Well, Lou, as you know, the threat alert level was raised the other night, just as the president announced that he was giving Sadaam Hussein the deadline. The threat alert level was raised from yellow to orange high. So the entire city is, I think you have to say, at a heightened level of security. Having said that, Washington is getting accustomed to higher security in the aftermath of 9/11. But, you know, there is a war going on, and people realize that something could happen. There is even further restricted access at the White House and other important government buildings. So people are keeping their eyes open, no question about it. And Lou, one other thing I just would tell you, the White House just announced that the president is going to be going to Camp David for the weekend.
That's what I was just about to ask you.
This is from our White House unit, they've announced that he's going to leave tomorrow afternoon to go to Camp David. So I suppose they're trying to send a signal that even as this war is underway, the president is not completely consumed by it.
Judy, thank you very much for bringing us up to date, as always. We're going to go to Dr. Sanjay Gupta, who is with a MASH unit in northern Kuwait. Sanjay.
Hey, Lou. Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here in the northern desert of Kuwait, but I can assure you no one's getting any sleep. Lou, right behind me is a bunker, and over the last 17 hours there have been 12 bunker calls. What that basically means is you hear over the PA system or someone shouting, bunker, bunker, bunker. You suddenly see Marines running from all over this camp, putting on their helmets, putting on their Kevlar, putting on their gas masks at times as well, and running into this bunker right behind me. That has happened 12 times. It started about 10:28 this morning local time, 17 hours ago. That's the time that we saw a missile flying overhead. It was flying low, only about 300 feet. It was flying very quickly, and it had the unmistakable noise, they tell me, of a missile. I certainly hadn't heard a missile before. They told me that's what they sound like, and certainly we heard a thud just moments afterwards south of us. It appeared to be traveling from north to south. Since that time, Lou, about 12 bunker calls, at times wearing our masks. Lou, let me just point out as well, people are sort of sleeping all over the desert today. We ourselves have set up our cots right next to the bunker. Those are our sleeping bags. Those are our cots. That's where we chose to sleep so that we can get into these bunkers as quickly as possible. There is another lieutenant sleeping right behind me. He is actually in the bunker. People are literally sleeping all over to try and get to these bunkers as quickly as possible. Lou?
Sanjay, thank you very much. Try to get some rest and be safe. Sanjay Gupta. Intelligence officials tonight are trying still to determine definitively whether Sadaam Hussein actually addressed Iraqis after the initial strike against Baghdad last evening. National security correspondent David Enser has the report.
Well, Lou, there is still a debate over whether or not the tape that was released today, 2 tapes, in fact, of Sadaam Hussein purportedly speaking after the attempt to kill him, basically, by the United States, whether that really was Saddam.
U.S. officials are increasingly convinced this is indeed Sadaam Hussein, not a body double as some first suggested. Officials say technical analysis suggests the voice and inflection and movements of the mouth may be the same as Saddam Hussein from past tapes, though there is not yet a definitive U.S. judgment.
There's debate about that.
One skeptic about whether it is Saddam is former CIA photo analyst Dino Brugioni, though in the past, he told CNN, Saddam's doubles almost never speak.
Saddam has got 1, possibly 2 doubles. And when his double appears, you watch it. He'll never talk.
CIA Director George Tenet was able to report to the president that intelligence officials believe the cruise missile and bomb attacks that started the war did kill some top Iraqi leaders, who U.S. officials say were sleeping in the compound that was attacked, but not, apparently, Saddam Hussein.
This is a guy who moves quickly,
who covers his movements, who uses body doubles, he uses multiple motorcades going in different directions to fool anybody who might want to take him out. There are a lot of tunnels and there are a lot of underground bunkers underneath the palaces and elsewhere that he can avail himself of.
Some say it may take an insider to put an end to Saddam Hussein.
There's greater chance that somebody will kill him than he will come out and say, I surrender. And it is possible that somebody will turn on him.
Finding just one person can be quite a challenge. After all, of course, the U.S. has been looking for a 6'4" Arab and a one-eyed Afghan leader excuse me, for well over a year now. I should just add, Lou, that some intelligence officials are saying that as the situation continues in Iraq the way it is, with Saddam hiding, it may not matter so much whether he's alive or dead at this point. He's losing control fast. Lou?
So long as he does not have control or communications, you're exactly right, David. In terms of the assessment of the command structure, because as you have reported throughout, Saddam Hussein, his sons, a handful of other top Iraqi officials constitute that command structure. The Pentagon, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, and all of the military trying to assess whether or not that command structure has been significantly damaged. Can you tell us anything about that judgment from the standpoint of intelligence sources that you have and other perspectives, if you will?
You know, there are a lot of stories out there suggesting that perhaps the command structure has collapsed, perhaps large units of Iraqis are trying to give up and are not obeying orders or are not even getting orders. But frankly, it's the fog of war right now, according to the officials I speak to. They just don't feel you can give a confident assessment or that they can give me one at this point. There's a lot going on. We're not hearing about all of it at this point, Lou.
David, thank you very much. David Enzer from Washington. The United States has asked governments all around the world to expel Iraqi ambassadors and diplomats. It also wants Iraqi embassy services suspended immediately and Iraqi assets frozen. The State Department said its request went out in a cable to U.S. diplomatic posts around the world, that cable asking U.S. diplomats to take up those issues with their host governments directly. Well, in other news tonight, security has been raised at Arizona's Palo Verde nuclear power plant because of a terrorist threat. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge says that move follows a very specific piece of threat information about plans to attack the facility. A military report recommends against a court-martial for 2 U.S. pilots who face charges on the deaths of 4 Canadian soldiers they mistakenly bombed in Afghanistan last year. And on Wall Street today, stocks ended the day slightly higher. The Dow posting its 7-session advance, making it the longest since the summer of 2000. Oil prices today worldwide down again for a 6th straight day. Oil, light sweet crude, down to a 3-month low, in fact, of $28.20 a barrel, down from nearly $40 a barrel just a month ago. And we have some late information now from John King at the White House. Last night at 7:12 p.m., President Bush, p.m. Eastern Time, the president gave the order to go ahead with the initial bombing of Baghdad, saying, let's go. That was 3 minutes before the drop-dead time of General Tommy Franks, when the attack would have had to have been called off because of nightfall. Joining us now from Washington again, former Defense Secretary and Moneyline regular contributor William Cohen. Bill, does it surprise you that the president made that judgment that late in the evening, if you will?
No, it doesn't. I think the president clearly is following this very closely. As a matter of fact, even as we speak, there are still about 2 or 3 hours that can be utilized this evening in order to take advantage of the night. And I think that once he was advised that there was an opportunity, a target of opportunity here, he moved. A good move on his part.
And it appears that the intelligence agencies and the Pentagon perhaps had a decision resonating in their minds also from the initial military action after September 11th, when they had apparently a shot, if you will, at Osama bin Laden and did not take it.
All of it depends upon actionable intelligence. As we discussed last evening, Lou, Saddam Hussein has got to be concerned. Is this information coming from overhead technical capability, or is it from some inside source? If it's from an inside source, he's got to look over his shoulder every minute saying, who's my betrayer? That's got to be unsettling for him. So he doesn't know at this particular point where the information is coming from. We'll have to make a determination as to how close those attacks came to him and in fact, whether they hit him and his top associates.
Let me turn now, if I may, to General David Grange again. General, the troops now have been on the move throughout the day. We are approaching now 3 o'clock in the morning in Iraq. What do you expect to be the next step for those ground forces?
The forces that already crossed the demilitarized zone are going to move at least up to some type of key intermediate objective. It may be up by Nanzaria, the river, one of the river crossing sites along the Euphrates. We're still waiting to see what they're going to do with the 101st Airborne Division, if they haven't already done that. The troops are tired because they were anticipating the order to go, and even though you try to sleep, usually it's very restless, as you can imagine. And so, but they're on a high. They have an order to go. They feel they're on a moral high ground in this fight, and so they're just going to keep going until they get to a specific point to call a halt for another phase of the operation.
General, thank you very much. General David Grange, Bill Cohen. Gentlemen, thank you both. For all of us here, thanks for being with us. We continue our special coverage now on the strike on Iraq with Aaron Brown in Atlanta, Wolf Blitzer, Christian Amanpour from Kuwait.
This is not a war against a people. It is not a war against a country. It is most certainly not a war against a religion. It is a war against a regime.
And the war is underway. Live from Baghdad, Washington, Kuwait, and our correspondents around the globe, the strike on Iraq from the front lines.
Baghdad on a Friday morning. It is 3 o'clock. A few seconds passed, and oh, what the 5 million or so residents of the Iraqi capital must be thinking on this, their Friday morning. It does appear calm. It certainly has not been calm in the Iraqi capital for much of the day. And around the country, a war is underway. A 50-mile path at the border, the southern border, has been the site of a fierce artillery exchange. The first American Marines have moved in. The war has not started in the way we suspected it might, but make no mistake, the war has started. Good evening again, everyone. I'm glad to have you with us on what we suspect will be yet another eventful night. We're joined for the next couple of hours by our colleagues Wolf Blitzer and Christian Amanpour, who join us in Kuwait City. We'll hear from them in just a moment. But first, we need to give you an overview of the developments of what has been an extraordinary day. Connie Chung joins us with that. Connie?
Thank you, Aaron. I am Connie Chung. It's just after 3 a.m. in Baghdad. In the news at this hour. For the second straight night, bombs ripped through Baghdad. U.S. officials say more than 60 cruise missiles hit the Iraqi capital during 2 days of bombing. In the most recent attack, Bush administration officials say at least 24 missiles were fired. The expected massive bombardment, the so-called shock and awe strategy, was put on hold, the Pentagon says, so it can assess damage done to the Iraqi chain of command. The invasion, however, is underway on the ground. The U.S. Marines Expeditionary Force is now fighting its way through southern Iraq after crossing the border from Kuwait. The 7th Cavalry is also in Iraq, reporting the destruction of some Iraqi military vehicles. There are reports of firefights with Iraqi troops. British soldiers are involved, but no reports of casualties from today's fighting. Iraqi artillery has been lobbing shells into Kuwait, striking civilian targets as well as some coalition military positions. Air raid sirens in Kuwait City blared tonight. It was the 7th time the siren sounded since the war began. Anti-war protesters shut down traffic in New York Times Square tonight. Police moved in and tried to free up traffic, hauling away at least 11 protesters. Nations officially supporting the U.S. invasion of Iraq also saw anti-war protests today. In Seoul, South Korea, protesters and police clashed violently. The FBI is hunting for a 27-year-old Saudi man in connection with possible terrorist threats against the United States. In an alert issued today, the agency says it wants to question Adnan el-Shukri Jua. The FBI says he may be involved with al-Qaeda activities. Earlier today, CNN showed the wrong police sketch during a story about the suspect. We apologize for the error and any misunderstanding it might have caused. Continuing coverage of the strike on Iraq, live from the front lines, starts right now.
Connie, thank you. I know many of you, particularly in the East, are just getting home from work, and now just getting, as we say, read into the events of the day. Over the next couple of hours, we'll fill out the headlines that Connie just delivered. Air raid sirens have gone on and off and on and off all day today in Kuwait and in Baghdad as well. But Kuwait, especially important to this moment. It is the place where, in many ways, this all began, the invasion of Kuwait by the Iraqis back in 1990. Today, of course, the scene is a very different scene in Kuwait. An entire third of the country of Kuwait is blocked off. It is a restricted zone, and the only people in it are fighting forces. Almost all Americans, but some British forces are there too. They have crossed again into the border. It is a risky place now. War is underway. Wolf Blitzer will be covering that part of the story for us as you look at Kuwait City at a little bit past 3 o'clock in the morning, Friday morning in Kuwait, a very modern city. Though once you leave the city, there's not much there but desert. But the city itself is a modern, vibrant, in many ways, oddly Western city, a mix of Western stores and businesses and old-time Islamic culture. And that's where our friend and our colleague Wolf Blitzer is tonight. Wolf, good evening again.
Good evening to you, Aaron. As you well know, Kuwait City is a beautiful city. It's got a lot going for it. It's an affluent city, although today, seven times, the air raid siren went off, suggesting that there was a possibility of either Scud missiles or Frog missiles or artillery shells, some sort of missiles landing in Kuwait City. For seven times today, people scrambled. They went to air raid shelters. They went to their so-called sealed rooms 7 times. Really not much happened. The all clear sounded very quickly, but it is a bit scary. Much scarier, though, in the northern part of Kuwait, where troops are massing to move into Iraq. In Baghdad, the situation was considerably scarier today as U.S. Tomahawk cruise missiles and other bombs once again launched strikes against various targets in Baghdad. We were looking at those pictures that were taken earlier in the day, selected targets. We don't have the bomb damage assessment yet, what precisely was achieved during the course of those strikes, but there's one of those Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from a destroyer in the Persian Gulf heading towards Baghdad. Those Tomahawk cruise missiles, satellite guided, they can be very, very effective. CNN's Art Harris is now in southern Iraq. He's just moved in to southern Iraq from northern Kuwait. He's one of those journalists embedded with U.S. troops. Art, if you can hear us now, tell us what's going on. I know there's been a lot of military activity along the Kuwaiti-Iraqi border.
Yeah, Wolf, correction, we are not quite, this unit is not quite into Iraq yet, but I have been watching artillery bombardments for the last 5 hours. Fierce night sky has been lit up with multiple rocket launchers. In the last half hour, the earth has been shaking along the stretch of border where I'm with the 2nd Marines Light Armored Recon Unit. And it appears that U.S. artillery continues to pound Iraqi positions across the border from Kuwait. I know the 110 artillery is nearby. The wind is about 10 or 12 knots. Of course, they would have to factor all that in, the atmosphere and corrections for their shells. But it's been fierce artillery bombardment all night, Wolf. And I have also heard probably very high-flying bombers and fighters, the sound of those jet engines. An almost full moon, very bright on the desert. I can see the silhouette of armored vehicles stretching as far as the eye can see, and just reporting from the Kuwaiti side of the Iraqi border. Wolf?
Art, the troops that you're with, they've moved in, a lot of them have already started moving in to southern Iraq. You're still in northern Kuwait, but others have actually gone in?
That's what I understand, Wolf, and we're not supposed to talk about specific troop movements lest we give anything away and pinpoint our position. So I'm being a little vague, if that's all right, for security's sake. But from what we hear, the march has begun. I know that the berm between Iraq and Kuwait, I'm told, has been quite pulverized, and holes have been cut in the berm separating the two countries so that troops can move in, and that breach was made earlier in the evening, and movement through the border has begun.
CNN's Art Harris. He's embedded with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines Task Force. He's up in northern Kuwait, but several of the Marines, a lot of the Marines that he's covering, obviously, have started to move into southern Iraq. CNN's Christiane Amanpour is also here in Kuwait. She's standing by, and she has more.
And we've been talking to a lot of our embedded reporters throughout this day as this action has slowly progressed and people have started to move from their bases in northern Kuwait onto the demilitarized zone and in some cases into southern Iraq. One of our journalists embedded with this time the cavalry division is Walter Rogers. Walter, do you hear us?
Yes, Christiane, I hear you. We are trying to feed you pictures live from our video phone of the U.S. 7th Cavalry. That's the Army's 7th Cavalry moving forward. So what you're seeing is what every soldier in the 7th Cavalry, at least the Apache troop, is seeing at this hour. You're seeing the back of a truck, and ahead of that, 2 or 3 more armored vehicles. Then ahead of them are the tanks, the M1A1 Abrams tanks, and ahead of them the Bradley fighting vehicles. This is a scouting unit. It is far out in front of the main body of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, well behind us. The 7th Cavalry is rolling unopposed across the southern Iraqi desert at this time, and we believe the ultimate destination over the course of the next days and weeks will be the outskirts of Baghdad. There was some hostile contact with Iraqi Army forces at the initial border crossing in northwestern Kuwait, but this unit, the 7th Cavalry, has such overwhelming firepower and such a capability of seeing and fighting at night, an advantage that the Iraqis don't have, that Iraqi opposition was pretty minimal. It was put down quickly. We understand that some 6 or 7 trucks and an undisclosed number of Iraqi tanks were put out of action. The 7th Cavalry has all kinds of firepower capable of dealing with that sort of obstacle. The initial contact would have been made by the Kiowa helicopters, which are a small reconnaissance helicopter. They fly about 30 to 50 feet across the ground, and of course at night they have thermal imagery on board, so they can see any armored vehicles or even soldiers on the ground that the Iraqis might have out in front of this armored column. Then behind the helicopters, several kilometers back, the land forces, the Bradley armored vehicles, are coming up. They are moving now in single column. Sometimes they're moving abreast, and then they're followed by the big guns of this cavalry unit, which is, of course, the M1A1 Abrams tank, 120 millimeter gun. Many believe the most powerful and lethal land weapon around. Christiane?
Walter, you've been talking about as your unit progresses there. Tell us about the explosions that you saw slightly earlier this evening.
Well, when this unit, the 7th Cavalry, drew close to the border, we were still in Kuwait, but when we drew close to the border with Iraq, we halted. We halted for over 3, almost 4 hours. and we got outside of our vehicle, and what we tried to inquire as to what the delay was. The delay was this brief encounter with rather token and hostile Iraqi forces, and as we got out of our vehicle, there was an incoming shell off to, I believe, what would have been the south, and it was, we heard it fall, and it gave us a mild concussion, that is to say, as all artillery shells do. It was a single shell. My first reaction, of course, was, is this a high explosive shell, or is it possibly a chemical warhead? It had the sound of a high explosive shell, that is to say, a big blast. Chemical warheads don't have that heavy blast so much. They have a more tingling thing. We checked all the Army vehicles. No one yelled gas, gas, gas. No horns were blown, meaning that we had to get into full chemical biological weapons suits with gas masks and everything. So we were, it was just a stray incoming shell. It affected not the movement of our convoy. Indeed, it actually helped our convoy, because as soon as that shell came in off to our left, the south, when we were sitting there, the Army started moving again very quickly, just in case someone was trying to draw a bead on us. Christian?
Walter, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go back to Aaron right now.
Christian, thank you. It's just watching that, and despite the graininess of the pictures and the greenness of the night as it looks through the night scope, that is a remarkable scene. We've talked a lot leading up to these days about what the embedding process is, that there are literally hundreds of correspondents, and many of them ours, who are living with, sleeping with, and traveling with troops, and they will be reporting on this as it happens in many cases, and that is a wonderful and quite dramatic example of the system. None of us knew how it would work. We have a better feel for it today, and so far it's working very well. One of the things the President and the government is trying to do very hard right now, and with considerable success, we would say, is to suggest that everything is going on as normal. It is normal. Things are under control. The President himself will underscore that this weekend. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, joins us now. John, there is a message in all of this, isn't there?
Well, Aaron, this president loves to go to Camp David on the weekend, so in going to Camp David there is certainly a message that it is business as usual, but I should also note that it is not at all extraordinary, not at all a signal that the president is losing focus. He has the full command of the United States government at his disposal up at the Camp David presidential retreat. There is a mini version of the Situation Room. He has direct, secure communication. Whenever he is at Camp David, his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, or her deputy, Steve Hadley, goes with him, and we are told the national security meetings that would happen here at the White House will happen up at Camp David. So certainly a message in that the president will leave the White House on the weekend as he traditionally does, but it should in no way be interpreted that he cannot keep his hand on every moving part of this military operation.
Just put that picture up again if you guys can. I believe that was the picture at about 7 o'clock last night. The President, Andrew Card, his Chief of Staff, George Tenet, I'm certain that's the Vice President behind him, and I gather that's the moment the order was signed and given, right around 8 o'clock last night?
No, Aaron, this is actually a photograph from this morning. The president being briefed on the overnight developments. The president, the vice president, Andy Card, being briefed by the CIA director on the overnight developments. We are this evening getting some riveting details, first details of the tick-tock, if you will, of those meetings. We are told with these two words, "Let's go," spoken by the President of the United States in the Oval Office at 7:12 p.m. last night. "Let's go," the President said to the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. That authorized essentially ripping up the initial battle plan and going ahead with the cruise missile strikes and the F-117 stealth fighter strikes last night. And we are told that was after a very tense meeting in the Oval Office. CIA Director Tenet, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld rushed over to the White House around 3:30 yesterday afternoon after this intelligence came into their hands that perhaps Saddam Hussein and certainly key members of the Iraqi leadership were at that location in Baghdad in conversations that stretched for 3 hours. We were told Secretary Rumsfeld and General Myers rushing out of the room, the Oval Office, to get secure communication to General Tommy Franks in the region. General Franks at one point told the President he needed to know by 7:15 p.m. if he was to pull off the operation we saw last night. The President then asked for more intelligence information from George Tenet. They read the President's speech of Monday night to General Franks in the field, Secretary Rumsfeld asking him, was there anything anything in this operation to be carried out last night that was inconsistent with the mission the President had described to the American people. When General Frank said no, the President got the latest information on the intelligence. We are told at 7:12 p.m. he looked at Secretary Rumsfeld and said, let's go. That broke up the meeting. The war plan essentially rewritten on the fly, and those dramatic strikes we saw last night in Baghdad. Aaron?
John, thank you. I suppose if the speechwriter had done it, it would have been let's roll, but let's go gets the message across just as well. Thank you, our senior White House correspondent, John King. That message went to the Secretary of Defense, who took it back to the Pentagon. That's where our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, is. Jamie, we are in the fog of war in many ways. As analysts try and figure out what has been accomplished to date. Fair enough?
Well, yeah, and the big question we don't know is what's going on with the ground war, which apparently now is well underway, and we're not getting a clear picture. Even though we have reporters with some of those units, they're not in a position at this point where they can file their stories. It appears for now the so-called shock and awe campaign has been put on hold, at least temporarily, while the Pentagon tries to figure out what's going on with the Iraqi leadership. Is Saddam Hussein alive? Was that a double on TV? Is he in control of his military? The Iraqi military doesn't seem to be putting up much resistance, and at this point it's a big question mark whether or not the regime is collapsing from within. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld at his briefing today indicated that the U.S. is in communication with Iraqi military officials trying to get them to surrender.
We are in communication with still more people who are officials of the military at various levels. The regular army, the Republican Guard, the Special Republican Guard, who are increasingly aware that it's going to happen. He's going to be gone. When I said we have good evidence, we have not only good evidence, but we have broad and deep evidence that suggests that there are people going through that decision-making process throughout that country today, and that is a good thing.
Rumsfeld said once the Iraqi military and other government officials are persuaded that Saddam Hussein is history, he says there will come a point where they'll want to give in. So what they're doing now is adjusting the war plan dramatically to fit the reality on the ground, where they may not have to use this level of force. But again, Pentagon officials say they have that shock and awe plan all ready to go with thousands of precision-guided munitions aimed at targets in Baghdad. If they conclude that Saddam Hussein is in control and the military is resisting, it could happen as soon as, really any time, even as soon as tonight. Aaron?
In my non-military mind, Jamie, why is it so hard, given the nature of communications, even in the Persian Gulf, the ability of Tommy Franks and General Franks and his people to stay in touch with what's going on the ground, almost literally to see every unit? Why is it so hard to know the answers to these questions?
Well, Tommy Franks has a good idea what's going on. I just think the rest of us looking from the outside don't have a good idea. And as for what's going on in the Iraqi military, clearly the Iraqi military appears to be in disarray and is not putting up much resistance. But is it a matter of them lying low, or are they really cut off from communications? Is there a power vacuum in Baghdad, or are they simply trying to regroup? And that takes some time to figure out.
I mean, one of the things, thank you, Jamie McIntyre, one of the things we recall from the war that General Wesley Clark was involved in what was Yugoslavia and Bosnia was a kind of rope-a-dope strategy, and that's always been one of the possibilities here that the Iraqi forces might essentially take a hit, pull back, surround Baghdad, and make their stand there. It is coming up towards dawn, not quite a couple hours away in Baghdad, the picture you see, and in Kuwait as well. About 350 miles, 400 miles, I guess, from Kuwait City. Wolf?
That's right, Aaron. Here in Kuwait City, there's a nervousness. There's an eerie quiet right now. People are bracing for yet another siren to go off. They've been going off all day, 7 times today. But right now, it's very, very quiet here in the middle of the night. The initial U.S. attack 24 hours or so ago targeted Saddam Hussein, by all accounts directly trying to surgically remove him. But did the Iraqi leader dodge yet another attempt to kill him? Or is the man who appeared on Iraqi television after the assault a double? CNN's national security correspondent David Ensor is tracking these developments, and he's joining us now live. David?
Well, Wolf, nobody has a definitive answer to that question, and that is a question very much of interest to the U.S. intelligence community and obviously the White House as well. However, some of the officials who are looking at that tape, analyzing it, are beginning to grow convinced Saddam Hussein did indeed survive that attack.
Wallahu Akbar.
Officials say technical analysis suggests the voice and inflection and movements of the mouth may be the same as Saddam Hussein from past tapes, though there is not yet a definitive U.S. judgment.
There's debate about that.
One skeptic about whether it is Saddam is former CIA photo analyst Dino Brugioni, though in the past he told CNN Saddam's doubles almost never speak.
Saddam has got one, possibly two doubles. And when his double appears, you watch it. He'll never talk.
CIA Director George Tenet was able to report to the president that intelligence officials believe the cruise missile and bomb attacks that started the war did kill some top Iraqi leaders, who U.S. officials say were sleeping in the compound that was attacked, but not, apparently, Saddam Hussein.
And it is not always easy to find one person. U.S. intelligence, the U.S. in general, has been looking, of course, for Osama bin Laden, for Mullah Omar for over a year now. At the same time, officials do say that if Saddam Hussein is not anymore able to give orders to his troops, his importance is already diminishing fast. Wolf?
David, have you had a chance to assess this second videotape that came out today with Saddam Hussein meeting with all of his top military officers? Has the CIA, has the U.S. intelligence community definitely confirmed that, yes, this is new videotape, Saddam Hussein meeting with his generals?
No, they don't say they definitely have. They're looking at both of those tapes. You'll notice he's wearing the same clothes in both, and they were allegedly filmed on the same day. There are some officials who say that Saddam might have been devious enough to record tapes prior to this, putting in dates and various different scenarios so they'd have a tape they could run in the event he was killed and make it look like he was still alive. But as I said, there are also intelligence officials now who are saying that as they analyze the tapes, they do think that's him, and on balance, probably he's still alive. Wolf?
All right, very familiar. Sounds eerily familiar to all the videotapes with Osama bin Laden trying to check if he's alive. Now Saddam Hussein to see if he's alive. I'm sure the intelligence community's going to have their work cut out for them in the coming days and weeks. David Ensor, thanks very much. CNN's Miles O'Brien is joining us now from the CNN Center in Atlanta. He's got some analysis with a special guest, General Wesley Clark. Miles?
Thank you very much, Wolf. Of course, as you know, Wesley Clark, former Supreme NATO commander and a man with a lot of experience moving armor through the field of battle. You know, it's interesting, just to start off, I was interested at that point where you're talking about how, you know, almost sterile and antiseptic it looks when we put all these little pieces on a board. When you get down there in the dirt, it's a whole different ballgame, isn't it?
It's real messy because everything's moving at once, and whereas with the Air Force you may have 100 aircraft, in an Army division you may have 6,000 to 7,000, 8,000 vehicles part of that division, all moving.
It's kind of hard to imagine how that is all synchronized, and that's obviously why guys are doing what you do and get stars on their shoulders. Let's talk about the absolute core of the armored push toward Baghdad in this case, and any armored column in the U.S. Army. That's the M1A1 Abrams tank. And as we take a look at it, we'll give you a sense of what it's all about. The Abrams tank dates back, actually its lineage goes back to the 70s, but tell us a little bit about this piece of weaponry.
Came on the scene, actually we began to use it in the early 1980s. It's got a gas turbine engine in it. 1,500 horsepower, 120 millimeter gun on this version. It's got depleted uranium armor. It's a very powerful, fast, and well-protected vehicle. Crew of 4.
There's the commander there. There would be the gunner there. That's the loader, and that would be the driver.
That's exactly right. It's very fast. It's very agile, and it's very, very accurate. Hits targets up to 3,000 meters away on the move.
And prior to the first Gulf War, it had not been tested in battle. How did it do there?
Well, it did an exceptional job. It had a thermal sight on it which looked through rain and sandstorms and so forth and far outclassed the Soviet-style tanks that the Iraqis were using.
All right, now, anytime you're marching with a column of armor, you have air cover. That's an important part of any Army doctrine involving armor. The Apache helicopter, attack helicopter, is key to that. Tell us about that.
Well, these Apache helicopters are part of the, what you've got right here. We've been talking about the 7th Cav. They've got these Apache helicopters. They're out in front. They're scouting with their scout helicopters. Got a 30mm chain gun you see swiveling on the front. You see the sight up there in the chin turret. Got Hellfire missiles there under the winglets. And rockets also, unguided rockets.
Now, these rockets are a little less oomph than the Hellfire might be used on things that are not armored, right? The Hellfire is designed to go through things that are armored.
Hits tanks, knocks out tanks.
All right. Now, in addition to that air cover, another thing that you might find and would find is the F-16. What is the F-16's role? Does that go way out in advance of armor to suppress any potential enemy fire?
It's a multi-function aircraft. It can do a lot of things. It can take out enemy aircraft. It can take out enemy air defenses. It can jam enemy air defenses in some cases. And it can deliver ordnance on the ground in support of ground troops.
All right, F-16, and we typically think of that as a fighter, air-to-air type stuff, but it actually has an attack mode.
That's exactly right. It's a multi-mission aircraft, multi-role.
Right. And then this one right here, the Warthog, the A-10, which is, you know, I think it's well named, it's aptly named. It is heavily armored aircraft designed for close air support with armor. Tell me how this works in the field.
Well, this is the one we like, because when they come on the scene, they've got a 30mm gun. It'll take out anything with it. It can also fire missiles that are heat-seeking, can take out tanks. But it can loiter on station. It can go low, it can go high. It's there with us, and the guys that fly those aircraft are people who understand what we do on the ground, and they're risking their lives to help us with it.
Let me ask you a question about the general strategy as we see it unfold. This idea of simultaneously beginning air and ground attacks. Very different than the Persian Gulf War #1 in 1991. What are the pros and cons?
Well, I think the idea is the more simultaneity that you can get into a battle like this, the more you can overwhelm the enemy's command and control system, get him disorganized, reacting to you, take away any of his advantages, and you finish the war more rapidly and more decisively. More losses for him, fewer for us.
That's the pro. Quickly, what's the con of doing it simultaneously? More risky?
It's more risk if you don't know the enemy. And you know, the comparison between now and 1991 is we weren't as confident then. We weren't as good relative to the enemy as we are now. We're much better now in relation to Saddam Hussein, and we're much more confident.
Hopefully not overconfident.
I hope not overconfident. As I watch the troops and I listen to the commanders, I know they respect the enemy's capabilities. You have to respect your adversary, but still, you impose your will on the adversary.
All right, General Wesley Clark, thanks as always. We appreciate the insights. We're going to send it back to Christian.
Miles, I actually just had a question for General Clark. General, I wanted to ask you about the psychology of the opening stages of this offensive. I know that they are trying to assess the survivability of the leadership, but can you explain the psychology of going softer than you had anticipated and not giving the leadership a really hard punch at this particular point?
Well, we may have given the leadership a very, very hard punch if that decapitating strike last night was effective. And there's always been the view here that what we'd like is to convince the Iraqis, as many as possible, to surrender as soon as possible. And so in this case, if you do believe you've been successful in taking out the hardcore, top-level leaders, the guys who would never surrender, and what you're dealing with is a more pliable, lower-level leadership, then maybe a pause like this where you do some bombing but don't do a whole lot of damage will convince someone to step up and say, okay, I'm in charge and we're surrendering to the Americans and let's do it now. And I think that's what's behind this.
Okay, General Clark, thanks very much. Thanks to Miles O'Brien as well. We're going to have a lot more coverage coming up, and I want to go to CNN's Connie Chung right now for a look at the latest developments at this hour.
Thank you, Wolf. Good evening. I'm Connie Chung at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's a quick update of the very latest on the strike in Iraq. It's 3:30 in the morning in Baghdad and all is quiet. That's a change from earlier when some 20 cruise missiles hit the targets. The Pentagon has put off heavier attacks, its shock and awe campaign, to assess the state of Iraq's leadership. Meanwhile, U.S. Marines are crossing the border from Kuwait into southern Iraq. After an all-day debate, U.S. intelligence sources still aren't sure whether it was Sadaam Hussein himself who appeared on Iraqi TV after last night's airstrikes. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld confirms there is debate about whether that figure on Iraqi television tape was Sadaam Hussein. There's no doubt it was the real Tony Blair who addressed the British people this evening. The Prime Minister said British forces are taking part in the U.S.-led military operation to protect the world from disorder and chaos. From coast to coast across the U.S., the attacks on Iraq have brought war protesters into the street. Riot police clashed with demonstrators and had to protect the U.S. Embassy in Egypt. It was the same story in South Korea, where many of the anti-war demonstrators were college students. Do you want to be a war correspondent? Well, this might make you think twice. CNN's Walter Rogers had to duck when an Iraqi shell zoomed overhead while he was recording a report. It missed, thank goodness. Walter Rogers is okay. U.S. satellites are detecting smoke from what appear to be oil well fires in Iraq. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said the Iraqi regime may have set fire to as many as 3 or 4 of the oil wells in southern Iraq. I'll have another update at the top of the hour. Now back to Strike on Iraq, live from the front lines.
Connie, thanks. The Secretary of Defense, you just mentioned him, is speaking now, and let's take his comments.
What number they'll end up landing on is it's a mix of defense, state, and other agencies, Homeland Security, and I just don't have that in my head.
Mr. Secretary, information about Sadaam Hussein, if he was injured or killed in yesterday's attack?
No, I have no information that I can provide on that subject. Ask me a question I can answer.
Are things going well? Did things go well today?
Things are going very well. General Franks and his team are first rate. They're enormously capable. They've got a plan that, in my judgment, is excellent, and they are proceeding with it. There is no question but that regime is not going to be there in the future. And at some point, the people of Iraq and the military of Iraq will register that fact. The people will be enormously relieved and liberated. And the military, if they're wise, will refuse to obey orders, and particularly will refuse to obey any orders involving the use of weapons of mass destruction.
Mr. Secretary,
thank you very much.
Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld talking briefly to reporters this evening. Things are going very well. We have a good plan, he said. Things are going very well. We have, to this point, the view that we have and the view that we're able to give you is somewhat narrow. We see Baghdad, of course, we have a pretty good feel for what's going on there, and our embedded reporters are able to help us give a slightly broader view depending on what unit they're in and where that unit is. Ron Shilcoat is with the 101st, one of the great legendary fighting forces in the history of the American military. What can you tell us?
Well, Aaron, elements of the 101st Airborne have moved out of a camp in Kuwait here into this assembly area. Here they are now postured if and when the word should come to move into Iraq. Now, a little information about the situation here. First of all, it's worth mentioning that it is 3:40 in the morning, so the soldiers are asleep, sleeping pretty much anywhere they can, on top of their vehicles, inside their vehicles, on the ground. A lot of the soldiers even sleeping underneath their vehicles for a little warmth, because I'm here to tell you it is cold here. We hear so much about how it's always hot in Iraq and Kuwait in this area. Well, it's cold tonight, and obviously not the best conditions to be on a camping trip like this, if you will, particularly with the prospect of going to war in Iraq. Now, it's been a long day. The day basically got jump-started, if you will, with a series of 3 Scud alarms. I was standing next to a group of soldiers earlier in the day at Camp New Jersey when the Scud alarm sounded. We quickly donned our masks, ran for the shelter. 5 minutes later, we were given the all clear. We were told that that was a surface-to-surface missile, the Ababil 100, I was told by my unit. It's like a Scud, but it doesn't have quite the same range, a bit shorter range, and not the same size warhead. That experience repeated 3 times, if you can imagine. 3 times that alarm went off, 3 times we donned our masks, ran for the shelter, and 3 times we were told that it had been a missile attack. We headed out, long trip here to the assembly area. On the way, I did hear some artillery off in the distance, pretty far away. Sounded like thumping, if you will. I couldn't see it myself. I was pretty far back in the convoy. A lot of sand kicked up by the other vehicles in the convoy, but some soldiers in the front of the convoy, they told me that it looked like thunder and lightning coming from the direction of Basra. That's another way the soldiers said of saying that they saw artillery. Still no word whether that was U.S. or Iraqi artillery. Aaron, back to you.
Ryan, without getting into the specifics here, do the men in that unit know now what their mission is? Do they know specifically what they're going to be asked to do?
Yeah, obviously I can't get into the specifics. As you know, as an embedded reporter, one of the things that we do is we agree not to compromise operational security, not to compromise future plans or current plans. That's part of the deal, to be able to report on what's going on here, and really not to compromise the lives of U.S. Servicemen and servicewomen. Having said that, the soldiers are aware in general terms of what they will be asked to do, and their commanders are particularly well aware of what they might be asked to do. Having said that, the 101st Airborne is one of the most flexible, as a light infantry air assault division, one of the most flexible units that's been deployed here. So their mission could change depending on what President Saddam Hussein does. So yes, they do have a mission, but obviously things could change. Aaron?
Thank you. And we are all sensitive, even absent these embedding rules, sensitive about giving away anything that could endanger anyone. The embedding process works because we all understand the rules and we all understand the consequences, and no one wants to have that responsibility, believe me. Ryan, take care of yourself. Thank you very much. Ryan mentioned Basra. Basra is an important destination point for the American military. It is believed the population there will be very receptive, if you will, to the Americans coming in. It also is a route to the oil fields in southern Iraq. Iraq already may be experiencing some problems in the oil fields. There is some indication from NOAA satellites, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Those satellites are picking up heavy smoke from what appears to be oil well fires. The pictures were taken early in the morning. This is something that's been circulated all day long. But you can see that, and obviously a trained eye sees it differently than the rest of us, but as analysts have looked at it in this portion of southern Iraq, they believe perhaps a couple of 3 or 4 oil wells may have been set afire. Anyone who's paid any attention to this story and the planning for this knows full well the great concern that one of the things that Saddam Hussein may do is torch his own oil wells, his own bank account, this extraordinary resource the people of Iraq have. It creates not just an ecological problem, it's very expensive to try and put these things out. It's very complicated work to try and put these things out, and it is also very dangerous work to try and put these things out. CNN's Ed Lavandera has been working today with one of the contracted companies who may end up, should the worst come, with having to put them out. Cut Pressure Control is one of the companies notified by the government. The company put out hundreds of fires in the Kuwaiti desert in the aftermath of the 1991 war. That's what Ed's been working on. Ed?
Aaron, well, this is where we are in Houston, Texas. This is the storage yard of Cud Well Control, and we're about a mile away from the George Bush Intercontinental Airport. And the reason they are here is that so they can be quickly deployed. From this storage yard, all of the equipment that you see here at some point, if they are called into action, if you will, all of this equipment will need to be shipped off. About 150,000 pounds of equipment that is used in this very specialized training, and all of this can be deployed in about in 48 hours. The officials here say that they can be on the ground ready to continue working. And as you mentioned, Aaron, this group was involved in the Kuwaiti fires 12 years ago. There were some 700 fires that needed to be put out back then. They were involved in putting out 200 of those. It took them 9 months to do the work, and one of the gentlemen that was on the ground there 12 years ago, Les Skinner, joins us now. Les, we're going to show some flames. You can see the flames of what it was like working in those conditions. Describe it for us.
Well, it's like a scene from hell. You have a boiling cauldron of oil and gas coming out of a well bore. It's catching on fire, and there's a lot of smoke and a tremendous amount of noise. It simply overwhelms the senses.
And how specialized is this? I mean, what kind of training goes into what you guys need to be able to do?
Most of the training is experience-based. It's really on-the-job training. There's not very many people that do this simply because there's not very many people that have been through this experience.
Logistically, how difficult is it to get everything over there? You can get over there rather quick, it seems like, 48 hours.
Yeah, we can be on an airplane. We can be on the ground in a staging area near Iraq probably within 48 to 72 hours at the most. The equipment can be brought in by air freight, and of course people fly over on chartered planes. We can get there rather quickly.
Now, we're going to see some video images that you guys took when you were working there 12 years ago, getting up close, and a lot of the equipment that is used is in this storage yard. But can you describe what it is that has to be done step by step?
Well, the first thing we have to do is pour water on the entire arena. That's logically to cool the thing down. It takes care of ground fires, and the ground is very hot around these fires. These fires burn at about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's enough to melt steel and sand. So the first thing we do is pour water on it. Then we have to extinguish the fire. And we have a number of different ways to extinguish fires. Anything from chemical powder fire extinguishers to explosives. And then after that, we simply take the old wellhead equipment off and replace it with new gear and shut the flow off at a valve.
You guys didn't suffer any injuries of people who worked in this 12 years ago. How long do you think, if you're called in, how long will it take to complete the job this time, if indeed it's what has to happen?
Depends on the fires themselves, the number of wells, and how strong they are. We understand that some of the wells in Iraq have flow rates that are orders of magnitude larger than the wells we had to deal with in Kuwait. And those wells are going to take a lot longer to put out and to cap.
All right. Thank you very much, Les. I appreciate the time. Some final shots here from the storage yard. The shot that you see over there of that long pipe is used to kind of put over the flame and let it go straight upward and get it away from the firefighters. And this shingle here that you see here, the firefighters can stand behind it, shoot water through that hole there. You see the window, and fire it directly at the oil well, and that protects them from the intense heat there. So, Aaron, these guys are ready to go. 48 hours notice. All of the teams that are here have their bags packed, ready to go as soon as that call comes from the Department of Defense that their expertise is needed. Aaron?
Yeah, thank you, Ed Lavandera in Houston, Texas tonight. The object where you can in these situations is to save the well. You want to be able to save the oil well. They're expensive to drill. They go down hundreds of feet. Sometimes you can't, and you just have to plug them up. Hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully nobody gets hurt, and I guess hopefully none of these wells are set on fire. It would be a great tragedy in many, many ways. Wolf, I don't know. I know you've been in country for a while. I don't know if you've had a chance to go up to, because it's been cordoned off for a while, up to northern Iraq, or rather to northern Kuwait, but I was up there about a month ago, and you can still see, 12 years later, the damage done by the fires that Saddam Hussein's troops set after ransacking Kuwait City and then making their exit, their retreat out of Kuwait. You can still see the damaged oil fields a dozen years later.
I remember that report you did when you were here, Aaron. What did you report? That 700 of Kuwait's 1,000 oil fields went up in smoke as a result of torching? Some number like that. Maybe you remember it off the top of your head.
Well, it was something like that, and thanks to the people that Ed just reported on and others, most of them are back online, and in fact, the Kuwaitis today produce slightly more oil than they produced a dozen years ago, but it was enormously expensive. Well over $1 billion was spent trying to restore the fields to conditions that allowed them to go back in and start pumping oil. And as you know, in a country like Kuwait, there is one industry. There is no other business but the oil business, basically. That is the lifeblood, and of course the Iraqis knew that, and that's why they did what they did back in 1991.
And the question now is, will they do it to their own oil fields in Iraq, which would cause incredible environmental damage. People here in Kuwait keep telling me they're still suffering, a lot of them, from breathing in the bad fumes, breathing in that air, suffering as a result of that. Probably explains why this Arab nation, Kuwait, why this Arab country is so supportive of the U.S. in trying to go forward with regime change in Baghdad. A lot of hard feelings. Meanwhile, U.S. officials say the current strikes across Iraq are part of a broader psychological warfare campaign to try to ratchet up tension, dissent among Iraqi troops themselves. U.S. officials have made it clear they hope Iraqi forces will refuse to fight for Sadaam Hussein. Let's get the latest on what the Pentagon is thinking about all of this. Our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre, is joining us now live. Jamie?
Well, the Pentagon is trying to be very flexible with its war plan. In fact, it seems to have changed a lot of aspects of it around as it is holding off, essentially, now on that big shock and awe aerial bombardment of Baghdad that was pretty much widely advertised and telegraphed by the Pentagon as the way they expected this to start. Instead, they are moving ahead with the ground portion of the war, methodically moving up from the south with ground units, and they're looking for signs of cracks in the Iraqi leadership. This shows, by the way, the route that the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, one of the first units across the border, is taking as it's moving north. Apparently, it's taken a border town there, and there are other troops taking other locations in the south there. And the idea is to create a situation in which there is a feeling of inevitability, that it's just a matter of time before the United States is able to succeed in its military objectives, all the while remaining in contact with key military officials in Iraq, including some Republican Guard and Special Republican Guard leaders, to try to convince them not to fight. Big question mark right now is there a power vacuum in Baghdad? Is Saddam Hussein alive, well, in control? Is he able to, is he getting the support from his commanders? Based on the resistance that Iraq has put up so far, the Pentagon is beginning to conclude that there's a little disarray in the Iraqi forces. So they're holding off on the big aerial assault, trying to determine whether or not Iraq's regime might be crumbling without the necessity for that massive display of military might.
All right, well, we'll see Jamie McIntyre, see if the strategy is beginning to hold out. Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon, thanks very much. President Bush says his coalition of the willing is getting larger by the day. He says at least 40 nations have now joined in. Let's go to the White House. Our White House correspondent, Dana Bash, is standing by with more. Dana?
Wolf, that's right. The president talked about the fact that he believes that they have now 40 members of that coalition of the willing, and there has certainly been a lot of focus on all of the military action here at the White House today. But the one thing, another thing I should say, that the president did do today is, while he's focusing on toppling Saddam Hussein militarily, is focused on toppling him financially. The president signed an executive order today that seizes, that confiscates all of the frozen assets that his father froze, about $1.4 billion. His father froze them in 1990, and the president decided in an executive order to confiscate that money. Now, we're told that he has the ability to do that under the Patriot Act. This is legislation that passed right after September 11th, and this allows the president to confiscate any frozen assets for any nation that the U.S. is involved with hostilely, and of course, hostilities with, and that, of course, is Iraq as of last night. So the White House is intending to use that money, about $1.4 billion, to help rebuild Iraq. And the other thing that they're saying here at the White House, Wolf, is that they might have to go back to the United Nations in terms of dealing globally with Saddam Hussein's assets, because they want the whole world to come together and agree that any assets that Saddam Hussein has around the world will be seized, will be frozen and seized, and returned to the Iraqi people. There is concern here, according to administration officials, that countries like France and Russia and Germany, which have outstanding loans, Iraq has outstanding loans to those countries, that they will take some of the money as kind of loan repayments. The U.S. wants all that money, they say, to go back to Iraq to help rebuild it for humanitarian assistance and things like that. Wolf?
Dana, what do officials at the White House say when they point out accurately that some 40 governments, 40 countries, many of them former Warsaw Pact nations, are actively supporting the United States as far as Iraq is concerned? But when you point out to them that only 3, the United States, Britain, and Australia, are actually sending military forces to fight. What do they say about this limited military coalition, which is, of course, in marked contrast to what was the case a dozen years ago when the first President Bush had an enormous military alliance put together?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that. They are making a really big effort today here at the White House to explain the fact that, yes, the United States, as you said, and Great Britain and Australia at this point are the only countries acting militarily against Saddam Hussein. But they made a great effort, starting with Ari Fleischer at the White House briefing, to say that there are almost 2 billion people who are living in countries around the world who are supporting this effort. He even talked about the $2.17 trillion in GDP that these countries have. They're making a concerted effort to talk about it, but you're right. A lot of these countries, most of these countries, are giving political support, logistical support, support with intelligence gathering, allowing the United States to fly over their nation's airspace rights. Very, very different from the past, and it is part of the reason why we are hearing publicly a lot of the talk about this coalition, especially after the second resolution did not go through the UN and things definitely broke down at the United Nations. Wolf?
Dana Bash at the White House. Let's bring in Christiane Amanpour. She's here in Kuwait with me.
And of course, Britain is one of the main countries that is supporting the United States. There are about 40,000, according to British spokesmen here that we talked to. And tonight, we're told by British spokespeople that the British have crossed the border and that they are in action. In fact, they have launched an operation against Al-4, which is just inside the Iraqi border on the other side of the border with Kuwait. Now, Britain also, although the Prime Minister supports this mission, the British people are entirely divided about this and are very have quite high levels of opposition to this. And indeed, the Prime Minister talked about that when he addressed Britain today. The war is certainly controversial, and feelings either for or against it don't necessarily fall along religious or ethnic lines. Nonetheless, in the United States, we want to see how it's being greeted by some Arab Americans. And CNN's Jeff Flock joins us now from Dearborn, Michigan.
Indeed, Christiane, specifically Iraqi Americans we have been talking to, and it's interesting to get their perspective on this. Their homeland now, in some sense, under attack, but they don't look at it that way. We're at the Islamic Education Center. Evening prayers have just concluded, so we're able to come on inside. And I want to get to the leader of this organization. You are absolutely joyful about what is happening in Iraq tonight.
Actually, our happiness is mixed with some sorrow, because we don't like to see our country to be destroyed, and it is a pity to see what's going on in Iraq. We would love to see the Iraqis people liberate their land by themselves, so we will have the whole dignity and the pride. But anyway, Saddam doesn't represent the Iraqis. We never voted for Saddam. He doesn't represent us. So it's about time for the people who brought him in power to take him out.
So you are supportive of what's going on?
We are supportive of the removal of Saddam. Yes, we support all the United Nations, everybody helping us to liberate Iraq from this dictator.
This man I spoke with earlier, who is an Iraqi American, has been in this country for a number of years. You introduced me to a man earlier whose house was destroyed by a U.S. missile in 1991. He loves America. He does not blame the Americans for that. He blames Saddam.
He blames Saddam for it. Yeah.
Explain to me how that is.
Saddam was the reason to bring the war in the Middle East. He was the reason for it. He's the beast of the Middle East. We need to get rid of him so we'll live in peace.
I see people who have not slept because they have been watching the coverage, and I don't know if we're able to see over the shoulder. What are you watching there? You're not watching CNN, I know, but you're watching in your native tongue.
Well, we always watch CNN, and we thank you for the coverage. Actually, they are hopeful to see a new hope so they can go back to Iraq. All these people suffered because of Saddam. All these people suffer. Let me ask them one question. منو منكم اتعذب على ايد صدام او احد اقاربه راح على ايد صدام? Raise your hand. Anybody suffered by Saddam? Raise your hand. Anybody lost a member because of Saddam? Raise your hand. Anybody would be happy to see Saddam removed. اي واحد منكم راح يفرح يشوف صدام يروح يشيل ايده. Anybody get happy to see Saddam? I asked them.
Yes, Mr. Bush. Yes, Mr. Bush.
Yeah, I said anybody is gonna be happy.
Saddam must go.
And God will. I asked them, anybody of you lost a member because of Saddam? they all raised their hand. I said, anybody of you going to be happy to see Saddam be removed? They all raised their hand.
So even with the tremendous danger of the U.S. invasion and the shock and awe that is expected that may well kill innocent people, you're willing to take that chance?
Saddam is not our president. Saddam is an agent of the West. So the people who brought him in power, it's about time to clean their mess and get him out.
I thank you very much for your time. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I hear that. Perhaps you get some sense of the feeling in the Iraqi-American community here tonight. Everyone here has a story. I'm going to get some more of them after we're finished. That's the latest from Dearborn, Michigan. Back to you, folks.
Certainly do get some sense. Quite a spirited group there. And we go now back to Aaron in Atlanta.
Thank you, Christian. Dearborn is a considerable Arab American community. They came to Dearborn, to Michigan, the Detroit area, like so many others did, to work in the auto business, and they made a rich and vibrant community there. That is one side, I suppose, of the reaction to all that is going on today. There is, of course, another side. The buildup to the war was filled with anger and protest, and the beginning of the war has not quelled it necessarily. In New York today, there was an anti-war protest that caused some problems. Maria Hinojosa has been covering that strain of this story, and Maria joins us now. It is always nice to see you.
Hi, Aaron. Well, for weeks now, anti-war activists around the country had been putting in motion their own plans for what to do if war broke out. That plan was, they said, to disrupt business as usual if war broke out, and it looks like in several places around the country they were able to do so. Now, here in Times Square, thousands of protesters flooded into the streets in really an emergency rally without a permit. So we did see that there were several arrests that occurred, people who were trying to get to the demonstration who broke away from the other parts of the demonstration and were running. Those people were arrested. We have heard at least 11, if not more than that. Now in Boston, scores of college students and professors and their supporters took to the streets as well, trying to block traffic on the bridge crossing the Charles River. And in San Francisco, thousands of protesters came out to, as again, in their words, to disrupt business as usual. Many arrests, and many of them chained themselves together with different kinds of pieces of metal that then had to be sawed off. But there is a part of this story, of course, the silent majority they call themselves, and in the latest poll before the war that was taken 4 days before the war, when Americans were asked if they would support the removal of Saddam Hussein with the use of U.S. ground troops, that number was 64% in favor, 33% against that. So the silent majority, those supporters of this war, came out as well, taking to the streets. They were there in West Virginia, rallying for the troops, rallying for President Bush and against Saddam Hussein. But Aaron, here on the streets in New York City, I have to tell you that I saw many protesters carrying signs that you would not normally have expected to see in anti-war demonstrations. Aaron, big signs with yellow ribbons saying, "We too support our troops, we too are patriotic, we just want our troops back home." Aaron.
Thank you. I think one of the legacies of the Vietnam era protests is people who are against the war, for whatever reasons they're against the war, want to make clear that they are not against soldiers. There's a difference between soldiers and policy, and as there should be. Thank you. We're coming up on the top of the hour. We're actually about 8:01 Eastern Time. For those of you just joining us, let's catch you up on where the day has gone so far. Connie Chung joins us for that. Connie?
Thank you, Aaron. I am Connie Chung. Here's what's happening at this hour. CNN's Walter Rogers, covering the 7th Cavalry tonight, reports that the Army unit is not only moving northward deeper into Iraq, but at last report the 7th Cavalry was rolling north unopposed. Their destination is unknown, but they're moving in the direction of Baghdad. Earlier, Rogers was on the scene when an Iraqi shell flew perilously close to the 7th Cavalry's position at the time.
We just heard an intel. What the hell? No, I don't know what it is. Can you hear me? Atlanta, we just heard something shooting.
Walter Rogers had to duck, but he is unhurt. No U.S. casualties have been reported from that strike or any others so far. Iraqi officials are talking about the toll they're paying. They went on national television Friday morning, Baghdad time, reporting attacks on Iraq's southern and western borders, though it was not clear whether the reference was to Iraq's western border with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, or Syria. They also reported 5 military fatalities, and Iraqi hospitals reported 1 civilian death and 14 injuries. This is the view of Iraq from 520 miles up this morning. The U.S. says those black smudges you see are smoke that appears to be from burning oil fires. The patterns are consistent with satellite images of other oil fires, and the smudges line up with the locations of known Iraqi oil wells. The Pentagon today said it had reports from Iraqi officials torched 3 or 4 of those wells. Kurds fleeing Iraqi assaults have left their homes in northern Iraq, taking up refuge in makeshift tent cities. Kurdish commanders told CNN Iraq fired mortar rounds in Kurdish-controlled territory today. Some anti-war protests turned violent today. Police and protesters clashed in New York Times Square after the rally shut down rush hour traffic there. San Francisco police arrested hundreds of people at an anti-war protest there late this afternoon. And now our coverage continues. Strike on Iraq, live from the front lines with Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Well, Wolf will be with us, so will Christian. We are getting reports of sirens blaring in northern Iraq. Northern Iraq is among the most complicated strains of this story because it is, depending on how far north you go, I guess, it is an area not necessarily, well, northern Iraq, Mosul there, is not controlled by Sadaam Hussein. It is Kurdish-controlled area. Jamie McIntyre is at the Pentagon. Jamie, can you give us anything on what this might be?
Well, we don't know at this point, Aaron, but it would be logical to assume that as part of this campaign that the U.S. might continue to, quote, prepare the battlefield by attacking air defenses in the north. Now, you know, of course, the north falls within that northern no-fly zone where the U.S. regularly patrols anyway. They have a pretty good idea of what the defenses are up there. But at this point, we have no confirmation of precisely what may be going on in the north. And given how skittish everybody is in Iraq, it's also possible that it could be a false alarm.
Okay, just to make sure, I don't want to mislead anybody here. We showed a map, and we can put the map up again, and the information I have is that these sirens are in the area of the city or the area of Mosul, and we've actually been doing some reporting up there. It is, Jamie, please correct me if I'm making a mistake here. It is my belief that when you get that far north, you are in Kurdish-controlled Iraq, not Saddam-controlled Iraq. Am I confusing viewers?
Well, like you, Aaron, I'm not a absolute expert on the geography of northern Iraq, but my understanding is that Mosul, in fact, was an area where Saddam Hussein did have control. In fact, one of his Republican Guard units was based up there, but it was the unit that was pulled down to Crete. So they've sort of left a little bit of a power vacuum there. There is an area, areas very close to there that are controlled, that are not under Saddam Hussein's control. But I believe the city of Mosul is.
Okay,
at least
thank
was.
you. And now Jane Araf, who has been doing some considerable reporting from that area, and she may be just outside that. These pictures coming from Al Jazeera. And they show a city that still has its lights and still has, in this case, a correspondent as well. So we'll try and figure out what the sirens mean, if they mean, across the region, whether it is Kuwait or Baghdad. These air raid sirens, warning sirens, and all clear sirens have been going on and off and on and off all day. Sometimes they mean something, a lot of times they don't. People, as Jamie said, are very skittish out there, as you would be under the circumstances. You never know what's coming next, and if the next thing that comes is the so-called shock and awe. In any case, we're getting reports of these sirens, and we'll try and figure out what they mean as we go along. We're joined this hour again as we now do approach dawn out in the Persian Gulf by our colleagues Wolf Blitzer and Christian Wolf. No one's going to mistake the two of us, even if the introduction did briefly.
I don't think so, Aaron. You know, those sirens, they've been pretty frightening. Christian and I have been enduring those sirens here in Kuwait City all day. I don't know about you, Christian, but you get a sort of sense that after you've heard them a few times and nothing happens, you just go about your business. But that could be a mistaken kind of notion.
Well, yeah, and of course we've been advised not to. And like all the troops in northern Kuwait, the minute these sirens go, they all have to don their chemical and biological suits and their masks. So do the journalists up there, and we're having to do the same here. It is, you know, nerve-wracking, because the worst thing that could happen is weapons of mass destruction, and we have no idea if that will ever happen. It certainly has not happened yet. Even the spokespeople up in northern Kuwait with the troops, who are telling us that they have counted, at least in one area where the British troops are with some American troops, 10 missiles at least. All of those, though, we're being told, are conventional warheads, and all of those have missed the troop concentrations up there, and there have been no casualties. But of course, in these opening hours and in any war, it gets very scary, and people have said many times that Kuwait is a fairly vulnerable place because of the potential for retaliation for all sorts of reasons, not just the concentration of US troops and British troops, but because of what Kuwait means in the ongoing Iraqi-Kuwait relationship.
And I want to go elsewhere in Kuwait to speak to Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He's our CNN medical correspondent. He's embedded with U.S. Marines up in the northern part of Kuwait. Sanjay, if you can hear me, there were some pretty scary, frightening moments that you endured throughout this day.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Wolf. It's 4 o'clock in the morning now. At about 10:30 in the morning yesterday, one of the most frightening moments, certainly, an object flying overhead. I couldn't tell what it was at the time. About 300 feet over our heads, traveling very fast, very loud. Turned out it was a missile, a grayish-green missile with 3 yellow stripes. Wolf, I'd never seen anything like this. What I did see was everyone just hit the deck around us, and so that thing just flew overhead, followed by a boom, apparently an impact boom in the south of us. Just a few minutes later. After that, we heard bunker, 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 gas, gas, gas. That meant everyone get into the place which is right behind me, which is a bunker. Put on your gas masks. I heard you and Christian just talking about that. We've done that 13 times now over the last 20 hours or so. Sometimes we've been in those bunkers for up to an hour or so. A lot of the times it really ended up being absolutely nothing at all that we could tell. Didn't hear anything, certainly didn't see anything. But every time you might be becoming just a little bit complacent with that, something did happen. Just this last time, we started to hear several booms in the area. Some of those, I was told by the Marines here, were actually the sonic booms of Patriot missiles being launched. So these booms taking place all around us, hearing sirens at the same time. Some of these sirens actually coming from the chemical sensors around the periphery of the base. Certainly that also gets everybody's attention, gets them back into the bunker pretty quickly as well. Wolf?
Sanjay, tell our viewers what it's like. What does it feel like? You said you spent an hour in one of those gas masks. It's a long time to be breathing through a gas mask. Explain what it's like, what it feels like.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, there's a lot of anxiety because you hear the alarms going off, so your heart is already racing a bit, and you're already breathing quickly. Oftentimes then you have to jog or sprint 100 meters or so to get to the bunker as quickly as possible. Then after having done all that, you're putting this gas mask on. Essentially what this gas mask does, it forms a complete seal around your face, and then you're essentially breathing through a respirator. The breathing is actually quite easy, but after having run and after being somewhat anxious, it's hard to get those deep breaths in. So you see some of the Marines and as well as some of the CNN crew that is here with me becoming a little bit anxious, actually putting those masks on after having gone through that particular experience. As you calm down, it becomes easier and easier to breathe. Also here in the desert, it's quite warm. It's not warm right now. It's cool. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, but when it's sort of the peak of the day, it's quite warm. And having that mask on, which is black, having it hard to breathe, it's not the most comfortable, Wolf.
All right, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, be careful up there. We'll be talking with you. Christian?
We're going to go now to Walt Rogers, who is also with one of those units up there. He's with the 7th Cavalry Division. Walter, what is going on where you are now? You've moved into Iraq.
That's correct, Christian. And what you're watching now is live pictures of Bradley fighting vehicles and other armored vehicles of the U.S. 7th Cavalry roll. Yes, Christian, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry
what
to
we're
interrupt.
Seeing,
Continue, Walter.
What you're What you're seeing now is exclusive CNN pictures of the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry, Bradley fighting vehicles, and behind them M1A1 Abrams tanks rolling across the Iraqi desert. They have been rolling across this desert unopposed for nearly 2 hours now. These pictures are very, very dramatic. There's a declining moon up there, but in the distance, off to the left, you can see rows and rows of main battle tanks, all of them ultimately headed for Iraq. This is the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry. They have been rolling, as I say, across this desert in Iraq for about 2 hours. There was a brief hostile encounter at the border between Kuwait and Iraq. There was a slight pause then, but the overwhelming firepower of the 7th Cavalry dispatched whatever Iraqi opposition forces were there along the border. We believe that they killed several tanks and at least 6 or 7 trucks. We, again, that was the only opposition which we've encountered at this point. But so far, we have rolled unopposed. This is a very sparsely populated section of southern Iraq. And this is pretty much falling according to the main battle plan that the generals and senior officers had. That is to say, they expected no serious Iraqi opposition for the first 100 to 200 kilometers in Iraq. They have not encountered much of anything seriously. There over to the left, you can see an M1A1 Abrams tank. Just a second, it's pulling around those engineers' vehicles. There's a main battle tank rolling through the Iraqi desert. We have fairly good illumination this evening because the moon is in its latter phases, but still, it was a full moon only a few days ago.